Hello Halo fans, welcome back here to the HCS Kickoff Qualifier for ANZ. We're into day number 2 and we finally get to send one of our teams all the way off to pool play here at the Raleigh Major. It's been a wonderful day for us here in the studio. We had an exciting day yesterday. We had a few more storylines start to come into the fold. We even had a few of those storylines meet their end as well. Unfortunately, R-Rated will not be featured today on the broadcast. I'm sad to see that, but we still got so many more teams, so many wonderful teams here in ANZ to showcase their skills here in Halo Infinite. It is not just going to be me here on the desk. I've got my new boys by my side today. I've got Bluey as well as Hoggy. Bluey, I'll start with you first, mate. How are you feeling today on a nice little Thursday?
Yeah, really good. And I think it's been a really good turnout for midweek performances overall. I was really surprised with how well the games went last night. And I'm really happy to see a lot of new faces come aboard on this Halo scene.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we had about 40-odd teams that were able to get themselves into the bracket for yesterday, and now we've singled it all the way down to 6, Hoggy, and this is where we start getting towards the tail end for the points and for these teams as well, because this is the exciting qualifier where we get to send one team off to Raleigh.
Yeah, this is so important for these teams. The top 6 is pretty similar to what it was before, so it's really important where you place today based on the points that you've gained from the previous tournaments, because if we've got a pretty similar top 6, then you really need to be pushing one extra place higher to get a little bit extra points for your team.
Yeah, it really is kind of the last chance for some of these teams that do want to get to the majors. So let's have a look at the format for this kickoff qualifier. I've already touched on it so far. One of the teams, the winning team from this qualifier, will be going all the way to the pool play. But Bluey, we do also get to send 2 extra teams from ANZ with the highest HCS points to go all the way over there to the online qualifiers as well for the Raleigh Major.
Yeah, there are still 2 more spots up for grabs for total travel coverage and everything that can be said and done for the Raleigh Major. So there are still 2 really important spots today that our competitors have to vie for, that they really have to fight for. And I think we might see a bit of blood on the sand because those 2 spots are so important and so influential.
Yeah, it's a very grueling fight for that 3rd spot. And yesterday, it did start the trail for us. We had a few storylines ending. We had a few storylines starting to start. We've got a little highlight package from day number 1.
He's putting in some ball time as well, so he's proven that he can get some kills and he can get some objective done as well. And they are opting to rotate this ball. They're going in to challenge these 2 players in the arcade. They're, hunting them down at moment 12 in the second. It's still a respectable stat line. And here he is putting some nice BR shots into Tempest. Kill assist comes in. Good to see he's helping his teammates. Look at that. Millsy wasn't watching his back. Got one to the back. Triple kill. Double. Just timed out. Unfortunate for him.
But now Apes, they're the ones set up in the tram getting ball time. Look like that. Look at that. They've now got the lead. So Unite Gaming starting to push down this alleyway here. Unfortunately taken down. Great work with Firecruiser with the beat down there. That's a double.
Triple kill. Over's there. Come on, do it. You're on stream. Overkill on stream.
That's what we want to see. These new teams putting on a show for us.
Dino opting to throw that ball out into the open. Nice little cleanup working with his teammates there. Marzi's there. Little jump scrape there. Nice. Easy killing spree and double for Dino.
They're outslaying somewhat, but only just. But they're able to move the ball where they want it to. Just the one thing for them is to just try and get a good crack of time. We're seeing double kills here out of freeze. That's a triple as well, so triple for the mouse and keyboard player. Look at this. It's a straight run up the middle from Pips to pick up these rockets, and he's going to get the call out, put one up the road, and actually picks up a double. Does a bit of damage to himself as well, but you'll take that every day of the week to drop 2. Now it's Pips just going on a bit of a run, and we'll jump over to Barker. He's got the rockets. We may as well stick with him. Benji, he's actually going to survive that somehow, and points the second one. Barker cleans up with the BR, but probably not going to be too happy that he didn't get all that out of the rocket. But fantastic straight there and crowd straight with the 3-shot beat down.
And he's moving through. Nice flank from Pips, able to catch 2 players off guard. Benji desperately trying to cut off the angle, but look at that. He just goes in and challenges. He knew that he was one shot, knew where to aim, and just took him out. Wonderful play from Pips there, but he wants to get some highlight clips for himself. He does rotate through, gets the call out that R-rated players are on the stairs, and here he is. Easy back smack and weakening that other player. Yeah, sometimes with that rocket launch, you don't even need to get kills for him. You just, you round a corner and you see that up on a Spartan's shoulder and you just go, nah, I'm going to let someone else deal with that. Rated with the double kill there for the Divine Mind squad.
We're going to see, I believe, Berserk start to move in there. Really great backs back on him, and that's crucial. He should be able to make a play for these rockets that he picks up and just gets to safety. Also picks up the grenade kill on Chef. Randomly, Bananasaurus is dropped with the double.
Junior, you are spot on in my opinion. That fresh camo is up though. Chef going in to grab it again. Berserk's got to clear him out. He's so weak. That grenade that he threw out a good 10 minutes ago, getting the clean up on him.
Putting shots on. Junior's coming in on the flank actually, and we can see he's putting in shots and he actually gets it. Junior 50-49. This is where the game can really get out of hand. You've got R-rated needing only 10 seconds to go, and then you've got Lunchy here patrolling perfectly with this Bulldog and gets the double, and that's a massive trade. Look, that's 4 down there, and that, I'm going to call it, that's going to be game, doesn't it?
Oh no, he's still got that sword. He's done a lap around the map. He was all the way over on the B side. That is just it's a sword fight on guard. And look at that, bull troop for Benji.
Hope you guys enjoyed the sultry tunes there from day number 1. It was a very spicy day for us, especially with that Divine Mind game and Hoggy. We had a few storylines that were starting to come out of that first day of the qualifier. We touched on the fact that this fight for the 3rd spot is super important for all these teams. And we've got still some teams today that are going to be fighting for that 3rd slot. And I think a good one for us to highlight off the bat here is going to be BBR.
Yeah, BBR, they consist of Rattles, Ads, Evil, and Dante. Dante, he's the Halo 2 god, but unfortunately for BBR, they're coming up against Nutribullet in the winning semi-final for the third tournament in a row. They haven't managed to get out of the top 6 yet. They've played Nutribullet, lost, gone to the elimination bracket, and then lost again. So another tough tournament for BBR, but hopefully for them, they can break into the top 4, top 3 this time around.
I have to bring up at this point, Hoggy, the amount of times that BBR has had to go up against Nutribullet, it seems like their destiny, at some point we're witnessing an anime in the making. They're going to overcome this team, and it might be today. We might see it today. That's one of the fantastic things that we have about these infinite storylines, especially in the Australian competitive scene, is all these players are so close-knit and they know each other so well, and coming into these matches, it may seem like a third time, we're going to know how it goes, but I'm really keen to see, how BBR might pull off today, because they might come into it with some a few tactics that they've learned. Maybe they've done some VOD reviews. Maybe they sort of have established new things as a team.
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be interesting to see if they have, kind of leveled up from that first the qualifier as well, and seeing if they can get a little bit deeper into the bracket, because a 5/6 curse is not something that you want to have hovering over your head. But Hoggy, another team that is up in this winners bracket is going to be the Direwolves as well, and we're able to chat to Bald yesterday. These guys are still ever so hungry to try and get themselves a top finish.
Yeah, they managed to get third last week. They were top 8 in the first tournament, so they're progressing better and better and better. And you heard from Bald last week. He said that he wasn't really happy with his performance, so hopefully he can step it up today, because getting into the top 3 again is going to be so important for these pro points that they have. They're already in third place for the pro points, so this is a good chance for them to secure that third spot for sure.
Such a good showing from the Direwolves crew here. Maybe when they first played, when we first saw them, it was a little rough for them. They had to, put some extra fuel in the tank to really start up. But we're seeing them really come to fruition now as a team. And we've had Bald on the show a couple of times, and him saying, "Oh, maybe I'm not playing as well." He even tweeted a couple of times, playing some of the worst Halo in his life. But that being said, the dude really knows how to put on a performance. And I think as one of the star players of this team, he's really helped bringing the foundation of this 4-stack together. And we're only going to see them get better from here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these Direwolves guys can do with a little bit more time under the belt as well. And I think that's something that we need to talk about for a lot of these teams, right? Is it's still so brand new for us to see what these guys can do in Halo Infinite. Obviously, a lot of these players have such a storied history all throughout Halo, and it's exciting to see what they can do in such a short amount of time. But I think in the next couple of months, when a lot of teams have a lot more practice, a lot more kind of just game time under their belts, it's going to be exciting to see what they can pull out of the hat. But Hoggy, there was an interesting storyline that came out of yesterday, and a team that has kind of come from a different game, Call of Duty boys, coming over here to Halo Infinite, and the Vanguard Escapee kind of shook up everything by knocking out R-Rated.
Yeah, let's take a look at their lineup. Ryu, Beeston, Doom, Benji. They're all Call of Duty players. Beeston wasn't playing with them last week, but they still managed a top 12 finish for Vanguard Escapee last week. So Beeston, he's got the LAN experience. He's bringing the veteran status to this lineup. He's been to the most LANs out of any of them. He's been to international events for them, for Call of Duty, I should say, and he's bringing the experience to this team. And you can tell because they're already into the top 6 when they only got top 12 last week.
Experience is such a huge point to touch on there, because these guys have so much game time in general already. They've all played with each other before, and they know how to come in as a team and sort of comm correctly, get good map awareness. All these skills are transferable to Halo when they're putting them in full effect. We saw that in the games, and I think I can speak for probably all of us here and our hosts yesterday in saying that we were actually really surprised at how these guys performed. We thought that they might come in here maybe a bit cocky, heading into a new game, we can take it, but they did. They put on a really good show against some of Australia's, big-time veteran players.
Yeah, and it was exciting to see, especially once we had the conversation with Benji after their series victory about saying how hungry some of these guys are. Obviously, it seems like some of the guys have been really kind of putting in the hard groundwork, really just grinding in Halo, and some of these other guys are putting in a lot of work, but still, might not be as much work. But it is still good to see these COD players coming through into this game and being hungry for, kind of a little bit of this competitive experience and getting towards the top. And it's gone to show so far, and I think a good point for us to touch on here, lads, is these HCS points. Let's have a look at these top 8, because this is going to be the storyline for us across this kickoff qualifier, is these points. And Hoggy, look at Vanguard Escapee, so they're in the top 8, it seems.
Yeah, they're in the top 8, so this is a good chance for them. BBR, Direwolves, R-rated, they're out. So there's no way they can get any more points. So it allows BBR to sneak up there and Direwolves to try keep themselves in that top 3 position, because at the moment, it's a bit up in the air with Direwolves and BBR still in the tournament. Degenerates and Nebula, they're both out. So Vanguard still has a chance, Direwolves has a chance, and BBR have a chance.
Yeah, and that's something exciting for us to talk about, Bluey, is the fact that all these points are so close to each other that, these results today are really going to have a massive effect on the standings.
Absolutely, yeah. Remember, for those at home, points are rewarded for each player on the team. So even though you might look at the disparity there and be like, oh, there are a long ways to go for a lot of these teams, once you get in those winning positions and those points start to get handed out, those values become much more shorter than what we're witnessing there, and that might be something that we'll tap on today.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be exciting for us to start to crunch the numbers. Maybe our admin team out there will actually be able to help us out and see how we do end up at the end of today. And obviously at the end of today, we're going to be seeing who's going to be going all the way to pool play as well. So lads, let's go and have a look at our bracket so far. We are looking at the winners bracket to start off here. And yesterday, it was an absolute barn burner for us to look at. A lot of 2-0s for us, Hoggy, but very expected results. I feel like maybe that R-Rated versus BBR could have gone one way or another, but very expected to have our top 4 here.
Yeah, no, very, very expected. BBR had to face Direwolves last week in the quarterfinals, and it was a close series. So the fact that Direwolves get themselves on the other side of the bracket, this is a really good chance for them to push to top 3 without having to go to the elimination bracket. They could beat Divine Minds and get themselves to the winners final. BBR, though, they've got to play Nutribullet again. A broken record, it seems, but they have to play them for the 3rd time in a row, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for them, and let's go on to the elimination bracket here, Blue, and have a look to see who is hovering down there and who might be some storyline killers, because, we've got 16 to 20 Kings as well as the Vanguard Escapees waiting down here in the quarterfinals of the elimination bracket, and the 2 losers from that upper bracket do drop down as well, and that's where we can start to have these storylines come in, where maybe these upstarts might be able to crack into the top 4.
Yeah, this elim bracket here is no joke, and especially with 16-20 Kings and Vanguard Escapee, these teams are coming in to mean business. We may not have seen them in our previous competitions, and they might be some new names and faces, but we've seen them play and how they're developing as players, and I think putting that spotlight on them is just giving them more hunger and more fire to be able to come at this competition just full bore and break down those walls. So really excited to touch on them today and see what they can do.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do in the ANZ region, and I'm excited what everybody in Twitch chat can do as well by supporting us here in the ANZ region by getting the hashtag CrocGang skin in game. You guys can jump into the game, you can get the region bundle, get a sick little nameplate, you get a sick little skin as well for the sniper. It's not just us, it's all the regions that have them as well. Europe, Latin America, and North America, they all look so clean, Hoggy, and I mean, rocking these bad boys in game certainly feels like you get about 15%, probably 20% accuracy.
Yeah, I've got my CrocGang skin on my sniper, and by the help of watching Barcode, I think it's made me 10 times better. So make sure you get out there and you get your skin.
Yeah, it'd be good to see everybody repping the CrocGang, especially once we start heading towards Raleigh, right, Bluey? Because that's where we get to see the CrocGang up on the live stage. Everybody gets to talk about it. Everybody gets to look at it. And it's going to be good to see not just the ANZ boys out there, but also the CrocGang.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We see that Voltage Sniper up on main stage. I know I'm going to be getting a little bit hype, and hopefully we can teach those North America boys a thing or two about how to snipe. Right, Barcode? Please? Come on.
Yeah. Come on, Barcode, please. The region's on your back, bro. Maybe even we might see the North American boys picking up, our skin as well. There could be some interesting tactics with that. Maybe some mind games that the boys might be playing with that. But, it's time for us to start talking a little bit deeper into today, Hoggy, because I think this is going to be a very big storyline for us to tell so far, is the fact that we've got Nutribullet, who are such a big juggernaut for us today, and BBR, who are going up against them here in the upper bracket, that they still need to try and make sure that they get deeper in this bracket, but it's so hard to get through Nutribullet.
Yeah, it really is. They have to do it for the 3rd time. You could say that they've probably improved from the previous tournament. I'm sure they've gone over things, had a look at some films, and they'll come into this better than before, but it's always tough going up against Nutribullet. Nutribullet have made a lineup change again this week. Seduce no longer part of the team this week, and Pips comes in from Divine Mind, so it's Madsy, Praddies, Barcode, and Pips. So Pips is the new man in. I don't know if it'll change too much for them. He's already coming from Divine Mind, so he's already a top player.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that we've got this amalgamation of Pips coming in, replacing Seduce here in the Nutribullet squad, it's kind of a match made in heaven for us, right, Blue? Because we get to see Barcode and Pips going head-to-head, going together.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 2 of the main slayers, I think, that we've witnessed, especially on the overall stage here in Australia. Vying, maybe it might be a bit of a competition between Barcode and Pips, but at the moment, it's Barcode who holds that crown. We know him. We love him. We hate to see him in matchmaking, though, on the other team. overall, the dude's been absolutely cracked out of his mind and showing, putting Australia on the precipice, really showing off the kind of talent that we have here, kind of underground. Luckily for him, maybe not luckily, he worked hard for it, he deserves it. He had Snipe Down and Halo host him last week, so he had a huge exposure for that, and it's so great to see him put ANZ on the map. I don't think we could ask for a better and more passionate representative for the game in our region.
Yeah, exactly. And, getting himself a little bit of a cameo there on the North American broadcast as well as a little bit earlier this morning, had an interview. If you guys didn't see it, you can just go back and have a look at it. He did a really good job to, represent our region and get towards that. But this is where we start to talk a little bit more about BBR on the other side of the map, Hoggy, because these guys, they've got a challenge in front of them. They've got to get through Nutribullet for the third time, might we add, but they still need to start to accrue these pro points.
Yeah, they really do. It's a really tough matchup for them. They've got players that are old, and then they've got Evil coming in. It's really tough for them to be able to work together. They've managed to get 6th place 2 times in a row now. So for these pro points, it's really important that they can win this matchup. And if they don't, they need to be winning their elimination round. That you can't be getting top 6 every tournament and then expect to be able to go to Raleigh, because that's not how it works. I know they want to win. I know they're trying super, super hard, and they're really going to put out a good performance against Nutribullet.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do here on the server, and I think somebody for us to highlight here, Bluey, is going to be Braddles. Yesterday, he was having an absolute pop-off in their series there to qualify against R-rated. It may be a camo hog, but man, he was doing a whole lot of work in the server.
Oh, absolutely. Look, here's the thing. All the boys on BBR, they're accustomed to this kind of performance and having to do, the task that's put ahead of them. Braddles especially has been such a huge name in the ANZ region for such a long time. If you played Australian competitive Halo back in the day, on Halo 3, you would know who Braddles is every time. He was on the grind every single day. Such a star player, such a huge performer, and it's really awesome to see him in Infinite showcasing his talent.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the old guard can really start to do as we start to get deeper into the game as well. It's something I've touched on already, and I'm probably going to be harping on for the next couple of weeks, as well as the fact that this is such a infant game here, not infinite game, for us to look at. And it's only been a couple of weeks for these guys to get in here, and there hasn't been that much competitive practice. And I think, Hoggy, it's going to be good to see what these old heads can do when they start to get a little bit more game time, because that's when you can start to dissect a very few small things in these maps, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And even in Halo 5, we saw that Braddles was on a team that won the first online tournament, won the second online tournament, came into the LAN. They weren't as good at LAN, but Braddles can get to the top early on. He hasn't been able to do it yet, but they're all really good friends as well, and I think that also helps in and out of game, and they'll only get better over time because they've been around for so long. They know how to do it, and they'll do it again, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is going to be something that we're just going to continue to touch on here. But Bluey, I'm just excited for us to start to talk a little bit more about, kind of the top 4, top 5 kind of vibes that we've got going so far. Obviously, the story that we've been telling across a lot of these qualifiers is Nutribullet far and above #1 right now. Divine Mind ever so close in that second open qualifier, but after what we've seen here from the kickoff qualifiers, do we feel like that the gap is starting to close between these top teams, or we still feel like that Nutribullet is kind of head and shoulders?
Oh, I would say it's quite arguable that Nutribullet is king at the moment, especially in the ANZ region. I think it's going to be really difficult for a team to be able to dethrone them and take their spot. So at the moment, we have this back and forth between the teams underneath them vying for those points, as many as possible before Raleigh sort of creeps around the corner, because again, it is so close, and teams only have so much time to get organized, get prepped, and vie for those points. So competitions like this at the moment really matter, and you can see that in how the players are organizing themselves and playing.
Exactly. Well, we talked about these points a little bit here, so let's just go and have a look at the roadmap and see what these points really do mean for these players. Obviously, we talked about the fact that we're going into the Raleigh Major here, and you can see it already on your screens. We've only just taken a very small sliver out of the left-hand side of this roadmap, and now we've got so much Halo for us to look forward to, Hoggy. And, these HCS points are going to be all important as we start getting into these online supers, as we start getting into the Pro Series, as we get a little bit later on as well, because these teams can continue to rack up these points and continue to compete.
Yeah, no, the points are so important. And early on, right, building the points early is super important for your team to be able to carry that momentum further into the season. And teams at the top right now, it's very much a top 6 sort of thing. It keeps changing, between 5th and 6th place, but the top 6 teams seem to be like very much the top 6, and seeing 620 Kings and Vanguard Escapee kind of throwing that out at the moment. They took out R-rated yesterday. It shows that being able to grab the points where you can early on is also super important. You don't want to let teams get too far ahead of you,
Yeah, I think that's something good to touch on is the fact that you, especially like you look at Nutribullet, who's sitting on an absolute boatload of pro points right now. Obviously, they're really the top kind of team in our region, but these other teams like the Vanguard, Escapees, and everybody else that is consistently playing throughout these qualifiers, albeit might not be able to crack into that top 6, but still getting those pro points all across it is a good showing. And I think, Bluey, it's going to be nice to see what we kind of look like as we head towards that Melbourne Major, as everyone did, so the Melbourne Regional a little bit later on in the year in 2022.
Yeah, that's the thing too, because with time, these players are only going to develop their play styles and sort of formulate how their teams work in a more cohesive fashion. You know, there's so much more time for this game to develop overall. I think players are only barely scratching the surface of what tech, you know, they can perform and what they can do in the game. And we're seeing that even, you know, the game's only been out for, what, 2 weeks now, I feel?
Yeah,
and they're, you know, players are only discovering these things every single day. So as we get closer and closer to that, you know, to that Melbourne, that official land that we're finally going to have here, you know, players are going to have discovered so much more, have so many more things in their back pocket, and, you know, just be more solid as team members and as, you know, foundational fours.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's going to be all interesting for us to see how it's going to develop here in Australia, especially in Melbourne, when we see what Halo Infinite is going to look like all that time away. But, lads, it is finally time for us to go and have a look at these maps between Nutribullet as well as a BBR. We finally, Hoggy, I get to see a CTF here on the stage.
Yeah, finally a CTF Aquarius into a Slayer Streets, and if we need it, a Strongholds live fire. I personally love CTF Aquarius. I think it plays great, and I think over time, teams are learning how to play this map better. And today I saw on the North American stream that a lot of players were running the flag through Carbine side of the map. And I think that's something that's developed because in our region, we're noticing that a lot of players are throwing the flag bottom middle and running it bottom middle. So it'll be interesting to see how these games go on CTF Aquarius, because I think NA at the moment is adapted a little bit better than we have on this game type.
Yeah, and especially, you know, looking across some of the other game types as well, you know, we're touching on it with the oddball, how, you know, ANZ feels like they're a little bit slow to get the ball, like they're trying to get that kind of slay advantage early on here, Blue, and maybe that's something we see a little bit earlier on, but, you know, it's not going to be something we're going to be seeing here. We get to see Streets as well, and I'm just interested to see if BBR can, you know, put up a good fight here in the CTF, make it closer, even get the map themselves, and then come into Slayer swinging and really kind of send us to a third map here against Nutribullet.
It is a tough one to have up first, though. CTF Aquarius, very hard. You know, just, I was going to say ball you have to juggle, but we're not playing on ball. It's flag you have to juggle. Super tough first game to have to go up against. So let's hope all the players have been practicing very well this morning, because for BBR to have to go up against Nutribullet on this, I feel like Nutribullet are going to be the reigning kings when it comes to this map overall, and just sort of team coordination, because we know how these guys play and how aggressive they are. So maybe it might take BBR to play a little bit, you know, on the back foot, make some reads on how Nutribullet are going, because, man, CTF Aquarius, it's not the thing that you want to get blown out as a 4 in, you know, the first 10 seconds of the match.
Especially opening up a qualifier that is all important for the rest of your year, and, you know, even just in the next couple of months for BBR, right, Blue? Because this is where, you know, if you start a little bit slow today, you've got that elimination bracket to go through, and then you just start talking about it with everyone. You know, we got 5/6 in the first qualifier and in the second qualifier. Is this really destined for us to be kind of bopped by Nutribullet and then not be able to crack into the top 6? And I really hope the mental is going to be good for the BBR boys today.
You never know. Maybe BBR just enjoys the punishment, Luke. Maybe they just like going up.
Hey, I'm not going to judge, dude. I'm not going to judge.
Maybe they just like going up against Nutribullet over and over again, and you know, repeating destiny, repeating insanity. But, you know, as we get into this first game here, we might see a break in that pattern. Hallelujah, let's hope so. We'll get into it with Nutribullet and BBR going straight off the bat. Hoggy, I want you to jump us into it.
Yeah, BBR versus Nutribullet. It's the third time we're seeing it. It'll be a tough series for BBR, but as soon as BBR get to the elimination bracket, they struggle, so they're going to need to win this game. On board with Barcode straight off the back. He's going straight for the heat wave, and he's going straight into the base, Bluey.
Yeah, fantastic plays already for Barcode to just make such speed and such efficiency. Usually you see a lot of the teams prioritize that top mid control, but that's not what Barcode's doing here, and he's already got one and grabbed the flag. This is huge. And Hoggy, we may see that flag run coming out that you were just mentioning before. This seems to be the strategy that a lot of the teams in NA region are making, because they seem to have developed that this is in fact the fastest and safest way to run the flag rather than tossing it out bottom middle.
Yep, Barcode doesn't want to run it any further. Two of his teammates go down. Two of BBR go down as well. Barcode's going to play super sneaky. They're running the flag in right next to him. Brattles is right there. He takes down Brattles. He's got another player to contend with, but he won't be able to get through it there in time. Ads is coming in. Can he get there? He will be able to. They get the flag to grab, so the flag will be on either side of the map for both teams. Dante, perfect grab from him. Madsy's trying to come in as well, so we're in a stalemate. Camo in the hands of Evil, though, and he's going to try to get the flag, Bluey.
They have to grab that flag. They have to make a push for it, you know. Prades has got their team's flag right now, and he's going up against two, so BBR can't exactly make any play there and manage to capture the flag for themselves. We're going to see a standoff here so early into the match. It seems like BBR actually came into this really strong and managed to match the pace that Nutribullet had set in that first 10 or so seconds, which is incredible to see. This is the kind of pace that we wanted to see them come out from the get-go, and they really did.
Yeah, Evil defending his base. He'll take down Madsy. He finds Barcode. Barcode takes him out, though. It's 3 dead now for BBR. Momentary Ads is the last one alive. Dante spawns up in the base. Pips will find him, though. He'll get taken down. Dante challenges Pips as well. He gets taken down as well. Brattle's last one left, and he is up on top. He won't be able to do too much, will he? He can't. He doesn't take down Mads. Madsy's still alive. The flag is still out. Brattles is doing what he can. Evil gets a kill on the side. It's 2 down now for Nutribullet. Brad is trying to get the reset, and he looks like he will be able to do it. So Brattle's coming up clutch for his team, and he's going to run a flag.
It's so staggered, though, Hoggy. Like, the back and forth here is actually ridiculous because neither team is actually managing to get, 4 or 3 players to really hold the board and hold it down on either side of the map. Everyone's sort of going off at each other on single battles, and so it just really leads to this uneven scoreboard. There's not enough players at one time to carry the flag, and by the time that a player starts to grab the enemy team's flag and sort of make a run for it, 3 other members of the team are up, so they get stopped immediately. Really difficult position for both teams to be in right now.
Yeah, Brattle's playing perfectly. He stays alive inside the Nutribullet base. They manage to 4 down Nutribullet while they're running the flag. Brattles gets a free return. So a perfect start for Brattles. Barcode, though, he's 8 kills, 2 deaths, Bluey.
Oh my god, yeah, I mean, this is the main Slay performance that we expect to see from Barcode, though. And seeing how he was playing before, he snuck around, didn't take any engagements top mid, and just decided to play on the side of the map. Like, that's exactly what you want to see. Brattles right now making a huge run, and I'm really curious to see as to how far they managed to get this flag before Nutribullet can take them down. He does tie with Pip, so that's huge for them. Do they have enough space? They are 4 down. BBR are 4 down right now. That's so unfortunate for them after such a good flag pull. Man, oh man, I feel like this is kind of the story that we're going to see throughout the rest of this map, Hoggy.
Yeah, big kill for Barcode. He's going to pull the flag. No, he won't. A nade comes out of nowhere. Brattles, perfect nade from Carbine. But Brattles, he was staying alive inside the Nutribullet base, and he was one of the reasons why they were able to get that cap running, Bluey. But it didn't really go too far in the end. Nutribullet managing to stop it, and they didn't really get them down before they ran it, and that's probably one of the reasons why Nutribullet could stop the flag run so easily.
Yeah, BBR are actually putting on a really tough defensive game for Nutribullet right now, which I don't think is something that we've seen out of this before. Evil with the VR there. Like, what is this? It feels like we haven't seen this BBR before. I'm curious to see what they changed in the matter of, less than 24 hours for them to come out. Did they just study Aquarius more? Well, we might not see this kind of performance come out on the second map. Are they just good at Aquarius and we haven't seen this kind of performance before? It's really tough to say. But overall, there is a really good back and forth going on at the moment. Very, very good to see from BBR.
Yep, the flag is being run by BBR as well. Camera is up. It will go in the hands of Nutribullet. The flag is put in, though, and it goes 1 up for BBR. BBR, they managed to get Nutribullet 3 down. They run the flag. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, this isn't the kind of story that we're used to seeing from BBR. Again, I'm going to be honest right here, Hoggy. I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah, BBR's showing up.
We're seeing like such a great sort of performance from BBR, the kind of stuff that we used to see back in the day when these guys used to run Halo 3 together. There seems to be a level of coordination here that we haven't seen BBR play at in all of these open tournaments, and right now it's actually really good to see. If they can keep up this pace, Nutribullet, they're going to have to answer it in a way that I don't think Nutribullet have had to answer any other team before. That being said, I'm looking at Barcode's name on the list. He's still 13-7, so how is he managing to get these kills?
Yeah, he's just killing everyone, as usual. Typical Barcode things. But BBR, Bluey, they don't want to go down to the elimination bracket because they're cursed down there. As soon as they lose to Nutribullet, they just happen to lose again. So the only way to stop that is to beat Nutribullet, right? 3 down now for Nutribullet, though, and BBR is showing exactly why they do not want to go to the elimination bracket.
Oh, I feel like it's too early to call it maybe a little bit of a David and Goliath situation right now, but it certainly feels like that's what we're seeing in the game. Like, BBR are just coming out super strong here. It just seems like, you know, none of them are particularly performing at what I highlighted before, where Barcode very clearly has the most amount of Slayers on their board. Look at BBR's board right now. They're all really even in their, you know, their kills and their assists, and even their deaths. So it feels like they're just managing to put like a really good pace on their coordination as a whole. And you can even see right now with this flag run, like they're taking it so far. Obviously their flag has been pinged, it is out of bounds, but Pips is down. And unfortunately, as I say that, you know, 2 members of BBR go down. But like this play, so solid, so foundationally solid, really good for them.
Evil, that's a huge kill for him. He might have to reset the flag, though. He'll find another battle from Pips. Pips is trying to take him down. He throws the nade at the wrong time. He gets help from Madsy. The flag will probably get reset, and it'll be trouble for the side of Nutribullet. Although they do grab the flag, BBR in a perfect position to try hold out Nutribullet. They don't want to run this. They're going to have to slay, try to stop Nutribullet from coming in. Barcode's trying to be sneaky. He'll have to back down. Dante's going to run it in. This might be a flag for BBR, Bluey.
This is fantastic. This is such... Did you see that hold there, Hoggy? The fact that they all coordinated as a 4 and stayed in that elbow position. None of them died. You could see that whole time. I think it was Ads just in that top mid position there, sort of laying down shots. He was taking fire himself, but only so much to get peppered, and then he would back down, call it for his teammates, give them the information as to where the rest of the members of Nutribullet were, and that's how they were able to make that flag cap so convincingly. That was such a fantastic coordination. Only one of them managed to go down, but that was after they had capped the flag. So it didn't even matter, Hoggy. They managed to stay 4 up for so long during that engagement.
Yeah, it looks like every time we're on the side of BBR, Nutribullet just go down. They cannot win a battle. The only person that is winning right now is Barcode. He's 19 and 11. He's keeping them in the game because it's only 2-0, but it could easily be worse, Bluey.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Barcode right now has double the amount of kills that anyone else on his team does. So, and there's not necessarily a disparity in the assists either. Like, all of them seem to be pretty close-knit. Obviously, Barcode having the lesser of here with only 3 assists, so maybe he's sort of playing clean-up, and that's where that reflection of the kills is coming from. But the rest, you know, Pips, Madsy, and Praddies, they all seem to have around about the same, both in kills and assists, and then racking up those deaths. So, again, when you look at that comparatively to BBR are all playing really structurally, like, just tough right now, sticking together like glue. If they die as a 4, which means that they get a full reset. Which in, you know, some instances you say, okay, well they're going down as a 4. Nutribullet are able to, you know, push in their flag, get the return really quickly, etc., etc. But Nutribullet aren't making those pushes. BBR spawns and then they give it to them right back. So BBR are answering back to Nutribullet, you know, in the strongest way that they can.
Yeah, Nutribullet overextending a little bit. The camo's now in the hands of Evil, and the fact that they're overextending, you saw it in that previous flag run. They kept trying to run in one at a time just to keep the flag alive, but BBR's always there. They managed to get the flag carrier dead, or at least 2 dead on the other side, and they're able to stop the flag every time. Evil will find another. It's 2 dead for Nutribullet. Beautiful work from Evil. He's got camo. It runs out now, but he's done a beautiful job with it to at least keep the game in a stalemate while they're up 2-0. There's only 3 minutes left.
Look at Evil's positioning right now too. So bold for him to be playing up there and manage to pick out 2 kills. He's still alive too. Like, you're witnessing this, folks. He still has the camera on him. Will he be able to get another kill here? Will he be able to extend that life? Unfortunately, it does go down. But Evil's play, just that consistent sort of play right there, is the exact kind of thing that I was trying to make reference to, just with how solid BBR are playing overall. For Evil to be able to play in that position, for the rest of BBR to be able to stay alive for as long as they have been, is a testament to how strong they're playing against Nutribullet. Because I feel as though, Hoggy, and you can feel free to correct me here, but I don't think you're going to. The majority of other teams that go up against Nutribullet seem to go down within seconds, and it's like before that, oh, the best of 3s are done. But how it's playing out now, it feels like we've got a real game on our hands.
Yeah, individually, BBR are just on top right now. The only person holding their own is Barcode, and you can see it in the kills and deaths. He's 25 to 13, and he's going to have to do it all as he pulls the flag again. Every time he's getting into a battle, he's finding a second one, but his teammates aren't showing up as much. It looks like it might have been a Madsy nade that just killed him. Pips will take on Dante again. He thrusts away. Perfect kill from Dante. Praddies is trying to find him. He won't be able to. Dante doing work, and Evil has camo again.
Even for those instances where it's a trade, there's nothing that can be made for Nutribullet. Like, BBR are holding their own in the sense that, okay, well, we die, but we still traded. So they can't make a 4-man push. They can't even make a 3-man push because if you've been paying attention to the scoreboard, it's usually 2 for 2. So you can't make a well-rounded, strong, coordinated push just off of a 2-man when you know that you're going to be facing up on another 2-man. So what you have to do there is take the back foot, wait for your spawners to come in, wait for the rest of your team to push up, and then you can make a coordinated push. But BBR is up 2 flags right now, so they don't really even need to push at all. They could just play super passively for the next minute and 10 seconds here off of these 2 flag caps, and they'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, Ads is running it though. He's not hearing what you're saying, Bluey. He's already got it all the way into his storage. Dante grabs it as well. Dante's doing perfectly this game. One of the slays as well. 3 dead for BBR. Barco turns around, tries to take down another. He won't. Evil's still alive for his team, but Pips is running it bottom middle. This is the chance for Nutribullet to try get back in it. They had him 3 dead momentarily. Evil's in the base though. He throws it out. He'll take down 1. It's 2 down. Evil's there to return it. Can he get it? He leaves it though. He runs back into the base and he's going to look for some slays to run up right behind Madzy. He'll be there. He won't be able to get him. Madzy gets a double. The triple is there. He doesn't get it. Praddy's cleans it up. They grab the flag. Can they get the return though? No, Evil's in the base still. He's still there. He gets a kill and he's going to stay alive. Praddy's is trying to find him. Praddy's gets a reset on the flag. Evil goes down, so it might be a flag cap here for Nutribullet. No, it won't. Evil's still there, and he pulls it bottom middle. Bluey, what is going on? How is BBR doing it?
How did they make that stop? It's as if they just came up at base and they went, all right, beam this man. Do not let him cap this flag. That's exactly what we just witnessed. That was such a good play for them. They do, you know, Nutribullet does actually manage to make that cap there, but it's still a win for BBR. That's massive. What a game.
Yeah, huge start for BBR. Look at the assists on their side. Most of them in the double digits for assists. And on the other side, Nutribullet, they're not starting out too well. They're struggling. They're struggling, Bluey.
Yeah, BBR again, like I kept pointing to it in the game, but it's just what I was witnessing that whole time is structurally as a 4, they were staying so packed together and fighting so well. In that 4 stack, they were always waiting for each other, making sure that they had enough numbers up on Nutribullet to make any impactful plays. Whereas Nutribullet just seemed to be like going out, waiting for Barco to get a couple of picks and then trying to run in. But that's not what you need in those situations. You need your whole team there. You need your whole team backing you. Barco didn't really seem to have that. There are some really good numbers coming out overall, but BBR just had it just all over them.
Yeah, BBR with the assists just way better in terms of performance. Look at them. They all have solid damage on the side of BBR, but not so much for Pips. He's lacking behind just a little bit on the side of Nutribullet, and BBR coming out hot. Dante was doing work with the thruster. He was doing work in game, and every time we went to the side of BBR, there was a member in the enemy base of Nutribullet, and that was probably one of the pains for Nutribullet. They weren't able to get anyone from BBR out of their base at any point in the game.
No, they never managed to make that clear that was appropriate for them to be able to pull a flag and make a good run. Again, BBR were just able to call those instantaneously and then get on top of them and take down as many members. Even if it wasn't all 4, they still only had to leave 1 up on the board because that 1 man couldn't make an appropriate flag run against 3 members of BBR. There's no way he was getting away with that. So, again, BBR have got it turned on right now. And this is what we wanted to see, I feel like, from the series get-go of our first competition in Halo Infinite. You know, like, this is exactly what we expected to see. And for us to see it in Game 1, it's really promising for the next few games.
Yeah, very, very promising for BBR. They know they're cursed in the elimination brackets. They do not want to go there this time. 3rd time's the charm, it seems, for BBR. They take down game number 1. We'll move into game number 2. We see this triple kill almost from Madzy. They managed to get a cap right at the end, Blue, but they ran out of time. That was really what it came down to. Perfect work from BBR to be in the enemy base from Nutribullet at all times, and they just forced it to the end of the timer, you know, and they couldn't get another cap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they actually manage to do going into this next game because there's less objective that they have to focus on, right? We're going into like a Streets game on Slayer, I believe it is.
Yeah,
so, like, if their sole priority now pretty much has to become in shutting down Barcode because he's probably going to be top of the board right now. If you know how he performed in that objective game translates to a Slayer game, BBR are actually going to be in a lot of trouble. So we may be looking at a 3rd game in the series. But for now, Street Slayer is what they have to prep for. And I am a little nervous. I'm not going to lie, Huggy. I am a little nervous for BBR.
Yeah, I will say one thing. I have spoken to BBR before this tournament, And I think Aquarius is probably their strongest map. So for them, this is a good chance to be able to take the series going into a Slayer on Streets. And if we looked at the stats in the previous game, they actually outslayed Nutribullet in the first game. So that's a good stead for them going into game number 2 with a Slayer.
Yeah, like again, if they maintain that 4-man mentality in this Street Slayer game, and they actually do manage to lock down those spawns, because I feel as though Street Slayer, as the game has sort of progressed a little bit more and more, teams have actually been able to figure out that this map isn't as frantic as what a lot of people originally thought that Streets was when the game first launched. So they may be able to just instantaneously lock down those spawns, get in a good hold position as a 4-man, and play in that really strong, like, structural playstyle, sort of even like a Deathball playstyle we kind of witnessed near the end there for BBR. So if they can do that again for a Slayer match, that's going to be huge for them. That's going to be so monumental. And let's hope that that's what they can maintain. Let's hope they don't break now, boys. Come on.
Yeah, well, this is a much more chaotic map on Streets. It'll be a lot more chaotic, whereas I feel like Aquarius is much more structured in the way that you play the map. So the fact that it turns into a bit more chaotic will probably play into the side of Nutribullet, right? There's also a Rockets to contend with, which gives you 2 free kills if you use it correctly. There's a Bulldog as well. That map, Aquarius didn't really have much other than the Heat Wave, and we saw it in the hands of BBR, so maybe they can utilize the Bulldog and the Rockets to their advantage. The chaoticness of the map might not be their playstyle going into this one, because I feel like Nutribullet will come up on top in a map where it's a bit more chaotic, especially if Barcode gets into more one-on-ones, for example, because the chaoticness of the map will create those one-on-ones for him.
Yeah, remember too, with this new Nutribullet lineup, they do have Pips on hand as well, and so that's 2 main Slayers coming into it. So if Pips also manages to get his hands on some power weapons and transition a little bit more, even, you know, we have the Stalker Rifle on this map, 3-shot tap to the head, and we have such good aimers on the side of Nutribullet, then that's going to be real trouble for BBR, because how do you answer that? That means you have to get close into CQC, and we're usually going to see a playstyle come from Nutribullet where they have pairs of 2 sort of in these positions on the map. So going to be really tough for BBR. I said it before, I'm nervous, and I'm nervous going into this game. Let's get into it, Hoggy.
Yeah, Pip struggled in the first match, but we're on board with him. Maybe he can do a little bit better in the second match. This is BBR's chance to get themselves away from the elimination bracket. They do grab the Rockets. Dante has him, and he's taken down 1 kill, but he does go down. So the last rocket will be in the hands of Nutribullet. It's 3 dead for BBR. Went 4 dead momentarily, Bluey. Not a great start.
No, not a really good start overall. BBR did only manage to match 2 of their kills there and didn't even trade off that much damage to the rest of the members of Nutribullet. Nutribullet were able to secure those kills and then sort of like dash away at a moment's notice. They are sort of stuck. BBR is sort of stuck back here in this trend position, which is not really what you want, because all it takes is 1 mistake, and we just did see that. Dante went down even though all 4 were in Tram side. His peak just led to pretty much instantaneous death, and that's 1 up again on the board for Nutribullet. So it's going to be really tough for both these members. I believe it's Evil and Ads right now stuck in Tram to actually get out. They need their other members to make some space for them and able to rotate.
Yeah, finally the Stalker Rifle in hands, Bluey. You see it, Evil, he gets a kill with it. Nutribullet momentarily go 2 down. Barcode finds 1. Perfect use of the thruster, but no, Evil comes back. Reversal perfectly from Evil. Evil is showing up today. It's 0 kills, though, for Brattles. He's not quite showing up in this map just yet, but they're still within contention. They're only down by 1, Bluey. They've brought it back.
Yeah, this is, again, they might have broken a little bit on the beginning of the game, but they're sort of restructuring themselves right now. They go 2 down, though, but that was to match the 3 down that I believe was just on Nutribullet. And we are all tied up again. So from that lead that Nutribullet had of 4 kills in the very early game, BBR has actually managed to come back and match those kills by just sort of slowing down a little bit on the pace, making a read at where Nutribullet would be positionally on the map, and making enough space for them to be able to breathe and give themselves enough time. And we are actually going to see Brattles get the Rockets. He's going to whiff 1 here, but he actually does manage to hit 1, so that's huge for them because he managed to secure a kill, and Rockets are now off the map for that for the remainder of the time, so they can sort of restructure their next move off of that Rocket spawn.
Yeah, 2 of his teammates went down. Evil will go down at the back of A. Brattles is going to have to work with his team to try get Madzi out of the tower. He sees 2 of them. He gets 1. Perfect teamwork there to get the free kill for him. Dante takes down another, so it's 2 down for Nutribullet. Barcode's pushing in, but he's going to find 2. Manages to take down 1, though. Trades his life. So back and forth, Bluey, 16 points each. Close game. Even though BBR managed to get the second Rockets, they still can't pull away.
look how much it's slowed down to, Hoggy. Like, in perspective of how we usually see Nutribullet play against teams on a Slayer game, they're really having to, like, take their pace right now and make sure that they are slowing down to match BBR, because BBR are just playing that, like, that death ball comp where they sort of have all eyes on the map. They do take 2 down simultaneously right there, and they are going to manage to take down a 3rd here in Pratty, so they are actually making numbers. 4 scored the difference right now, and they immediately turn around. Did you see that rotation from Evil and Ads? They knew that they spawned Arcade and immediately made that rotation there.
Oh, Barcode gets the double on Evil and Adsy though, so I don't know what they're doing, but Dante left them to their own devices and Barcode killed both of them. He makes it seem easy, but now they're up by 3 kills, and Nutribullet, they're 4-man pushing to find Evil. Evil's in a lot of trouble. Barcode straight in there. He'll take a kill for himself, and Nutribullet working together perfectly around the map. Rockets up in 25 seconds. Barcode doesn't care. He's straight into Brattles. Brattles has the Bulldog though. Perfect use of the thruster to get the kill anyway. Rockets up in 15 seconds. Can Nutribullet get this to get back in the game? They are only down by 1 kill now.
Both teams are just dancing right now, Hoggy. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the pacing of the map, and they seem to be just like rotating with each other on either side of the map. No one's really taking that mid control because there's no reason for them to unless rockets are up, right? So why would you not just take Arcade PD side, and why would another team not just take that Pink Cafe side and sort of match each other, try to do a bit of a dance with the BR and just pick off the mistakes that either team are making? And that's exactly the kind of plays that we're seeing come out now. It is really difficult because Ads is stuck here with these rocks. You can see that he wants to make a move, but he knows as soon as he messes up, he's dead with him. So he's got to make sure that he gets 2 clean picks with these right now, because that's going to be huge for the members of BBR. They are up 3. He does manage to take out Barcode. That's huge, and that's a killjoy as well. Can he take out the second? And he does. That's 2 rockets, 2 kills. Huge for the members of BBR. That's got to feel really good for them because they've managed to secure rockets both spawns, the last 2 spawns now.
Yeah, BBR working perfectly together. Ads working perfectly with the Rockets. They find 2 more over at Cafe. Dante will go down. Nutribullet working well together, but BBR have shown their teamwork has been better this game. That's why they're up by 2 kills at the moment. Pratties finds 1 at Cafe. Perfect job to stay alive. He does get the kill though in the end. Easy, he says, as Barcode pushes in. The more chaotic nature of this game will feed into the hands of Nutribullet. Pratties goes down. Barcode's going to turn around and find 2 more for himself. Every time it feels like the Nutribullet squad are popping out. They're finding 2 of them. Ads challenges Barcode. He gets help from his teammates. Ads being a little risky, and 3 of his team goes down as well. Evil's the last one alive on the other side of the map, but they're still up by 1.
Really, really difficult to sort of guess where the game is going to go, because usually in a Slayer match, oh, Barcode, come on, mate. Usually he's hitting those shots. In a Slayer match, what happens is they get past that halfway point, that 25 kill mark, and then you see a snowball come out from one team. But with 33-33 right now, tied up all mid-game, just as I say that, Barcode picks up another kill. Thanks, Barcode. But again, they're matching kill for kill. This is not the BBR that we have watched play before. This is a completely different team, it feels like, Hoggy. This is like old Halo 3 BBR coming up and matching these young guns in a game that they might not be fully acquainted with yet, but they're playing like they are. It's incredible to see. This is what we wanted to win this.
Yeah, BBR stepping up absolutely massive in this game. Brattles managed to get the rockets. He couldn't get a kill with it though. Nutribullet managed to take him down. They're up by 2. 1 rocket in the hands of Barcode, and he's got no one to contend with because BBR's already dead. His teammates are doing the work. I could really expect the game to slow down now, Bluey, because BBR, I think they're better at slowing down the game and playing with the game being slow. So Nutribullet, they're not going to let that happen. They go in, they get themselves 2 kills, and Barcode, as I say it, he goes straight in. He does not want to let the game slow down. He doesn't manage to get a kill. It looks like the chaoticness of the game, though, has gone in Nutribullet's favor. They are up by 5 kills now.
Yeah, huge. Like, we sort of, just as you were making that call, you thought the game was going to slow down. Nutribullet went, no, we're not doing that. And they sped everything up, you know. This is the kind of momentum that we see from Nutribullet in a lot of these games. And they tend to control the pace of the match when they get in this mode. So there's only 6 more kills that Nutribullet have to secure in order to win the second game here, make that 4 more kills. My God, 2 kills go by so quickly. 3 more kills. This is huge for them. BBR are like crumbling right now. I was congratulating before for how like foundationally strong they were playing as a 4, but they've lost that. They're getting broken up by the members of Nutribullet. They are crumbling at the seams, Hoggy.
Yeah, BBR not able to slow the game down enough. Nutribullet keeping it at their pace. There are only 2 kills left. BBR manages to get to 40. They take down 3 of Nutribullet. Pips is the last man alive, and he's across the map over near Bulldog. Ads will find him, call him out to his team, and I couldn't imagine things getting too chaotic now. BBR will have to slow things down. They find Pip, but it doesn't matter. Nutribullet, they're pushing out. They make Evil one shot. Rockets are up in 10 seconds as well. 2 kills still left. 4 kills now for BBR. They managed to get from 40. Dante pushes in with the Bulldog and takes down Barcode.
Oh, no.
1 kill left. The Rockets are in the hands of Evil. 5 kills, and Nutribullet do it. They do manage to take down BBR. We're going to a game number 3.
Man, BBR's pace at the end there, they seem to manage and just like match as well as Nutribullet were going in, that hard and fast mentality. BBR took that and they immediately just sort of like rotated back on themselves. It was really good play to see from BBR overall, and it seems like the mind games are coming into fruition. This is the kind of like late game Halo that I expected to see, you know, weeks if not months down the track, but now they're taking that to full effect, and BBR are really making a read on how Nutribullet are playing. We are going to a game 3, but it's going to be really interesting to see how game 3 pans out from this point on.
Yeah, the assists on the side of Nutribullet this time. They managed to come through in game number 2. Barcode showing up as usual, but Madzi tops him with the damage. Madzi says, it's my turn, Barcode. You can sit down for this game, but it's only a 5-kill win in the end. Madzi, 18 kills, 11 deaths, 10 assists. He's doing work everywhere. 2 double kills, a killing spree as well. He's putting up numbers for his team, and he doesn't want to go out just yet. He doesn't want to let BBR take the winners bracket final.
No, and I wouldn't too either, you know, like so early. Nutribullet are the king of the mountain right now, and they do not want to be dethroned. And the fact that they were pushed back on a CTF Aquarius of all maps, that's got to be a bit of a blow for them, right, Hoggy? Like, surely that has to go, okay, whoa, we're playing against a different kind of team right now. We may have to sort of change up how we're playing, match their pace a little bit, change things up, maybe go more aggressive on them, and to go to a live fire next, it's going to be really tough because I said I was nervous before with how BBR played, with having to go into a Slayer match on streets, but having to go into a live fire match next, where a sniper is active, where Barcode is active, man, oh man, BBR's got to figure out a formula to play around that.
Yeah, BBR, they're in it though, they're in it. They've got a chance to get to the winners bracket final, and they do not want to go to the elimination final. That's where they go to die. So they've got a big game coming up, and Brattle's stepping up pretty big in that game. You got Dante with 14 kills as well. And the side of BBR, they've come out firing, Louis. They've come out firing, and even though they've lost the second game, they're still in it to win game number 3.
Yeah, this, again, I feel like I'm reiterating myself over and over again, but this is the kind of BBR that we used to see back in the day when they were pushed against the wall in Halo 3, and they actually managed to sort of read their opponent and go, okay, they're playing this way, so how can we adapt to that? And they're doing that right now with Nutribullet, albeit they've had much more time to prepare for all their Nutribullet matches, and they've certainly played against them plenty enough to sort of be able to get that read on them now, but I feel like we're seeing it in full effect. Like, they've become sparring buddies. It's like Ken and Ryu in Street Fighter, you know? They know all their moves, and they're sort of trying to copy them hand for hand. So, like, overall, just fantastic play for BBR. Going to a Strongholds live fire next, though, it is going to be really difficult because there is a lot of slaying that they have to focus on, and a huge objective portion that they have to focus on with those rotations on the map to also take into consideration. And having to also asset deny from Barcode, that sniper, because if that gets in his hands, you know a few members of BBR are going down right quick.
Yep, and in Strongholds, you really do need to rotate around the map with your team, and we saw towards the end of that Slayer game that's exactly what Nutribullet were doing. They were just kind of rotating around as a 4, pinching from both sides and taking down BBR, and that's why the score ended up blowing out a little bit. BBR managed to bring it back a little bit. I think it's because they kind of matched the pace that Nutribullet were playing, but going into a Strongholds, I think it favors Nutribullet in that sort of more chaotic rotation playstyle where they can move around, kind of take them out one by one sort of thing.
It's scary to be BBR right now because this is usually, I mean, this is one of the maps that we've seen highlights from all the Nutribullet players come out on Strongholds on live fire. So if you're BBR right now, you're pretty much focusing on making sure that you don't become a highlight clip, right, Hoggy? I mean, you've been there before, you know how it feels. So how do you think BBR are going to have to adjust coming into the Strongholds game?
Yeah, well, off the bat, Madzi's going straight in. And BBR, they just need to slow the game down, I feel like. Even if they take 2 capture points and can manage to sort of trap Nutribullet inside garage or even at tower and sort of use that to their advantage, because I think Nutribullet, when the game's moving quickly, it's definitely in their favor. Camo will also be in the hands of Nutribullet off the bat, Bluey, and the sniper's in the hands of Barcode. There it is. Easy snipe for him. He makes this sniper seem super, super easy to use, doesn't he, Bluey?
We're already seeing Barcode. And what is that? The Barcode effect in full effect. As soon as he picks up that sniper, it's just back-to-back kills, and he's putting on a show for us already. It feels like he heard us talking about him, Hoggy, and he went, all right, time to activate the Golden Touch. And that's exactly what he's doing. BBR really have to play the focus game on him right now, because he is such a priority on a map like Livefire, where there's so many of these high angles, especially when a player has the sniper, in order to take down your team. And it's not even just straight kills, it's also the communication that that Barcode has right now. He's being able to call these players' positions just on a tee, like just bend that whim to them, because Nutribullet, are going to be responding to every call that Barcode makes right now as he see these players come through. And BBR are just seemingly going down one after another over and over again.
Yeah, Barcode, is being an absolute menace, just staying alive with the snipe. He used every single shot in that thing, and he is still alive. So he's on a bit of a spree for his team. They managed to get a trip cap momentarily, and they will manage to take B and C back, so they're out to an early lead. Barcode's going in. He challenges too. He doesn't care. Doesn't manage to get Brattles, though. His teammate cleans him up. Dante's weak as well. He'll just back down. He'll find another player, though. Madsy's going to try to take him on. Madsy is hiding behind the pole. He gets hit by a nade. He's still not dead. How is he not dead? Dante gets taken out. I don't know how Madsy managed to stay alive.
That was... what is that play? I swear, if I do that in matchmaking, I'm dead in 2 seconds. That nade hits me and I'm gone. But Madsy seemed to have cracked the code there and been like, nah, nades, they don't mean anything to me. I'm staying alive. I'm making sure that this point stays ours. It was a huge mistake for BBR to let that go there. Just simple mechanical errors. But BBR getting that A point there would have been crucial for them. Would have let them capture, get a couple of points on the board, and also change the momentum of the game, because obviously Nutribullet right now are making those rotations so strong. They're making the rotations exactly how you would want to play strongholds on Livefire. And it's going to take BBR to be able to cap some of these points to make sure that they have some points on the board and disrupt that rotation in order for the match to change right now.
Yeah, Pips is finally getting it together. He's got 6 kills, 1 death. He hasn't been too great in the first 2 games, but it's 4 dead for BBR again. Might be a trip cap, and as I say that though, BBR managed to get the flip on the A point as well. So it'll be 2 points for Nutribullet again, and they're still racking up time, Bluey.
Yeah, this is not how you want to be playing right now if you're BBR. They do get a really good shutdown on Barcode there, which is actually crucial, because hopefully it means that they can make a rotation to that nest position and manage to grab that sniper. But unfortunately, it seems as though they're just sort of taking single engagements right now, which was not their strong suit. Taking those single engagements was what was sort of their downfall in their previous games, and we only saw a turnaround in the past 2 games that we watched because BBR were playing as a 4 rather than just 4-1. So it is kind of defeating to see BBR sort of return to the playstyle that they lost to before, especially because they seemingly made such good coordinated pushes on the other maps, but now Livefire just seems to be playing them like a fiddle. These rotations that they're making exactly are just not optimal. They're not working in the way. Something's got to change, because BBR have a massive lead on them, and that's only going to go stronger with this triple cap that they have right now.
Yeah, it's 2 down again for BBR. Nutribullet have them exactly where they want them. They've got a trip cap. They're very close to closing out the game already. They're almost at 200 points, and we're only 4 minutes in. They keep getting them where they want them. Pips with another kill. He must be close to a killing frenzy, because he's 12-1. So let's stay on board with him. He's got the snipe. Not sure how many bullets he has left with that, but he's going to just keep tower control, keep spawning them over at dummies. 3 dead again for BBR. Nutribullet are putting on a clinic.
Hoggy, Pips only has 1 death. Did you notice that?
I did. He's almost on a killing frenzy.
He's 12-1 right now.
There it is.
There it is. The killing frenzy, just as you say it. Man, the way that Nutribullet plays Livefire Strongholds, every time we've seen this team on main stage and they've played Livefire Strongholds, it's been a clinic. The victory just hands them out to their 250-10. I may not seem energetic right there, but it seems just like textbook Nutribullet that we just witnessed. And it was like that textbook Nutribullet that we didn't actually manage to see in those last 2 games. And maybe that's why BBR was able to hand it to them back so thoroughly. But as soon as we got to that 3rd game, BBR were like, all right, we're going to flick the switch now. Sorry, Nutribullet said, we're going to flick the switch now. BBR, you're out of here. We don't want to deal with you anymore.
Yeah, that was an absolute shellacking in that 3rd game. Like that was a pretty big domination coming in from Nutribullet. And I mean, after what we saw on the CTF hockey, I was excited. I was sitting here in my chair, I'm thinking, oh, maybe this is the big shake-up that we need here. Maybe Nutribullet, if they dropped out of that elimination bracket, they're going to cause all kinds of havoc. But Nutribullet, they keep it calm, they keep it collected, they get the Slayer done, and now they get the domination here on the strongholds as well. And I mean, this is the Nutribullet we expected from Game 1 and Game 2, right?
Yeah, they just needed a bit of a warm-up, right? They just needed Game 1, they warmed up in Game 2, and then they put it on in Game 3. But BBR came out hot, and that's probably the reason why they took game number 1. And to be honest, even the Slayer was close. They only lost by 6 kills. Yeah, Nutribullet went on a nice little run where they managed to get 10 kills ahead, and BBR brought it back, but Nutribullet just needed to warm up, and they were ready to play in game number 3. BBR were no match for Barcode Snipes. They were no match for Pips either with the Killing Frenzy.
Pips went 13-1, man. 13-1. You can't let that happen in a live fire Strongholds game. You can't let a player get 13 kills up on you, a Killing Frenzy up on you at this caliber of play. It's just not meant to happen. That man needed to be shut down. He was just too strong. It's too much, Luke. It's too much.
Maybe he needs the nerf bat. Maybe Pip's coming into this one. Maybe he's just been unleashed in a different kind of way than what Divine Mind were able to get done. But I mean, it was pure domination from everybody on Nutribullet, and obviously you guys highlighted Pips, and it was just magnificent to watch. There's just clip after clip after clip that we've generated here for these Nutribullet boys. I'm sure they're going to be pumping up on socials a little bit later on, but it was so good to see that these guys just activating throughout today, and it's going to be spooky for everybody else to face forward for them in the rest of this winners bracket, because either Divine Mind or Direwolves, they have the challenge of going up against a Nutribullet who just did that to BBR on live fire hockey, and that's going to be a spooky task in and of itself.
Yeah, very, very tough matchup for potentially either Divine Minds or Direwolves, depending who wins that series, because BBR showed that Nutribullet are beatable. BBR has done it in this game. Divine Minds did it last week. But the fact that BBR were able to take a game, you would say that they're not as strong as Divine Minds. So it shows that Divine Mind have a very good chance going to the next matchup if they win, or Direwolves if they take down Divine Mind.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the question we've got to start asking ourselves now, Bluey. Is this kind of a conversation of teams starting to level up and starting to match Nutribullet, or do we feel like that Nutribullet is starting to get figured out a little bit more here in HCS, and feel like that because they've been such a juggernaut for these 2 open qualifiers that people are putting a little bit more attention onto them instead of everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing now. Like, we're not just in your scrim matches going in before a contest. Essentially, a lot of these players are having to face up against each other in these bracket and these ladder matches over and over and over again. So they have plenty of content to go back and sort of analyze and be like, okay, where are we messing up? Where are Nutribullet messing up? How can we take advantage of those things, and how can we sort of break holes in their team structure, or they dedicate one player to doing this task, so maybe we need to focus on them and shut them down, so that doesn't create space for the rest of the team to be able to come in and just barrel down the rest of our team, because that's usually what Nutribullet does. So maybe with due course and time, we will see more of those holes start to develop by teams just going back and essentially just VOD reviewing Nutribullet and their playstyles and being like, wait, we can just take pages out of their book and do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And, we're having a quick look back here at the series highlights here, Hoggy, and it just goes to show that, this CTF match, there was so many scenarios there with BBR boys were able to just be a bit of a nuisance to Nutribullet, and then as we headed our way over to the Slayer, it was oh so close, very, very close there for BBR to get it done, but when you've got players like Barcode and Madsy who are just kind of popping off and getting unleashed in this map of streets, it's very hard to keep them contained.
Yeah, very, very hard. They managed to contain them in the first game, but I think that was because they really did keep control of the side of Nutribullet. By going into game number 3, Barcode got the snipes, he showed you what he can do with it, and then Pips, he's just slaying in the background. He didn't need the sniper till near the end of the game to put it to use to get himself a killing frenzy. So Pips showing up when it matters, Barcode showing up at the start to help his team. Even though they didn't win the game number 1, he was there to kind of bring the team back together in game number 2 and number 3.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we just kind of put on show here is the fact that they've got these real big kind of fragging powers in them. You know, obviously Madzi had a lot of his carrying. Barcode did some insane numbers across this entire series. Pips is popping off as well, and Priorities is still one of those players that can really get it done as well, Bluey. So it's just exciting to see that Nutribullet are really starting to enable all their players and being able to be so flexible across all their maps about who can put the carry pants on.
That's exactly what they're going to need to do, though, with them heading over to Raleigh, because they're heading off against the NA teams who already seem to have such good formula within their fours. You know, Nutribullet as a four themselves really need to lock it down and sort of decide, okay, what play style are we really going with here? How are we developing, you know, across the maps of a stage? How are we going to play on a CTF? How's that going to differ for a Slayer? How's that going to differ for a Stronghold? You know, they need to start getting that down pat now when they're heading over to NA against such huge Goliath contenders in NA. Like, that's the task ahead of them, and it's a huge one.
Yeah, and I think, you know, after what we've seen so far, they might be up to the task, and maybe with a bit of extra game time underneath their belts, they can get it done. But lads, time for us to set our sights onto our next series. We're going to be jumping into Divine Mind taking on the Direwolves right now. Our other winners semi-final here, where we will be determining who's going to be facing off against Nutribullet in that winners bracket and who's going to be dropping down to the elimination bracket. So, Hoggy, let's start running through the Direwolves here because they've got it all on the line. They want to try and get themselves to that Raleigh major if they can. They want to try and get themselves as much points as they can in the HCS as well.
Yeah, Ball, Dino, Circle, Vamped. This is a huge, huge series for them up against Divine Minds, because if we go back to the points, they're sitting in third place right now, and BBR have just lost against Nutribullet. So a win here will put them into the top 3, and you could almost say that it would secure that third place spot for them, because BBR won't be able to really catch up to them, and if they do, they'll only manage to get themselves into the top 3 spot as well, and Direwolves will probably be able to still stay ahead of them. So this is a huge match for Direwolves.
Yeah, and I think it's a huge kind of showing for them as well, right, Bluey, because this is a kind of test for them, you know, going up against Divine Mind. That's the next roadblock for them. Obviously, Nutribullet seems like a little bit of a stretch too far for some of these teams, but if they want to try and get towards the top, they have to get through Divine Minds first.
Oh, absolutely, and we've seen before Divine Mind has proved somewhat of a match for Nutribullet, so for Divine Mind and Direwolves to be heading off back-to-back now, like, this is it for them. This is the big moment. This means that they're strong enough as players, you know, Berserk, Slays, Rated, and Junior, to be able to establish, okay, we've taken on our barrier, we have to get to the next one. And they can start developing as a team from there. So it's going to be a really tough match for both of these teams, I think, coming into it, because they are really evenly matched. They're all such good players across the board, and it's hard to differentiate when both of your play styles are actually so similar and you're so head-to-head. You know, what's that saying? Like, a movable object and unstoppable force? It seems like that right now. They're just going to be butting heads.
Yeah, and it's exciting for us to jump into the server and see how it's going to pan out, because obviously we saw a little bit from Divine Mind yesterday, Hoggy. We saw a little bit from Direwolves as well, but I feel like, you know, Divine Mind weren't really tested all too much with their brand new roster here. Obviously, you know, they've made a few changes and chops and stuff, obviously with Pips falling out of the roster and going over to Nutribullet. So I'd be interested to see how they're going to gel together when they have a test against a team who is literally nipping at their heels here in the HCS points.
Yeah, no, definitely. And if Divine Minds win this match, it essentially secures their top 3 spot. Whether they win or not, they'll pretty much be there in the top 3 by points. But Pips going to Nutribullet and Slays coming in instead, it changes the team up again. This is the third tournament in a row where they've had a different player step in to make a different group of 4. But Junior's still there. They managed to get second last week, and I think Junior might have been the key to them being able to take games off Nutribullet in the final last week.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he gets going rolling here, and especially when we do get to see him on the stage in Raleigh as well. But lads, let's jump into the maps for this series as well here. Divine Mind going up against the Direwolves. We're going to start out here with the CTF on Aquarius, and we're going to go to the Slayer as well as the Strongholds. And Bluey, I just hope that we get the same as what we had between Nutribullet and BBR.
Yeah, if it's going to be the showcase that we got between those two teams that we just watched, are we in for a good set of matches, and hopefully we can get to that Game 3 as well. But again, first up for both these teams, CTF on Aquarius is a tough one. You really have to go into it knowing where where you are as a team, establish what kind of play that you're going to make from the get-go, because from the offset of the map, you just don't want to charge down bottom middle. You have to establish a foothold somewhere, make sure you're getting appropriate spawners, and you are locking another team down to their base to be able to make that flag pull. It's going to be interesting to see, comparatively, if we see like a fast-paced match sort of develop in the favor of one team as we did in that last CTF flag match. But again, I feel like this is these are two teams that are so sort of close-knit head-to-head against each other that it might be a bit stalematey in the beginning, but eventually, you know, they will develop a play style. It might be a bit chaotic. I'm actually not too sure going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've had kind of chaotic matches going so far, Hoggy, and obviously there's a bit of a masterclass from BBR there on Aquarius with the CTF being able to have those kind of goal line finishes and all that kind of stuff coming out from Evil. I'm excited to see if, you know, maybe the Direwolves of Divine Mind have obviously paid a little bit of attention to the broadcast and seen some of the interesting things that Nutribullet as well as BBR have been pumping out here on Aquarius, because I feel like this is going to be a map that a lot of people are going to dissect quite a lot, because there has been, you know, as Bluey said, a bit of that meta with going down mid, but now we're seeing a little bit of a change up with it, with the flag running and how this gets done. But enough chatter from us, lads. We get to talk about the video game. We get to talk about everything that is going on. We've got Divine Mind and Direwolves going head-to-head here in the Kickoff Qualifier.
Yeah, Divine Minds. Last week, they played this game type against Nutribullet. It was a hot start, Bluey, until we had a disconnect and a restart. So hopefully we can get a quick hot start in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I don't think these teams would want either of those things. I'm sure they're raring to go, ready to get at each other's throats, because they ultimately want to make sure the other one know, like, yeah, no, you're below us, so we're going to make our statement right here on probably one of the hardest maps to establish. Straight off the bat, we're seeing two members of Divine Mind go down, which is not what you wanted to see. I thought it'd be a bit more stalematey than that, but they just got caught out of range way too quickly.
Yeah, Raided and Slays just staying alive. Nades came flying in off the start to manage to take down two of them. Dino is in the base of Nutribullet, though. Zirkle will go down. Big kill for Slays because Dino's in his base doing exactly what Evil was last game. Double kill for him. 3 dead for Direwolves straight off the bat. So Divine Minds, they might have lost 2, but they bring it back and take down 3 of Direwolves, and now Direwolves are spawning up in the back of their base.
Yeah, really tough to see sort of like a lay of the land at the moment as to what both teams are trying to do respectively, because none of them seem to be pushing far out of their base at all. They seem to just be sort of hanging around that sort of back base area, trying to develop a position on top mid. But as soon as one team member goes on top mid, they get taken out, so they have no footing established whatsoever. It's really tough. Again, both these teams, they've played against each other a lot as well, and even in scrims, you know, they're going against each other back and forth. So they've played this map against each other plenty of times before. They know how each other play. It's going to be very hard to break that, but you know, this is what main stage is for, right? They have to take out something from the back pocket and make sure that they can make a read or correct mistakes on the other team where possible, because that's going to be the difference maker here.
Dino goes flying in straight to 2 members of Divine Mind. He manages to take down 1. Junior's going to move into the base of Direwolves. Vamp's on his tail, though. Doesn't want to challenge 1v1, though. He probably wants to wait for his teammate. He knows he's there. Teammates from Divine Minds get shots on him. There was 2 of them down. Big kill from Vamp. Massive kill to take down Junior as he runs the flag bottom middle. Camo is about to be up. Slay's trying to move into the Direwolves base. Vamp wanted the camo. He wasn't able to grab it. The flag is still out. Berserk gets another kill. It's 2 dead for each team. The flag still hasn't moved. Berserk's going to get a grab, though, and his teammate Junior is there. All 3 of his teammates are dead, though. Ball's finding him there. He manages to take him down. He will get another flag touch and a flag run. So the players of Direwolves are spawning up in their base. Junior managed to have 3 of his teammates down, but it didn't matter. He'll still get a touch. He's going to run it in. The nades and the shots will come flying in, though. He might want to get his shield before he goes in. He does. He's got Berserk in front of him. It looks like it will be a cap for the side of Divine Mind. They go up 1-0, Bluey.
Really good play there. They don't fall to that classic sort of cross-map BR nade spam that happens just when you're about to capture a flag on Aquarius. Junior made a really good call there and just sort of waiting for his shields to come back so he could pop that flag as fast as possible. So overall, really good play. Really strong, just like fundamental run. Nothing too flashy happened from the members of Divine Mind there. They just made sure that they got the flag in where it mattered, and they put in the time and work to make sure that that flag went in no matter what. So really strong play. It's going to be tough for them to make 4 more plays, you know, back-to-back flag caps off of that, though. They got a lot to answer for against Direwolves.
Yeah, the flag is still being run by Direwolves, though. They have it all the way into their storage. They do go down, though. Divine Minds managed to take 2 of them. Flag grab might be coming in. Direwolves clean up a kill. Bald, we're on board with Bald, and he does manage to get a flag grab. His teammate takes him down, though. The nades were coming in from every angle. Dino goes down as well, so it's 2 dead on the side of Direwolves. Vamp is still alive in the base, and he's one shot. He's taken on Rated. Rated can't finish him. Berserk is there to get the return, so Direwolves, they can't manage to get the flag cap. Divine Mind doing a good job to defend.
Yeah, so close for them too. That's so unfortunate for the members of Direwolves, because getting that flag would have just been given them a good amount of momentum to be able to push and make for the next one, because every flag cap sort of represents a reset in the map and where the players are positioned. So typically a flag is capped, and then both teams will sort of be positioned at their bases ready for a counter cap or to make another push. So really unfortunate there that they couldn't secure that flag, because that would have meant that, okay, we can start playing off of this momentum that we've developed and go forth and make more flag caps further on. But we do see the sneaky camo play. We do see him come out. Overall, good play for him and a good place to stop that flag. So now we can just sort of linger around this flag with the camo and make sure no other members get a hold of it, Hoggy.
Yeah, he doesn't manage to do any offense with the camo, but he does do the defense, and they got 3 dead for the side of Direwolves. So they managed to stop the flag run. Junior didn't really do too much aggression with the camo, but played it exactly how he wanted to. Managed to get the kill. He can't kill Bald, though. Bald is running away from him, but he does find him in the end. Thruster, no use for Bald. Junior will take him down. It's 2 dead for Direwolves. The last 2 are in front of Junior. Uses the Thruster to challenge, but backs down in the end. 2 of the players from Divine Mind are in the base of Direwolves. Junior getting shot in the side again, trying to work with his team to get the flag going. They won't be able to, though. Direwolves spawning up, and they're a little bit split as 3 members of Divine Minds go down. Junior is stuck here by himself. You can see 2 members from Direwolves pushing in. The Dynamo nades are going to stop them from pushing him, but he does manage to go down in the end.
If you look at the scoreboards right now here on both teams, sort of compare them, there's no real standout main slayer. You know, it's not what we saw with Nutribullet with Barco dropping a huge amount of kills and the rest of the team was sort of under them. On both sides, we're seeing very equal amounts. You know, Zirkle, unfortunately, is for, 4 and 10 right now, but still overall, both teams are very close-knit. And I think that's just a testament as to how close these teams are sort of on each other skill-wise, like on a technical and a mechanical level, because they're both able to read each other very well and know where, every member of the enemy team is. Again, like, these are teams that have played against each other, who have known each other for a long time now. So coming up against each other, it's almost like another scrim. The only difference is the cameras are really on now and you have eyes. So it's going to be really tough for Direwolves to actually break out and get a flag cap here with how Divine Mind are playing, because Divine Mind have seemed to just take that passive role after they capped that first flag.
Yeah, another camo in the hands of Junior. He's got 2 in front of him, and he's got a heat wave. That's 1. He's going to look for the other. The other runs top middle. His teammates have thrown the flag out, but they haven't moved it anyway. Zirkle doesn't even get a call out. He doesn't even know that Junior's there. Junior tries to take down Dino. He gets him. He's on a killing spree. He'll manage to stay alive with the camo. It'll be running out any moment, but he still has the heat wave in hand. Player behind him. He's going to go for a flag grab, because why not? He's dead anyway. But I don't know if that was the play from Junior, but the game's turned into a little bit of a stalemate. We are halfway through. It's only 1 cap for Divine Mind.
Yeah, stalemate though, but without, the flag on the side of Direwolves, something that they still have to make up for after how close it was the last time they got that full flagpole run. But this could be it here. That is 4 members down for Divine Mind, so this is prime opportunity for Direwolves to make way into their base and get a good flagpole. Right now, we're going to see them sort of look for where the spawners are coming from. What side of the map are the spawners? And you can see the call already being made. They are down bottom mid. Junior in the front of his base. They're going to want target on him, and a huge perfect kill for Vamp. That means he's laying down shots on Berserk as well, and Berserk is 1 shot, so they may be able to make a little bit of momentum, a little bit more ground here with the amount of damage they're pulling out. But I do say that Direwolves go down 4, and Divine Mind are able to counter their counter cap.
Yeah, Dino's trying to do what he can, but Divine Minds already have the flag moving. Oh. He doesn't manage to get the double. That would have been massive for the flag stop, but the flag is still running across the map. Slays is trying to look out for his teammate that's running it. Vamp is top middle. He makes him 1 shot and forces him down. His teammate cleans it up. That's another cap for Divine Minds. I was going to say before that Direwolves needed to slay Divine Mind 1 more time before they ran that previous flag, but they didn't. They didn't manage to get it very far, though, and Divine Minds took them down because they didn't go for that extra slays, and now it's 2-0 for Divine Mind. Divine Mind in a good spot with only 4 minutes remaining.
Direwolves need to start establishing the holes.
They got camo again.
Yeah, they do. Like, they need to start establishing these holes on the map. They need to start looking at where the holes of Divine Mind are in order to make the appropriate reads. Like, right now, they should be able to know that camo's up on the map somewhere, but none of them really seem to be like looking for it, specifically making sure to shut down that player because it's so easy for Berserk to weasel his way into the base with that camo and take down one member of the team for them to be able to make another flagpole. And this could be another run that we see here, Hoggy.
Yeah, it looks like the map's flipped on its head. Direwolves are on the side of Divine Minds. Divine Minds are on the side of Direwolves. Berserk gets one, makes another one shot. Maybe he can get a grab and run it. He can't. Dino from top pink, he'll take him down. And we're on board with Dino now as I say that. He's on 15 kills, 17 deaths. He's doing work for his team where he can. Zirkle, he's struggling a little bit with only 8 kills on the side of Divine Minds. Slays is stepping up for his team with 21 kills. The flag is out though for Divine Minds. They're running it across the map. Perfect help from Rated though as he takes down another. Junior's going to run it in. Can the nades come in? Will they be able to stop it? No, they won't. It's 3-0 now for Divine Minds, and I feel like this is going to seal it. All they need to do is slay out. Although I say that, 3 down for Divine Mind momentarily.
2.5 minutes left on the clock though, Hoggy. It's really hard to pull 3 flags and make successful run in that short amount of time because that is a really short amount of time. But you see Berserk just make a huge double kill play there. But, you know, that being said, that's more in the favor of Divine Mind. That's not what you want to see in the hands of Direwolves. You know, Direwolves had 2 members there on the 1 member of Berserk. They should be opting, you know, they want to take down that player, but they can't quite finish the kill where it needs to be made and make that space. Berserk with another double kill on that fantastic, clean, crisp BBR. It's insane. Like, watching these players right now, Berserk, Slays, we've had their POVs up quite a while now, and we've seen how strong fundamentally they are as players in getting those appropriate slays, not just for the kills on the board, but so that the whole team in general can make space, can get footing on the other side of the map. Huge plays coming from Divine Mind. They're playing fantastically out of their minds right now against Direwolves.
Yeah, it feels like Divine Mind are in the base of Direwolves every time we switch over to one of their POVs. It was 2 dead for either team. Slays doesn't really have to do too much. They're up 3-0. He just needs to play, basically be a little rat around the base of Direwolves and stop them from being able to get out. He does go down. He isn't able to do too much. Junior runs the flag because why not? There's no reason not to, and he's got his teammate in the base of the Direwolves. They're 3 dead though, but Junior's going to keep running it. He's getting it pretty far actually. It was 3 dead for Direwolves as well. So Dino was the last man alive. Junior was the last man alive, but Junior's got a flag. He's running it in. He's taking an unorthodox route. He doesn't get it. The flag gets stopped right on the pole. This is Direwolves' chance. There's only 1 minute remaining. They really need this return, Bluey.
That was a bottom mid run too from Junior, which you know, usually leads to a hail of nades and you going down, the flag being tossed slightly forward, but Junior managed to just run it all that way, and they put 4 on the board. I think this pretty much wraps it up for Direwolves, which is super unfortunate for them, because going into this series, we thought that they'd put up a really strong fight, and they have overall. I mean, look at Vamped right now, 22 kills on the board. Even though Zirkle was a little bit lackluster in the beginning of the game, he has managed to catch up, and he does have 12 assists to his name, as long with those 12 kills. So the players are strong. The players are strong overall, but they're just not making to manage. They're just not managing to make that good foothold overall. And a triple kill from Slays. Like, you've got to shut this man down. You have to do something about that, but they're just not making any of that happen right now.
Yeah, 29 and 13. Slays has been the anchor on this team for Divine Minds. He's been in the enemy base of Direwolves for a while now. He tries to run the flag, but it doesn't really matter too much. Vamped is in there to grab it, tries to throw it up, but he can't make it up there. I don't know what he's doing. Junior backs down. This will be the end of the game for Divine Minds, and they'll take it 4 caps to 0. Junior dies for his troubles, but it's game number 1 to Divine Minds.
Yeah, just good game overall from Divine Mind. I don't think there's much to say there apart from Slays dropping a 30 bomb on a CTF game on Aquarius. That's huge. Like, usually you don't get enough time and enough space on Aquarius to be able to make those numbers, but that's exactly what he did there. So I think that's just a testament to how strong this Divine Mind crew is, and a testament to how they actually nearly put Nutribullet in their place very on in some of the earlier games that we saw last week. So, you know, Direwolves have it really cut out for them unless they can change up a lot leading into this next game here. Man, you know, Divine Mind probably has this on lock, Hoggy.
Yeah, double positive for Slays. He started out perfectly, doing the role of what Evil did in the first game between BBR and Nutribullet, and that's one of the reasons why they've won this game so comfortably. He's putting up massive damage for his team. Look at it, 30 kills, 14 deaths. He got that triple kill. He got himself 2 killing sprees, so Slays is on fire, and going into a Slayer, that's exactly what you want for Divine Minds. You want one player popping off, and that's Slays right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if Slays can take this momentum that he has right now, because clearly the man's got to be feeling a little something. Like, clearly he's got to know, okay, my aim's on right now, and it's exactly the time that it needs to be on as well. So if Slays can take this mentality and this momentum into the next game, going to be really, really tough for Direwolves to crack that, because when you have a player like Slays in that space and he knows that he can sort of be a little bit ballsy and make some unorthodox plays and get some good kills in, it's going to be just really tough overall. Direwolves are going to have a tough time.
Yeah, another thing we should touch on is Direwolves struggle to grab the camo in that game. And going into the next match, it's going to be so important. They do not want to let Divine Minds grab the power-ups any more than they do, you know, that they want to make sure they at least get 1, 2, 3, as many as they can. They don't want to be handing them over to Divine Mind every single time, which is what happened in this game. And that was probably another reason why they didn't manage to close out the match and why Divine Mind could win it so easily.
Yeah, I mean, 4 caps up on the board to 0 is huge, and that speaks volume about how the game actually played, like, as a whole. You know, it's really heartbreaking for a team to see a 4-0 happen, because usually on Aquarius, we even saw before that, you know, the flag caps sort of trade in a way that, okay, you know, they've made a pull, they've made a cap, now to counter cap, we can match their score. But when you start to build that snowball effect of like, okay, they've got 2 flags on the board, we have none. They have 3 on the board, we have none. They have 4, game's done. Like, what can you do at that point? There's no match to give. There's no, you've made too many errors at that point, and all it takes is to go on to the next game with a fresh mindset and make sure that you're coming at them in a way that you're not going to crumble.
Yeah, and last week we spoke to Bald, and Bald, or maybe it was the first tournament, I'm not sure which one it was, but he spoke about how Zirkle told them to slow the game down on Slayer Streets last time previously, and I spoke about it in the previous series between Nutribullet and BBR, how BBR really want to slow down the game because I think it favors them more. And going into Street Slayer, I think it's almost the same for Direwolves. So for Divine Mind, if they can create this sort of chaotic sort of gameplay and get up in the face of Direwolves, it'll be tough for them, because I think Direwolves play a lot better when they slow it down, and Bald said it himself.
Yeah, it takes a really strong team to be able to set the pace of a match, and I think that's what makes or breaks a lot of these games, especially in Halo Infinite. You know, in some of the older Halo titles, you see a bit of a trade back and forth, the game slows down, and then it becomes like this level of stagnation, right? But now, the snowball effect is in full effect, and if a team can manage to set that pace of the snowball, then you're kind of doomed. Like, there's not really much that you can do from that point on. I'm sure you and I have experienced a fair amount in matchmaking, even going up against some of these players that we're seeing on main stage right now, and it's really tough to come back from a spot unless you have communication on lock, unless your aim is on lock, unless everything about you as a team, as a 4, is on lock to be able to make that pace change happen.
Yeah, definitely. The pace change is super, super important for Direwolves, probably more than Divine Mind, because I think it's harder to speed up than it is to slow down. So it's going to be tough for Direwolves going into game number 2, and this is a massive game for them, you know? Like, they need the points to keep themselves inside the top 3. So even though they've lost the first game, they need to win this second game to be able to keep BBR away from the 3rd spot that they're vying for.
It's not something that you just want to let go, right? And I think, you know, last match sort of slipped through their hands like sand a little bit before, and that's not what they can see going on, because even if, you know, they lose and they're done, they're out of, you know, they're out of the bracket, they can still have those points holding them up overall, standing against the rest of the teams. But if they dip in the points category, then it's bad news for them, and they sort of have to take a step back as a team and reestablish, you know, what went wrong. Why are we dipping so hard? This is not the Direwolves that people have come to expect, especially within the last week. They've been playing so well.
Yeah, this is Direwolves' chance, I guess, to get themselves into the top 3 without having to go through the elimination bracket. And down there is BBR, and lucky for them, BBR is cursed at the elimination bracket. So maybe it won't matter too much if they win this map, because BBR might end up getting knocked out anyway, and it won't matter too much for their points. But we're going into game number 2. Divine Minds is up 1-0, and we might end up seeing a replay in the winners final again. Divine Mind versus Nutribullet. Divine Mind are in the top 2 teams at the moment, and they've proved why in the first game, they've proved why in the first tournament, and they've proved why they're very, very close to beating out Nutribullet in the second tournament. We're on board with Dino. The Rockets are up. and it's time for the Direwolves to pounce on Divine Mind.
Good little pun there, Hoggy. Look, Direwolves absolutely have the potential to take this overall. You know, in us speaking to Balds previously, he knows when it's appropriate to communicate with his team, when they need to slow down, when they need to speed up, when they need to get aggressive and passive. They know when they need to make these calls, so maybe it's just a little warm-up game right now. Maybe the last game they sort of knew was out of control at the point that 3 flag caps went up, and they said, okay, we can recalibrate for a Slayer match. This is where we can be a little bit more in control. So it's going to be really tricky, though, coming into a match like this, especially if they're not getting hold of those rockets, especially even the Bulldog is a bit of a power weapon on this map, wouldn't you say, Hoggy?
Yeah, it is. Even though he wasn't able to use it there, Junior manages to clean up a kill on the other side of the map. He finds another on stairs. Vampt manages to live, though, so great job from him. He's got Dino down there with him as well, and he has rockets. He takes down Junior. Slays is down at Shram, and he's trying to move in for a bit of a flank, but he doesn't manage to find anyone just yet. Berserk and Rated are on the other side of the map, and they're in trouble. Berserk goes down. He's trying to move in to help him out. He's got a player next to him. His teammate takes him down. 1 dead free the team. He helps Junior with Dino. So Slays is on a bit of a tear at the moment. He doesn't manage to get the kill. He backs down. He's got Junior to help him out. Vamp does challenge him and takes him down. So 2 down now for Divine Minds. The score is 9-8, so it's only 1 point the difference, Louis.
Divine Minds seem to just have the team shot sort of methodology down pat right now. We're seeing like pairs of 2 split off on the map and watch both lanes, whereas Direwolves kind of seem to be like, okay, you know, send 1 player pink side, we spawn Tram, let's try to push Arcade, let's make these sort of pushes here, but they don't really seem to be working out, whereas Divine Mind are like, okay, we have a read on the map, we know where they'll spawn if we make this play, so let's make sure we already have the footing necessary to do so. And Direwolves seem to just be struggling a little bit with making that, you know, like answering that play. But as I'm saying this, they've managed to pick up like a whole bunch of kills right now, and they're making a really good lead on Divine Mind in the early game.
Yeah, and they have the rockets as well. Zirkle has him in his hands. Slays has found him. Slays takes him down, but the rocket gets him in the end. So it's still a 5-point game in this favor of Direwolves. Junior trying to put shots on Vampt. Vampt will get called out by Junior, and all the players of Direwolves are on the side of the PD map, and Divine Mind, things are slowing down a little bit. It gets crazy and then it slows down again. Divine Mind just putting shots across the map, calling out to their team, and things have slowed down a little bit, even though, as I say that, it's 3 down now for Direwolves. Zirkle, last man alive. Slays knows where he is. Junior knows where he is. They're coming in for him. They spawn over on Cafe. Junior finds Bald. He will take him down. Slays gets Zirkle. Zirkle's still there. He's hiding. He'll get called out, though, and they'll take him down. So Divine Minds catch them out, but Direwolves don't care. They're straight back in there on the Cafe side. 2 dead for either team. Rated cleans another one up. So things get real scrappy, and Divine Mind pull it back. It's now 18-all.
Just before when Direwolves were set up in that PD area, not sure how it happened, but I believe it was Rated that actually managed to get behind PD and put enough damage out for them, so the rest of the members who are on Divine Mind in that arcade side could just push forward and sort of get the wipe on him. That's where that hold-up that Direwolves had just fell apart. Not entirely sure how they actually managed to let Rated into the back line there, if that was a player who was there, but there was definitely one, and it's mistakes like that you just can't be making, especially not on a Slayer match, and when the stakes are as high as they are right now. You know, both teams are battling out for these points. They need these positions. They need to hold these ladder spots. And if you're letting a member just kind of in your back line and just put a whole bunch of burst damage down, then you've got to talk to each other after that and be like, yo, guys, what happened there? Can we not let that happen again, please?
Yeah, rockets are up. Dino goes in, gets himself killed. Shots down from Slays onto Zirkle. The rockets are down. He will be able to grab them. No, he isn't able to grab them. I don't know where they are. He does get taken down by an AR, though. The rockets were there. I don't know who has grabbed them. Finally, Bald gets them. I'm not sure how Slays was not able to grab him himself. He'll get taken down. Rockets are down again, so no rockets have been used this time around. Zirkle goes down. 2 dead for the side of Direwolves. Dino goes down. It's 3 dead. 4 dead now as Vamp gets taken down as well. Divine Minds pinch him. The rockets are down, though. I'm not sure who's going to be able to grab him.
Yeah, those rockets, I still believe, are just down, sitting entire, unless they've despawned at this point.
they
No,
are.
they've got him. Slays in the hands of Slays right now, and he still has 2 in the back pocket. Ball didn't even manage to let one go before he died, which would have been better to do, because that means that there's only probably 1 confirmed kill now in the hands of Divine Mind. But they possibly have 2, even 3, if a good onset comes like now. But you do see him sort of lob one out, get the damage necessary, does take out Dino, and he is going to get challenged here in Red Room, and he will back off to Arcade. He needs his team to back him up right now. You know, the score still isn't too far off for Direwolves to be able to make the appropriate and correct play to be able to match the score, but it just takes Direwolves to be able to slow the pace of the match, like we were talking before on Divine Mind, take control a little bit more in order to turn this match around.
Still rockets in the back pocket, and oh my god, Slays ball takes him down with the Bulldog. There was a rocket down on the ground from Slays. I don't know why he wasn't using it. He manages to get taken down by Bald, but his teammates get slayed out. Bald trades one back. It's 2 dead now on the side of Direwolves, and every time they push out, they don't seem to manage to get more than 1 or 2 kills. The rockets are spawning in 10 seconds. Charges in. That'll be Dino charging in. Slays gets himself a Bulldog. Rockets are about to come up. Maybe this is the chance the Direwolves need to grab these rockets and get themselves back in the game. They are only down by 3 kills now.
Yeah, the rockets is absolutely something that they need to prioritize right now, even just making sure it's a bit of an asset denial so Divine Minds can't get their hands on them. And as I do say that, Junior managed to grab them, take them back stair side, but he did get taken out, so there is a possibility that if Direwolves make a good push here, they can get those rockets in their hands. A little bit of a do-si-do going on between Slays and Dino there, and we do cut to Vamped. He has the rockets, so does he manage? Yes, he does. He takes out Junior right here, which is huge for them. They are actually up 1 kill, and Vamp does have another rocket in the back pocket. He does need to play safe with it, though, because if he manages to hand that over to Divine Mind, that's going to spell bad news for them.
Yeah, Direwolves trying to work out where the side of Divine Mind are spawning. Finds Berserk. He does a pocket bucket. Rocket Dome. Berserk challenges him. Easy kill for Berserk. Vamped down now. The team of Direwolves is going to have to play a little passive. They don't want to get caught out as Divine Minds is going to make a push. They'll take down one. Dino's there. Stays alive. Berserk is there with 2 other teammates, though. Dino is trapped. He manages to get a beat down, but he doesn't get the kill. Raided and Berserk pushing into Tram now. Berserk goes down from a random nade, and Divine Mind have managed to keep the score tight. Direwolves did not look great in that passage of play, but they've still kept it close. It's 39-39.
Direwolves are still holding on, Hoggy. Like, that's the thing here. There have been gaps established, but we've seen this before with Direwolves, particularly on this map. They know when things are getting too out of hand, and they know when adjustments need to be made, and they're managing to set the pace of the game right now. It's not exactly like just right in their favor, but 8 kills is all it's going to take for them to be able to take the second game here and push Divine Mind to a game 3, which could, you know, with this back smack, you know, Dino playing sneaky right here on the stairs is the kind of play that we need. And if he manages to pull off this Bulldog kill, but he is going to play it smart. I like this play right now because they're not sacrificing anything. They're not making sure that they're just throwing their lives, trying to get a tie kill. They're making sure that they need to be alive at all points. 4 kills the difference, Hoggy. This is intense. 3 kills the difference. It's coming all up right now.
Yeah, only 3 kills to go. Direwolves have said, let's get in there, let's kill him. Only 1 kill left. Slays the last man alive.
And there's
Rockets
a rocket.
are down as well, so this is Direwolves' chance. They are in the lead heavily. They don't need to do anything too crazy. I think the game's going to slow down now. As I said before, Direwolves, they've talked about it before. They like to slow down the game, but Dino, he's got 1 rocket in hand. He'll push up, won't go too crazy just yet. Slays is in a rough position. Dino's going in. They manage to take down 1, and they win the game 50-43 and tie up the series. This is huge for Direwolves.
Oh, that's a big play, and that's exactly the kind of plays that Direwolf mentioned that they can make before, and they did. They've made this exact play on a Streets map before, and they have really good control over the map. I feel as though it's a map that they understand a lot more so than Aquarius, because that just seemed to slip through their fingers. But maybe Streets is the game that they're constantly just scrimming over and over again, being like, yeah, we're going to perfect this and sort of leave the other maps by the wayside. Might just dice roll the other 2. But just overall, really strong performances from Direwolves. Really impressed at how they managed to change up the pace of the game there at the end.
Yeah, Vamped with 16 kills doing work for his team, and this is a big win for Direwolves. It puts them into the final game here and allows them the chance to get into the top 3 without having to go into the elimination bracket. Zirkle, he had a rough game, so maybe if he steps it up in the next game, they'll be able to win even easier because they still won, even with Zirkle struggling, Bluey.
Yeah, like, even before with Zirkle like struggling on that CTF Aquarius map, he did manage to bring it up, especially with his assists. You know, he was still making plays and he was still fundamentally helping out his team. You know, I wouldn't say he was dragging them back at all, but you know, them coordinated as a four is where I feel like Direwolves really shine. They're maybe not so strong individually as players. You know, we see Vamped pop up a lot, but that's where the rest of the team also shines in the sense that they're supporting him through and through. They're giving him the appropriate calls, giving him space to work, and that's exactly what you need, especially in Halo Infinite. It shines through.
Yeah, in this game, we saw a lot of, hey, there's one of them dead on the other side, let's all push in. We saw a lot of teamwork pushing in and just getting in the face of the other team every time one or two players was down. They didn't really care what was going on the map. As long as they were working together to push in there, it worked out for them. And that's why the game kept so close, right? Because every time a Direwolves pushed in, Divine Mind did the opposite when they got the chance, and that was probably one of the reasons why the game was so close in the end, Blue. Both teams being really aggressive rather than one standing off and one being aggressive.
Here's the thing too, Hoggy. Both of these semi-finals matches that we've seen so far have gone to a Game 3. So maybe, just maybe today, we're witnessing something a little different, which is that the teams are a lot more evenly matched than what we originally thought. It might have just taken, 24 to 48 hours for these teams to really get themselves sorted, establish what maps they're going to be playing on, figure out, what techniques that they need to use, how they need to play better, how they need to communicate better. Like, this is all actually culminating in something that's really close, which is really exciting for our region and especially the players.
Yeah, we can also quickly touch on Bald. Last week, he said in an interview that he felt like he was struggling, he was lacking behind, and this week, I guess he's not lacking behind. You can see that Zirkle's struggling a little bit today, but Bald is on it today, and that might be the difference between them, being a top 3 team or a top 2 team, because Bald said he hasn't had enough experience in the game yet, and he was struggling a little bit, so him stepping up and getting, an extra few days on the game, it's now been a week and a half, so it's allowed him to sort of step up now into this role and sort of push this team potentially into the winners bracket final, because all they have to do is take game number 3.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important, stepping up into the role. That kind of terminology that you use there is really important because you need sort of like a team captain driving you. You can't just have 4 main slayers and have someone who's like, really proficient with the sniper or something like that. You need the team captain to lead you forward, and I feel like Bald is really the one that leads that role in Direwolves. I feel as though that he's the one who's telling the team to be like, okay, now's the time we need to slow down. Now's the time we need to do this. We need to make this push. Whatever it could be, Bald fits that role really well. He's a foundational player, especially in ANZ. He's been playing for, a very long time now, and we've seen his performance in Infinite just kind of like go up. Like the stocks are going up in Bald's favor.
Stocks are up on Bald. Yeah, the stocks are going up. The stocks are going up on Direwolves as well, because, if they win this game, they're into the winners bracket final straight to a top 3 without even having to go through the elimination bracket. But Stronghold's on live fire. We got a sniper. We don't want to let it get in the hands of Divine Minds because they're all such a solid team. So Direwolves have got a bit of a challenge. Can Divine Mind bring it back in game number 3? Direwolves are going to want to win this though, Bluey. They're here to win.
Let's just hope that we see Direwolves prioritize power weapon and that power up spawn a lot, because on live fire, that's the make or break for this map, right? You can have really solid rotations on strongholds. You can have all that, but when it comes to if you're lacking in the power up patrol, unfortunately we've had a DC here, so we are going to reset that match, which is good for them because neither team wants to get eliminated on a DC. But to just rattle off on that point that I was going on before, power up and the power up and the power weapon spawns are so crucial into holding control over map. It's something that we see Nutribullet maintain on Stronghold live fire over and over again. So if a team like Direwolves can replicate that, they might have this match in the bag, but it's just gonna take for us to see, because Divine Minds are also just as equally good at doing that same thing.
Yeah, and right off the bat, even the starting positions that your players take across the map and how you work as a team is so important in Strongholds, right? Because you have to hold 2 points, and the B point's the only one that you have to cap, right? So off the bat at the start of the game, it's sort of, how does your team want to control the map at the get-go? Do you want to go get B? Do you want to go slay them? What sort of strategy do you have, and how do you want to play it? In that map, we just saw the Divine Minds were sending 3 straight over to B. So
yeah,
right off the bat, it just depends how you want to play it. Because if you go over onto the camo overshield side and through the dummies, you're really on a flank for the side of Direwolves. So it just depends how you want to start the game, because things can go very different for different teams depending how they want to play.
We're talking a lot of strategies between both the teams right now here, Hoggy, but I do want to ask Luke for his input because he's been observing the entire time. So I want to see, how do you think these teams are going to approach this Game 3 right now, because this is make or break for them right now. They need these games to be able to stay in. So how do you think they can develop? How do you think they can switch things up and change?
Well, I think, after what we've seen with the Direwolves after that Slayer match, obviously they've got a whole lot of confidence and they've got the cool, calm heads. I think that's a big thing for us right now. And I think we kind of got to touch on the fact that Direwolves coming into this, they were the underdogs as well, right, boys? So, coming into this series, it's all about Divine Mind. They're the ones that have to win this series so they can get another rematch with Nutribullet up in that upper bracket. Whereas the Direwolves, they've already taken a map here against Divine Mind. They're starting to really show that they are a top 3 contender. They can throw everything on the table here and make this work. But I think it was nice what Hoggy touched on, the fact that we saw the kind of opener there, that the fact that Divine Minds, they are sending quite a lot of people all the way towards that B side. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the Direwolves kind of are able to utilize that to their advantage, especially if they do push through that dummy side and see if they can get that backstab. But I think they just need to rely on their cool, calm heads, Bluey, because they've done quite a lot so far across these 2 maps.
Yeah, it's huge for them, again, to be able to take control of the pace of that last match and sort of bring it back for them. We did see a fair few instances through the duration of that match where kind of seemed to be slipping away. Divine Mind would have 5 or 6 kill leads, which is not something you want to see in a Slayer, because the snowball can develop very quickly off of those leads in a short amount of time. So for them, going into a live fire strongholds where a snowball is even harder, because you have to prioritize not only snowballing your slays, but snowballing the objective as well, making sure that you get a triple cap here and there to be able to buffer your score over time. Hoggy, it's a really difficult thing to do. And these 2 teams being as tough as they are, I'm not sure there's a lot of space for them to be able to make those huge buffer marks on.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. Getting off to a good start in this game is going to be super important, because it's always tough to bring it back against the Divine Minds or even the side of Direwolves. We can see how they go if they manage to get into a good lead, if they can hold it, or if Divine Minds can bring it back, because Divine Minds have proved that they are a top 2 team in this region, and Direwolves are trying to pressure them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Direwolves have more too. They're not only representing Australia like ANZ, but they've got the New Zealand side of it, which is a big portion of New Zealand representation for the players that isn't there. So Direwolves have a lot on their back right now to get through, and it's really good to see them come into this game and already take out Slays and Berserk off the get-go. That lets them get a little bit of more time to set up, get a bit of establish on the map, and sort of relay the points to each other as to where they are.
Yeah, off the bat, Direwolves send 3 over to B. They get the cap. Divine Mind managed to take down 2 of them, though, and take the A point. So Direwolves will be in the lead at the start of this one. Good start for Direwolves. Overshield in the hands of Junior, though. He's going to be pushing on to C with his teammate. His teammate takes down 1. They should be able to cap C. He has the overshield, so I can't see them not getting this, Bluey.
Yeah, they flipped that, but at the same time, Direwolves are over on A, getting that for themselves, and they're stopping any points that Direwolves might have been able to make in that short period of time. It wouldn't have been much, but it would have been enough to put them a little bit closer to where Direwolves is at. We do see 2 cap points come out now, and now we're going to see Divine Mind start to get some of those points. But it's going to take a lot for Junior to be able to stay alive here and maintain this B hold.
Yeah, he'll see Dino. He'll help his teammate out to get him. It's 2 down now for Direwolves. Junior's going straight in for A, though. He wants to cap this. He finds Circle in front of him. We call him out to his teammate. One of his teammates goes down, but it doesn't matter. He's going to try and get this A cap. C cap is still in their control as well. It's not being turned over, but the side of Direwolves is going to get themselves B. Sniper in the hands of Slays as well. B does manage to get capped in the end, but Divine Mind flip it on them, and they're still getting the points.
Such good rotation there to come out from Divine Mind, even when that B cap was being contested and ultimately being taken by Direwolves. They were just on A, capped that, so any time that would have been stopped for them, it wasn't. You can see that the clock is still ticking up, and now they have a triple cap in place. So we're going to see the disparity of the scoreboard get a little bit bigger here, and Direwolves might be put on the back foot and have to make up for those points. And it's going to be really tough for them to do so because
4 dead.
Because they're 4 dead, and Divine Mind still have 3 caps on the board. Look at that score tick up, Hoggy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Divine Mind rolling over the top of them at the moment. Direwolves are going to have to stop the bleeding somehow. They'll take down one. It looks like they got a split spawn, which is tough for Direwolves. They really do want to be able to group up and hunt as a pack. Two of them down again. Junior finds another. He'll get the shots in. He'll repulse straight back up. I like this play. I love this play. They do have overshield in the hands of Zirkle, so they managed to take A, and they are capping C. Repulsor again. Doesn't work to effect, though, and Bald will capture C. A will go back to the hands of Divine Minds, and they'll continue scoring Bluey as they blow out to a 100-point lead.
Good little play there from Junior with the repulsor, because he managed to get himself up on that high ground and then repulse up again. And even though he didn't manage to get the kill, he got the rest of that overshield and managed to make, I believe it was Zirkle there who had the overshield. He managed to make him one shot, so he could get cleaned up anyway. So that repulsor play, even though it resulted in him dying, still meant a lot for the members of Divine Mind.
Yep, Bald has the sniper, and they do have capture point B and C, so they'll finally start ticking up some points. Divine Mind were 3 dead, and that was the reason why Direwolves managed to get themselves 2 captures. Bald's got to watch out from C, though. He'll find a sniper on 1 and clean him up, get shots on Berserk, call it out for his teammates. He'll back down. His teammates are going to get A, and the capture points have been flipped again. The reset is huge from Zirkle. Zirkle gets the free reset, so it's a trip cap now for Direwolves, and Divine Mind are in trouble. They are swarming the tower. They'll try to find Zirkle. They won't manage to get him. Rated goes down. Bald still has some sniper shots to work with. His teammates are doing a perfect job at defending, and they'll push straight into B to defend it as well. Berserk will probably go down as well, and Divine Mind, they're in trouble. They've been 3 down twice in a row, and they're getting trip capped.
Yeah, massive coordination, though, from Direwolves to be able to pull out the triple cap, especially for as long as it has been. You know, there was some really good rotations, some really good plays that you could see coming from that C side, sort of spanning out through to mid and looking over B to make sure that at no point Divine Minds was contesting it. And they're still managing to hold on to these points. You know, they're getting points up on the board with those 2 B and C caps. This is really good for them, but unfortunately with Slays having that overshield, he's just going to be able to barrel on through. They're going to probably take C point here, unless he does manage to whiff that sniper, and he does get the double beatdown. That's so unfortunate for them, because that would have been a game-turning play right there.
Berserk's there, though, to clean up the kills, even though his teammate couldn't do it. Berserk will capture C. The point of A is almost turned over, but they do reset it, so they'll be getting the time. Takes down another. Berserk is on a tear, though. He finds a double kill. He's looking for the triple. Zirkle's going to hide, so he cannot get it. But Berserk's got a teammate pushing in with him. It's 3 dead for Direwolves. Sniper in the hands of Berserk. They're spawning over at tower, and he knows it, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Berserk's triple kill. Would you, Hoggy? I don't want to make that highlight reel. There's no way. I'm hiding for my life. And, you know, seeing still him being alive right now is such a huge amount of pressure, because they realize that they have this main Slayer on Divine Mind right now, and he is making a roll, so that just makes another target that they have to focus on while they're trying to get these caps. There's a lot of things that you have to juggle in a Strongholds game, between the objectives and the plays themselves and the power weapons, and making sure that you don't have one player just steamrolling you constantly. You're going to have to put shots down on a player like Berserk to make sure that he just doesn't get all that space and all that free reign on the map. Direwolves are doing that really well. You can see that they have 2 caps now, so they are managing to focus those objectives a little bit more than what they were before, but it's just going to take a lot more for them to be able to pull through, match the score of Divine Mind, and take this match home.
Yep, the points are ticking up for Direwolves. They're managing to get a decent hold going. Can he take it down? Zirkle does take down 1. He's got 2 in front of him, though. He's got the Magma. Dunn hasn't managed to get him. It's 3 dead for Direwolves, and Divine Mind managed to bring it back. Every time Direwolves get 2 capture points, they can't hold it for very long. Overshield is up. Dino grabs it, and he will pop it. Slays with the crucial miss on the headshot of Dino. He'll pick up the new snipe, though, and they'll be ticking over the points again. 40 points the difference, 6 minutes in. Zirkle's down. It's a killing spree for Slays. Slays pushes in to try get another. He'll challenge. He'll go down. Sniper is down. 2 dead for each team. Vamp gets another kill, and Raid is the last man alive for Divine Mind.
It's such a flip. Like, every time we look at these players, we think, okay, you know, this game is going one way. You know, they're 4 down, but again, that just flips like instantly. And we saw overall such good you know, like power weapon control in the sniper from Divine Mind, but as soon as they had it, it just fell out of their hands like near instantaneously, and there could have been so many plays that Divine Mind could have managed to make there just space-wise, but they couldn't keep a hold of it, though. They were challenged too well by Direwolves, and Direwolves coming back right now. You see that triple cap just instantaneously. They still have points on the board, though. They're denying Divine Mind any more points. Divine Minds have been sitting around this 160, 170 mark for so long now. That must be so frustrating for them, Hoggy.
Yeah, Direwolves finally able to take some control for the last couple of minutes of the game. They've been getting the points. Divine Mind haven't managed to get too many points. It's only 2 dead now, though, for Divine Mind. Baldur's running in to try get the A capture to bring the points back in his favor. He gets help from his teammate to take down Slays, and they're flying in the garage to take down another.
That's a
So
sniper.
Bald with the cap on A, and they're ticking over the points still. Bluey, they've got control, and they've got the sniper again.
Yeah, like it seems as though this this sniper is managing to find itself in the hands of Bald. Like any time, you know, he's sort of just scrapping players and being like, "Oh, cool, there's a sniper there. Didn't notice that before." But you know, it's going to take now from this point on. Both teams are neck and neck. This is really where the big plays need to come out from the respective slayers on each teams. They need to take control of the matches right now, because otherwise they're going to be sitting in a stalemate for eons, you know. No one's going to move, and unfortunately for Divine Mind right now, it looks like Direwolves seem to have more pressure, more control over the map, and they have the players on the sides of the map where they need to be when they need it.
Oh no, Rated got the overshield, but he got mangled by 2 players of Direwolves, and he wasn't able to keep it for very long. Lucky for him, his team is getting the points in their favor. The scores are tied, Bluey, so this game is super, super close. It's a 4-shot from Vamped, and he'll try to cap C, but he is getting taken down by Rated. His other teammate will be in a battle. They will clean him up together. They find another one. Junior's 1-shot. Can he stay alive? It is still ticking over for Direwolves. Junior goes down. It's 3 dead momentarily for Divine Mind. Slays, he's stuck at B, and he'll probably get sniffed out by Direwolves.
Direwolves are putting so much pressure on Divine Mind right. Okay, Direwolves are putting so much pressure on Divine Minds right now that Divine Mind can't actually manage to make any caps. You know, they're constantly just in BR battles. They're constantly just going up against another player of Direwolves. They don't have the space that's needed for them to cap a point long enough to start putting points on the board, and they're just being staggered out. You know, Dino just getting a wipe there means that Divine Mind can't make a move off that. They're a man down, and they're challenging Snipe right now, but they're getting outdone in the damage sector. And they can't make space. They just can't do anything, Hoggy. It's crazy how these players are playing right now. Dino with the clutch kill. He was 1-shot for so long, and that's huge for them.
Yeah, killing spree for Dino. They managed to get the C capture point to keep the points in their favor. Junior's in front of him. He'll try challenge him. He's got the heat wave, which is a beautiful weapon to use on this map and get free kills for himself. They take down 2 from the side of Divine Minds. Dino's going to charge in, though. The nade hits him. His teammate takes down Slays. He'll go down. Berserk will get the C capture point, but Direwolves are going to take A, so the points are still going in their favor, Bluey.
Yeah, huge, huge, huge. We're not really seeing any like main Slayer highlights right now, but I think that's because Direwolves are just on that mode of being so focused in as a 4. It doesn't matter who gets the kills. It doesn't matter who manages to clean up. We just want to make sure that at no point Divine Mind can get on these objectives and start getting points on the board. We want to keep them down near that 200 mark for as long as possible, because Direwolves are so close to being able to wrap this up and take it home for themselves, which is exactly what they need. They want to stay in that ladder position, and a stick from the grave is huge for them to be able to take at this point.
Yeah, Berserk goes in, finds a second one for his team, and they do get the reset. Bald is in a big challenge there. He goes down. He won't manage to get B. Can they get the reset? They do. The trip cap for Divine Mind. Slays is pushing in to try stop Direwolves from taking down C, but he won't be able to do it. He'll have to back down, stay alive, and keep the points in his favor at least, and keep his life in his team's favor. They're only 25 points from winning the game, Bluey.
They managed to... Divine Mind managed to climb back up so well because of how long they held a triple cap, especially late game. And that's a mistake that you don't want to make if you're Direwolves. You don't want to let a team like Divine Mind hold a triple cap for that long. And it's just swirling more and more in their favor. You know, the scores are pretty evenly timed up right now, but all it takes is a decent wipe on one side, and we're seeing just kills go back and forth. But Direwolves right now, they're 3 down. Vamped is the last one alive. If he goes down right now, it means that there's potentially a triple cap on the board, which is going to wrap up the end of this game in the hands of Divine Mind, and he can't let that happen. The scores are too close right now. They're not going to be able to handle it. Can they make it 250 the points with Divine Mind? They popped off. I can't put it any way other than that. Divine Mind came back so well. Direwolves had such a strong lead, but they couldn't hold it. They crumbled right where they really needed it, Hoggy. Such a shame for Direwolves, though, because they played so strong, man. Oh.
Whew. Heartbreakers, lads. Absolute heartbreakers.
Very
like
heartbreaking.
That's like one of those matches where you look at it and you go, the Direwolves are doing this. The Direwolves are pulling this back. They've got so much control of the map. Their points are starting to rack up. They get themselves up to 232. And then, I don't know, Divine Minds just say, no, we're going to get this done ourselves. And they pulled that one all the way back. And Blue, you said it perfectly. They just popped off. And it's just insane to watch what these guys do.
It feels as though in that last couple of minutes of the game that all the members of Divine Mind really just stopped in a millisecond. They were all thinking the same thought in a hive mind. They were like, no, we have to hold this down. It's slipping through our hands right now. We've let them claw back up way too much, and that's exactly what they did. Some really good kills, some really last-minute crucial kills coming out from the members of Divine Mind. Well played. Such a good game, man.
Yeah, I mean, also well played to the guys of the Direwolves as well,
absolutely.
Hoggy, because sending this all the way to a third game, getting themselves in pole position to take this series away from Divine Mind and set themselves up with a date with Nutribullet in the winners final. That's when it starts to get this Cinderella storyline going for the boys. But obviously Divine Mind, they just had the clutch factor they needed here to close the series out.
Yeah, it was a massive chance for them to get into the winners bracket final. They're not able to do it, but we'll see in the replay just how things swung back and forth for both teams. Early on, Divine Mind managed to get a lot of points on the board, and then it turned in Direwolves' favor, and then Divine Mind just clutching up at the end. As you guys were saying, they were just popping off towards the end. They were working together perfectly and getting things done. So Divine Minds, they want to stay in the top 2, and they're able to do it here against Direwolves, even though Direwolves put up a really, really, really good fight.
Man, you've got to be so spooked if you're any team that's sitting in this elimination bracket right now, right, Blue? Because from what we've seen from BBR as well as the Direwolves right now, I can almost guarantee you that it looks like these guys are going to be very, very tough to beat in that elimination bracket when their back's against the wall.
Yeah, both matches going to a Game 3 is definitely spooky because it means that whatever teams are sort of going to be playing in this grand finals tonight, they got a tough match ahead of them because every team right now is so warmed up, they're so fired up, they're so ready to get into it. And especially a game for that for Divine Mind, whoever Nutribullet ends up playing against, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be bangers all around. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to start to dive in towards that series as well, and for us to set our sights on, a grand final for us today as well, because that's when it starts getting spooky, right, Hoggy? Because as we've said so far, all 3 maps, if this is a best of 5 and we start to grind out a few more of those maps, that's when it really starts getting into the match fitness and mental toughness of these players, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. The fact that we will move into a best of 5 in the grand final, Divine Mind managed to get back to versus Nutribullet once they go down to the losers bracket, or whichever team goes down there. It'll be tough for them to sort of bring it through in the grand final when they've been playing so many matches already. Most of these teams are used to winning 2-0. And going into a best of 5, they'll be playing already more matches than they would have going into it. So,
especially tough matches as well. I think that's something interesting to touch on. All these maps have been so tight. You're going to have to pull out something from the bag for these guys. And it's exciting to see, this is what is going to happen for the rest of these qualifiers, Blue, because it just goes to show that we had this top 2, and now the gap has started to close between the Direwolves and BBR and R-Rated and all those lads that are starting to come up. And it just means that as we start to move forward through the rest of HCS, that it just means the competition is going to get tighter.
Yeah, considering how things have changed up in a matter of hours, these teams are pulling out plays and changing the pace of the match, just on a tee, just on a whim, spinning it around so quickly, which is something that, in the past couple of weeks since the game was released, we haven't really seen much of, but we're seeing that develop more and more, and that's something that teams are going to become more and more accustomed to, more and more get used to just doing on the fly, which is huge. It means that we're going to see a whole lot more Game 3s, probably a whole lot more bracket resets, and that's for us as viewers, we're the winners in that aspect, and the players are just going to keep getting better and better too, so more highlights to come.
Yeah, exactly. More highlights, more Halo as well. But Hoggy, on the other side of this, I want to touch on the Direwolves as well here. I really hope that the boys in the camp right now are not feeling all too defeated after this series. I think this should be taken as a massive boost and a big positive note for them going into that elimination bracket. They should use this as a lot of wind in their sails because they sent Divine Mind all the way to the edge. Divine Mind had to pull out something special to win that series.
No, definitely. Direwolves should not be upset with how they played. They all stepped up when it mattered, and last week they managed to get 3rd anyway, so they can't be too disappointed with that performance. They've shown that they're potentially able to go even further this week against Divine Minds, because if they have to verse them again in the elimination final, then they proved that they can do it almost this time. Not quite, but they've proved that they can probably do it in the elimination final if they have to verse them again.
Yeah, and that's when it's more kind of pressure on the line, right? Because this was an upper bracket match for the Bluey, and this is where you see the pressure that Direwolves are able to put on them. And if they have to face each other once again in that elimination bracket, where Divine Mind, they still want to get as much points as they can. They still want to try and play for that play-in spot as well. That's what they're aiming for here in this kickoff qualifier. And if they're going down there against the Direwolves who push them to 3 maps here, that's when it start getting a little bit more extra pressure for Divine Mind.
Yeah, maybe it's just a case of now it's like they're facing the reality of the situation, and that's why these players have stepped up so far from the mark that they originally set before. It's because now they realize, in their heads, okay, we really need to start putting down for these points. We need to start getting ahead of the game, really. We need to start making sure that our position on the leaderboard overall with these HCS points is high, so it means that we don't have much contest going forward into the series, because you don't want these back and forths as heavy as they are now. You want a little bit of break off because you want to use that time to develop your team further. You can't be back and forth trying to correct these mistakes that you do, as a team of 4. So now it's really, like the pot is coming to a boil, and players are now realizing that now is the time to put on their to put on their shoes and really make a mad dash for the end.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where it gets ever exciting for us here on the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to yet another quick break here ahead of our winners' final match. We're going to jump into Nutribullet taking on Divine Mind, and that's where everybody's playing for all the cookies. So ladies and gentlemen, join us after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
back on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, for more of the Kickoff Qualifier here for ANZ. It's starting to heat up here on the desk because we are starting to see that our top two may not be as untouchable as we thought they were. And Bluey, it's been an exciting day for us so far because we've already had in our 2 series full 3 mappers. There's more 3 mappers going out throughout this bracket as well. I'm just excited to see what other things these teams can throw at us.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the competition has been so close-knit so far, and if that gives any indication as to where we're going as we get more into our like winners brackets and grand finals, then boy, do we have a night ahead of us. Like, I don't know how much my voice is going to be able to keep on this, because there's going to be some huge games coming up, and I know that our players are raring to go.
Yeah, super exciting games ahead of us, but let's have a look at our bracket for today so we can show some context to our lovely viewers at home. So far, we've gone through 2 of these semi-finals, both of them going all 3 maps. BBR and Direwolves, they're going to take their trip down to the elimination bracket, and Nutribullet and Divine Minds will set their sights on these winners finals. And on the other side of this, lads, as well, obviously with BBR and Direwolves dropping into that elimination bracket, Hoggy, these are absolute monsters that are dropping down there, and I'm super scared for everybody else. As we can see already, BBR get themselves a 2-1 over 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, so BBR moved themselves into the top 4 finally. They're able to break the top 6 curse, but both BBR and both Direwolves have shown up to play in this tournament compared to the previous tournaments. I know Direwolves got 3rd last tournament, but they still wouldn't be happy with that, and they definitely wouldn't be happy with going home at top 6, so they're going to want to win against Vanguard Escapee.
Exactly, and speaking of the Vanguard Escapees, Bluey, you know, they're going up against the Direwolves, who put on a pretty monster performance, so those boys from the COD scene are going to have to try and step up.
Oh, absolutely. I was just about to say Vanguard Escapee have got a lot to step up for. You know, we saw them play yesterday, and again, I think we mentioned in the pre-show, we were all really surprised at their performance, but now they've got a team to really have to go up against to show, you know, how strong they are against a team like Direwolves, who just before played so strongly. It's got to be having them quaking in their boots a little bit. I hope, you know, coming over to a game like Halo, this isn't their turf, and going up against a team like Direwolves, this is their turf, so they've got a match ahead of them, and can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what the result of that is going to be. If, you know, the Direwolves can clinch that one out in the 2-0, whether or not the Vanguard Escapees can take the series or even just take a map, Hoggy, because I'd be excited to see what those guys can do. And, you know, obviously, so far, they've already put a kind of stamp on the scene, you know, just kind of coming in, taking a few big names and a few big scalps. And, you know, if they can do some damage here to Direwolves, that's just going to be an even bigger bonus for them.
Yeah, it's got to be a big confidence booster for them if they manage to even just take a map. I'm sure the series will still be good for them and they'll get a good experience, but Direwolves look so strong. So if Vanguard Escapees were able to take a map, then I think that shows that they're really here to play. You know, they're going to step up every week. They already did well last week and doing well, even better this week, sorry. So for them to step up against Direwolves would be big for their confidence.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously being, you know, coming into the Direwolves who are a little bit hotter in form right now as well as the Vanguard Escapees, might be a little bit hard for them to get through, but we'll have to wait and see for the result of that, ladies and gentlemen, because we get to look towards our winners final now. We get to see our 2 juggernauts going head-to-head. It's going to be Nutribullet and Divine Mind. 2 of these teams have been going blow for blow, Bluey, so far across these open qualifiers, and Nutribullet has been the one that's coming out on top all the time.
Every single time, Luke. I don't think you can touch on that point enough. Nutribullet are our reigning champs, the dominant force, the ones that you want to beat, but you can't quite make it every single time. You know, their roster, you know, including, of course, as we highlighted before, Barcode, is so huge now. You know, Nutribullet have made their name sort of known globally in the Halo scene. So they have lost to Juice, unfortunately, but they did sub in Pips for, I think, yesterday's tournament and today's.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen much change in sort of the team dynamic at all, really. In fact, having 2 main slayers, both in Barcode and Pips, has proven a huge strength for them.
Yeah, exactly. And Hoggy, on the other side of this, we also touched on the fact that it seems like Nutribullet are able to put the carry pants on anybody. And Madzi, for us today, has been one of those players that really did kind of put his carry pants on when the boys needed it, when they were down up against BBR earlier on today.
Yeah, Madzi's showing up today, and he's been there before. He's been in the top. He's been in the best team. He's been overseas to international events before. So this isn't new to him, you know, being in the finals, the winners finals, the grand finals. It's not new to him at all, but with the side of Nutribullet bringing in Pips from Divine Mind, it means Pips is actually going up against his old team. So we'll have to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting fight for us to think about, right? Obviously, you know, Pips coming in over from Divine Mind all the way up into Nutribullet has slotted in seamlessly, it seems, so far for the Nutribullet boys. But on the other side of that, Blue, we do have the Divine Mind lads who were able to, you know, kind of shore up their roster here for the Kickoff Qualifier. You know, we talked to a few of these players throughout the week as well, and they've been looking pretty good, especially being able to, you know, knock back a Direwolves who look like in peak form.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but Divine Mind look like they're in peak form right now. To be able to turn the momentum of the matches that they have been, it's nothing short of incredible for the roster of Divine Mind. You know, and because of, like, touching on them before, and we did touch on them previously when they made that roster change, they have Junior on their squad now, which I think has proven a really good bolster for them because they get to, you know, have this really strong shot caller overall. Like, the roster of Divine Mind is probably what is arguably our second place here in Australia, and they show that every single time in game.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, somebody else who is kind of rounding out this roster as well, Hoggy, for us, has been rated, doing a lot of work so far for Divine Minds and really just kind of getting everything done on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Rated showed up last weekend with Junior. He's meant to be the sub for the team, but he's played both tournaments so far, and he's playing the third tournament now. They've had to swap up their roster every single tournament, but it doesn't stop them from getting second. Rated's been showing up with the team. Even though he's the sub, he's still there, and he slots in perfectly for them.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that they've just done what they've done, being able to change their rosters, just goes to show that the kind of stalwarts that they've got on this roster as well. And I think Rated is one of those players that has really kind of gone above and beyond for these guys. But, you know, Bluey, this is a very interesting storyline for us to touch on, is the fact that this is Pips going up against his previous team. And I think that's something good for these guys to talk to, because not only will Pips have some insights on the Divine Mind guys, but I'm sure the Divine Mind guys will have a lot more insights on how Pips want to play the maps as well.
Yeah, it could be a scary thing for Pips to have to deal with, you know, if the members of Divine Mind do sort of decide to single him out as a player that they know his play style, you know, fundamentally just from playing, you know, alongside him. That could be a really good hole for them to be able to poke through and take advantage of. But, you know, at the same time, Nutribullet having this dominant roster overall, if Pips is the one that sort of gets picked on, let's say, then there are still 3 really strong members of Nutribullet that can make up for that. So it is tough to sort of just say, oh, okay, well, they can already make a read on it, because you have so much else on the side of Nutribullet that you have to read on too.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just kind of a one-man show here for the Nutribullet lads. But let's jump into the maps for this winners final, lads, and see where we are going to be taking the action for today. It is another best of 3 for us to determine who will be our first grand finalist. And Hoggy, we're going to go on to recharge here. We're going to jump back into live fire as well. We get a little bit of extra streets to end out the night.
Yeah, to end out the night, we get streets. If we get there, I hope we do. Yeah, I hope we do, because Nutribullet and Divine Mind have shown in the previous tournament that they can go all the way. Both teams have already been taken all the way in the previous series. So you could say that this matchup is pretty even though we think that Nutribullet are far ahead. They only won the last tournament by 1 game. It went to the last game in a game 5. So I would say this is even right now, unless one team shows up in this series right now.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, obviously with the roster changes, Bluey, this is going to be the first show that we're going to be seeing of these 2 teams going head-to-head after the Kickoff Qualifier. And I'm interested to see how they stack up against each other, because I personally feel like momentum's probably going to be a pretty big thing in this series, right? If you start out strong on the strongholds, you can carry that momentum into the Slayer. Yeah,
Recharge Strongholds particularly is a map that you can sort of make a really good read as to your spawners, your enemy team spawners. So if you manage to get a good wipe early on, you can essentially control the rest of the game from there. You always have a foothold, and you always have that momentum, as you said, to run off of. So I think, you know, we're so used to seeing Nutribullet come out strong out of the gate, make a good 4-man wipe on the opposing team, and if Divine Mind managed to find themselves in that pit, it's going to be really hard for them to dig out of.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be hard for them to go up against a team like Nutribullet, who had such a strong showing on the earlier stronghold today. It was a shellacking that they handed out today. Let's see if they can hand out another one, lads. We're jumping into recharge. It's Nutribullet and Divine Mind fighting for a spot in our grand finals.
Yeah, winners bracket final, Bluey. We get another rematch. We've seen them multiple times before. hopefully we can go to game number 3, Blue. What do you reckon?
Yeah, man, I hope so. Again, like we brought it up before, but all these teams seem to be just like destined to play off against each other over and over again. It's like a circle of hell or something where they can't quite escape these matches, but it makes it exciting for us, and it must actually make it exciting for them because they get to learn so much off of each other and get to play that mind game a little bit more. So as we get into it, I can't wait to see if any more of that mind game has developed, Toggy.
Yeah, we're on board with Pips right off the bat. He's against his old team. Berserk says, hell no, get back to our team. What are you doing? I'll take you down. Slays will get taken down as well. It's 3 dead for Divine Mind off the bat. Actually, both teams are down 3 each. So Junior will find Madsy, the last 2 alive.
Oh.
Madsy takes him down.
Madsy with that almost not even strafing there. He was moving like lightning side to side, getting that BR off. You know, we highlighted him before as being such a strong main slayer, and I think performances like that really show that off to the nth degree. You know, this man is absolutely cracked on the sticks. He has so much to live up for with Barcode on his team, but he holds together strong every single time. Fantastic performance from him.
Madsy chokes it with the camo. Junior turns around and kills him. Junior's going in. He gets help from Rated. The score is 4 points now to Nutribullet, but Divine Mind, they'll take 2 back. They'll move through pipes and take down Berserk together. Should probably jump in the B to try get themselves some points. It's a pretty even start, even though both teams went down 3 each and the camo was burned in the end. It's a pretty even start, Bluey.
Yeah, really scrappy start though, but I think that's to be expected of 2 teams that have such strong contenders for just like aggressive plays and aggressive plays. You're going to see them just constantly duke it out. You know, that's launching himself into a slide into a headshot there is, speaks in favor of that, but these teams both know are so strong and so confident in their own ability that when you put them and they culminate together as a 4, it's exciting, it's dangerous, and them going against each other right now is incredible for us to watch. It's a huge delight, and there's lots of stuff for us as viewers to learn.
Yeah, 2 players down from Nutribullet. Barcode's one of the 2 left alive. He'll take down one, and his Pips will get the other. So he's only got the repulsor in hand. He didn't want to go for the the sword that was up. He'll find one, and Berserk takes him down though. So Barcode not doing the work he needs to do for his team just yet. Camo in the hands of Pips, and Nutribullet might be able to get themselves into the lead with this camo.
Divine Mind seem to be paying really heavy attention to that B point, prioritizing it, over the C, which is interesting because they sort of got swatted off of that B point so many times. You think they might make a call for a rotation there, which they just did. They did capture that C point, but so many battles just handed over B. That's not usually what we're used to seeing in these games.
Yeah, the camo gets Nutribullet the B point, so the points will be in their favor. Camo should be running out any second, and it does. We'll jump on board with Rated, who's trying to push in. He'll find Madsy. Madsy will take him down. 1 dead for either team. 2 down now for Divine Minds. And Berserk, he's pushing in as well. He's trying to help his teammates that have just died. He won't be able to get anything, though. Barcode will find him, put him 1 shot. Barcode's going to try challenge him, and he does. Barcode takes him down. Barcode is just a beast, and it's 3 dead now for Divine Minds.
Yeah, slippery little game, though, to be played there at the hands of Divine Mind. That back and forth they were having weren't quite letting the kill fall into the hands of Barcode as quickly as probably what Barcode would have wanted, but he did manage to get him in the end. And we do see a spawn coming out from Divine Mind all over Attic and Pipe side, which is really advantageous for them because it means that they can sort of get B, move around, and Barcode's feeling it. He wants to send a message to Divine Mind right now.
Yeah, they're 3 down, but they're trying to get A. They won't. Madsy gets the kill on Rated and resets it. Trip Cap still in the favor of Nutribullet, but it won't be for long. They're trying to get C. It is not being captured anymore, though. They ran away from it. Divine Mind are up at top gold. Barcode knows it. He'll get one. He's got the shock rifle in hand, and you can do work with this shock rifle if you've got a nasty aim.
Which exactly what Barcode has, and he's going to sneak up behind Junior right now, and he does not manage to secure the kill, but he manages to call it out for his teammates, which is really good for them because it gets them off that intel spot, that little pipes window there, and they know right now they can see the spawners coming out. They spawn top PC, catwalk side, and then rotated to A, so that's where they know they are, and you can see Praddy's right now making a push for that camo. Unfortunately, he does go down before he gets to put it, so now that camo is in the hands of Divine Mind.
Yep, all dead for Nutribullet though, so Divine Mind's going to try cap C. Camo is not burned, Bluey. He gets the camo. Junior has it now, so this is Divine Mind's chance to potentially get a trip cap. Junior will find Madsy and take him down with the team shot. Barcode drops down, not realizing Junior's there. He will get the call out. He'll turn around and try to take him down. He doesn't do the reversal on Junior. Junior with the camo. So the fact that the camo didn't get burned, Bluey, is huge.
Yeah, it's huge, but they didn't really make up for any ground. Like they didn't manage to get a cap during that whole time. The Slays were down, and they've only just gotten the cap now, which isn't good enough because by the time that they've made this cap, all the members of Nutribullet are back up, and they've lost Berserk and Junior near immediately. So how are they going to be able to make space for this? It is 2-2 on both sides of the board right now, but in terms of scoreline, I mean, look at it, 172 to Nutribullet and only 14 points for Divine Mind. They have a lot to answer for.
Yeah, every time it looks like it's going in the favor of Divine Minds, Nutribullet managed to cap themselves another point to keep it on their side, but Divine Mind will manage to get the point, so maybe they can start ticking over some points in their favor as Slays runs in towards C to help out his teammate. They'll try to cap C as they can, but Divine Minds, they get A and B back every time, Bluey. The Divine Minds get 2 points, they lose it straight away.
Nutribullet just has the stronger rotations, which is so fundamental right now to a strongholds game, especially on recharge, because those spawns are so easily able to be tracked, right? So you need to make sure that on top of those spawns that you're aware of, you're rotating appropriately as your 4-man, and that's exactly what Nutribullet are doing right now. And they're managing to just have 2 capped every single time. Divine Mind may be like, okay, we have 2 on the board, but immediately that just goes back into the favor of Nutribullet.
Nutribullet clock over the 200 mark. They're going to take down A as they lose C. Camo is up. I'm not sure who's going to be able to grab it. He'll find one. Madzi with a great job on Berserk, and they do not manage to cap C though, so the trip cap is still in favor of Nutribullet. They are in B to slow it down momentarily. Shots ringing out from Madzi. He'll make Junior one shot, but Junior will challenge him and take him down. Barcode can't take down Junior in the process. Camo in the hands of Praddies, so maybe this is Divine Mind's chance, Bluey.
Yeah, Praddies is here right now with the camo, and he sees 2 targets on A. He does have the camo, which means it's going to be a lot easier for him to get away from that engagement, which probably looked more sided in the favor of Divine Mind right there. So we will see him sort of come back, and he decides not to opt for the back smack and instead just shooting Raided straight in the back, and they do clean up that kill, which means they will cap A right now, and they're just going to rotate these points. They're going to have a triple cap on the board, Hoggy.
Yeah, triple cap, not a great game from Divine Minds. They haven't even managed to get to 30 points as it's ticking over into the last 10 seconds. Barcode goes down for a double kill, and they are taking A, so they have stopped the bleeding for the time being, but he will go down, and Pips is jumped into C. If he manages to cap this and they can hold it, they will win the game. He's got 3 players pushing him. He'll call out to Barcode to get some help. They take C, so there's only 8 seconds remaining. Slays tries to come in. One gets taken down. Slays will get taken down as well. It's 2 dead now for Divine Minds. They're not at any point, and Nutribullet take game number 1 against Divine Minds. It's easy for them.
I was going to say, easier clap for Nutribullet right there. Didn't look really hard for them at all. They just seemed to have the entire map down on lock, and at no point was Divine Mind really able to break that lock. They just didn't have the key for it. They dropped it somewhere in the gutter, could never get it back. You know, Nutribullet were just strolling all over them time and time again, like those rotations once more. Early game, Divine Mind seemed to focus on B, but it didn't matter because Nutribullet just took it back every single time. So what do you do in that situation? You change up your gameplay, but again, Nutribullet have an answer for that. It just seemed like Divine Mind were backed into the corner that they couldn't get out of.
Yeah, look at the kills on the side of Junior. He's doing his best to keep his team in it, but it wasn't able to be enough as they get absolutely stomped by Nutribullet in game number 1. Madzi, 20 kills, 8 deaths, Bluey. He started out strong, and we touched on him before the game started, and he's bringing it here in the Winners Bracket Final.
Yeah, Recharge seems to be Madzi's playground. We've seen a couple of maps where Madzi's dropped big numbers or just overall done really, really good things on this map. So it seems like just again, like this game type, this map, they have it on lock, really good for them to just use. Like, it's really tough stuff overall.
Yeah, really, really tough stuff for Divine Mind. They proved last week that they can hang, but they really can't hang on strongholds on recharge, can they? Because the game was dominating from Nutribullet. Just every time it felt like Divine Minds got 2 caps, Nutribullet took 1 back off them.
Yeah, Hoggy, I was about to say, yeah, sure, they can hang. They can hang up the white flag because it looks like this is exactly where it's going to be taking, especially when Barcode's going around smacking bodies. Like, he knows where this series is. He knows how he's performing. And I think at the moment, if Divine Mind continue to play like this into the next game, then it's going to be no challenge for Nutribullet. They're going to sweep him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Divine Minds, they're not showing up just yet. Oh, beautiful shot from Barcode in the replay. But this is where the 3 players of Divine Mind try to charge in, but they can't get there because even just jumping on the cap, Blue, just stops it, right? So you can stop the bleeding even if you don't cap it, but they can't get there in the end. And dominating performance.
Yeah,
from
for
Nutribullet.
them not to, just in those very last moments where it was just Barcode, like on the point with 2 other members, it was a huge mistake for Divine Mind not to focus that and just be like, look, just get kills. We don't need to worry about caps. Just get them off the point. That's gonna stop the bleeding right now. But they couldn't even manage to do that. And sort of just running onto the point, getting beat down. It was just all over the place, man. Not the kind of thing that you expect to see from Divine Mind, especially after that Direwolves game that they had previously.
Yeah, we're moving into a Slayer on live fire, so things not looking too good for Divine Mind in terms of the slays in that game, because going into a Slayer is obviously very hard if you can't get the kills, but there is a sniper, so maybe they can use that to their advantage. Just don't let Barco get it. Right? Just don't let him get it.
I was about to say, like, where do you think that the sniper is going to be in the hands of, Hoggy? Like, honestly, and if Divine Mind can't lock down the power weapons like they could lock down points on strongholds, then they're donezo. Like, it's done. Like, there's too much team coordination in terms of Nutribullet, and they've played this map so many times. We've seen them main stage this map so many times, and they know those power weapon rotations. They know those power-up rotations just by heart. At this point, they've got this map again down on lock. It's going to be really tough for Divine Mind to be able to break through this one.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they need this map to stay in it. I know that they want to be the #1 team in the country. They can't do it if they can't take down Nutribullet in the winners final. This is their chance. The sniper is in the middle of the map. Barcode's going to be going for it off the start, that's for sure. We're on board with Rated. We jump back over to Barcode, though, to see what he's doing. And he is going straight for the sniper. As I said it, Bluey, look at him. He just runs in, runs out, and he dies, though. So he's not able to bring it out. Berserk knows he's going for it, and he's behind him already.
Yeah, about to say immediate, unchained Barcode just sprinting straight down mid, grabbing that sniper. But it's like Divine Mind knew that play already. They had Berserk flank all the way around through pillars and just come up to mid so he could pinch off Barcode there just, at the run through. So a really good play to come out from Divine Mind. And that's what you'd expect to see from both of these teams, who've played off against each other before and should know how each other are intending to play.
Yeah, Pips starting out hot with 2 kills already. Madzy goes in, he doesn't manage to get the kill. He's got Pips behind him though, and Praddy's is there as well. They'll take 2 of them down. Overshield's still up. Raid's trying to get it. He gets help from his teammate to take down another, and they will grab the Overshield. So Overshield in the hands of Divine Minds and the Heat Wave. So good chance for Divine Minds to get a bit of a lead. They're already up by 2.
It looks like Raid is just going to focus on playing more of a CQC game, but as I say, that switches to the BR and does manage to kill Madzy there. But as I say that, all of his Overshield just burnt right before our very eyes. Didn't manage to use that at all, and Barcode's looking to pick up some kills here. He does manage to land a nice body shot, but it wasn't enough to confirm the kill. So we do see the power weapons, the crucial points of the map go in favor of Nutribullet, but at the moment, Divine Mind do have 3 kills up on the board, and Madzy's got the sniper, so he might be able to change that.
Yeah, Nutribullet still has the sniper in hand. Things slowing down as both teams were a couple dead. So no one's really sure where anyone is at the moment. Madzy's going to get challenged though by Slay's perfect nade to take him down. His teammate's weak as well, so they'll have to stay alive. Raided's top middle trying to push him with Berserk, and they will get Madzy. It's 2 down now for Nutribullet. Praddy's on the other side of the map. He'll get a kill for himself. Overshield in 17 seconds. 2 players from Divine Minds are there. Praddy's manages to stay alive as long as he can to help his team. Barcode's in a fight as well.
Oh, no.
The Overshield might be in the hands of Divine Mind now, so again, they'll be able to get themselves a bigger lead because they're already out by 6.
Look how close Divine Mind are playing here. They're playing so, like within proximity of each other, so they can sort of react to the calls that are being made when necessary around each other, rather than sort of just splitting off on the map one by one, trying to take these individual fights. They're making sure that, they're matching Nutribullet's sort of tendency to do that and saying, well, no, if you're going to split off one player, he's going to run into 3 of us, so you're not going to be able to confirm that kill. You're not getting a score on the board. Instead, they're just making sure that they play balled up, and it might be a change of pace that Nutribullet do here, because we see 3 members of Nutribullet sitting around tower, but 2 of them just don't go down.
Yeah, 2 dead for each team. We want to check out the scoreboard though. Barcode, he's only on 2 kills.
Okay.
It's very, very, very surprising off the bat. Praddy's will pick up a heat wave and he'll head behind a player, manage to trade with them. We're on board with Barcode. He's ready for the sniper. This is what he needs to get back in the game because he's struggled off the bat here. It looks like Bluey. He'll go down again though. Only 2 kills, 7 deaths.
He was too keen on it though. That golden allure of the sniper blinded him right there, and he couldn't see the 2 nades that were lobbed right at his face. And unfortunately, he does go down as punishment for him. The gap seems to be closing a little bit bit more here. It's now 19-21 for Nutribullet. We did see like a 5-kill lead just before from Divine Mind. So they are playing this really strong. Definitely not how I expected it to see from the break of the match, because I thought Divine Mind might be a little bit all over the place and Nutribullet would have more control, but they don't seem to at the moment, Hoggy.
Yeah, Madzy in a tough position with Pips here. They're both stuck down at the B capture point. They will work together as a team though and take down one. They've got 2 players inside garage. Pips has got a snipe and a needler. He's going to use the needler to take down players. He doesn't need a PR. His teammate cleans up. When he picks it up straight away, he realizes that that's a bad play. Overshield's about to come up. His teammates are there. 3 down for Divine Mind, so Overshield will be in the hands of Nutribullet.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hoggy, none of us will be fearing the pink mist today.
Oh, if only.
if only, if only. If there's any player that's going to make it work, you know, it's the players on the side of Nutribullet. We see a snipe come out from Pips. Just the instant reaction, insane reaction time on that one. Such a good shot, and these are the kind of crucial shots that Nutribullet need to start making from this point on to start getting that scoreline, you know, spread a little bit more in their favor, to make sure that there's a larger gap that Divine Mind have to cover, because at the moment I think it's really easy for Divine Mind to be able to get kills on the board and match what Nutribullet's doing.
Yeah, we've got 3 members of Nutribullet working together, just rotating around the map. It's 3 dead for Divine Mind, and this rotations playstyle is working perfectly as they went 4 down. They're spawning over at Nest and under tower. Can Nutribullet spot them out early to get themselves an even bigger lead, because they're out by 6 now, Bluey?
Yeah, like this is exactly as I mentioned it. It feels like off the back end of me mentioning it, they are starting to get that snowball. Again, it's mentioned time and time again, but in a Slayer match, once you past hit at this level, that 25 kill mark, one team will establish themselves more on the map and be able to hold a stronger snowball lead and develop that into the last set of kills. We are seeing that blowed out bit by bit more. They have 7 kills on top of Divine Mind right now, and it's going to become harder and harder for Divine Mind to catch up to that lead.
Yeah, again, Nutribullet working together to get the kills. Things have slowed down a little bit, but it's still a 7-kill lead, an 8-kill lead as I say it. One goes down for Divine Minds. Madzy finds another. He's got another one in his sights, and he's also 1 shot. So another free kill for Madzy. It was 3 dead for Divine Minds. Overshields is coming up, and if they manage to get this, I say it's all but game for Divine Minds, unfortunately.
Madzy's just scrapping right now, taking bits of food off everyone's plate, just taking those kills. He does get outdone there, but, you know, again, he picked up 2, 3 before he died, so he can sack his life at that point. He's happy with that because he's traded 1 for 3 to the hands of his team. You know, they only have 5 more kills to go, and it's going to take Divine Mind a lot right now to be able to, again, establish the pace of the game, make it their own, slow it down, so Nutribullet doesn't take this home, but it looks like it just might be all she wrote.
Yeah, every time we're watching a Nutribullet player, they're killing a person that is 1 shot. Their teamwork is on point right now. I say that though, 2 of them go down. Pips is trying to get another. He won't be able to. Overshield was still up, so Divine Mind should have that in their favor. But Pipsy's got the heat wave.
Flanked.
He doesn't manage to stay alive though. Madzy can't get another either, so a lot of 1-shots coming from both sides. No one able to clean up. He'll get the assist. They're only 3 kills away. 7 points the difference. Divine Mind, they're still in it, Bluey. They're still in it. Raider takes down another. Still 3 kills away for Nutribullet, but every time we swap to a different player, they're 1-shot, so Divine Mind's doing something right. Pips manages to get 1. Barcode finds another, makes him 1-shot. He backs down. He gets taken down. It's only 2 kills left now. 4 points the difference. 1 kill left. Madzy finds Rated. Can he take him down? He will be able to. And that's Nutribullet winning the winners bracket final. They'll go into the final for the 3rd tournament in a row.
And just like that, once again, man, Nutribullet take it over Divine Mind. It's a tale as old as time at this point. Unfortunately for Divine Mind, you know, they get taken down yet another peg by their arch nemesis, Nutribullet. But Nutribullet had that game on point. They had that game on lock. I feel like every point that I brought up in the early stage of the match, you know, getting down that power-up control, that power weapon control is exactly what Nutribullet did throughout the entirety of that match, and that's what won them the game, ultimately.
Yeah, exactly, and we even saw some of the control coming through, you know, from Barcode, really trying to put a lot of emphasis on that sniper in the middle of the map, and I think Pips is a big highlight player for us here on Nutribullet. He did so much work across the map, just being able to get a lot of info for his teammates as well. Got a lot of frags on the board on top of that as well, and it just really felt like that Nutribullet had this kind of cool, calm, collected kind of attitude, right, Hoggy, because there was a point there where it looked like Divine Mind might have been able to close out that map, but you know, obviously Nutribullet being able to pull that one back and get themselves a sizable lead from a little bit of a deficit as well.
No, definitely. And even in the damage stat, we see Barcode might have been struggling at the start of the game. He still had more damage than all of his teammates. Even though he was struggling, he was still putting out the damage for his team. And I think that was probably one of the factors. When Barcode stepped up more later into the game, it just brought them further and further away from Divide Minds. Divide Minds tried their best to bring him back, but Nutribullet, every time they were finding a player, they were one-shot, and it made it easy to get a lead when all you got to do is shoot him in the head once.
Yeah. It's super easy, like especially with a lot of this teamwork. Something you touched on a little bit, right, Bluey? The fact that it seems like the teamwork just seems so strong coming in from Nutribullet that they're able to just get these 2v2s, these 3v1s, and everything across the map. And they're a very scary force for us to look forward to. But you know, at least luckily for us, we get to see them a little bit more today as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that these guys are on point when it comes to comms, and general teamwork. Obviously, we did highlight before that Seduce is out of the picture for this team at the moment, but them bringing in Pips, you know, they've managed to fill that gap in a strong player and someone who's also got a lot of experience themselves in team settings and good communication settings. So Pips is right there with the rest of the team and what they've already established and developed. So really good pickup for them overall.
Yeah, and it seems like he really has kind of slotted into this team. Hoggy, after what we've seen so far from Nutribullet, you know, I don't really want to talk ill of anybody, but, you know, do we feel like this is an upgrade coming in for Nutribullet, the way that, you know, Pips is playing for these guys?
Well, it's hard to say because when we look at this series, you would say the first game wasn't that close. Second game was pretty close. Divine Minds kind of brought it back at the end, but they dropped a game to BBR, and that didn't happen in the previous tournament. So it's hard to say if it's necessarily, you know, a massive upgrade because they struggled a little bit against BBR, maybe not as much as they did last week or last tournament against Divine Minds, but they struggled against BBR, so it's hard to say, you know, it's hard to say where they're at.
Yeah, I think it's more kind of a tale for us that we have to wait and see how this, you know, this roster does kind of stay together and how they pan out and how they get better as well. And I think it's good for us to see that we, you know, we get to potentially have, you know, another rematch here, Bluey, because, you know, obviously Divine Mind dropping down into that elimination bracket, they are waiting a few results to go their way. And I feel like right now, you know, maybe if we see the Direwolves head back up there again, we're going to have a spicy elimination bracket for us to look at.
Oh yeah, both teams are absolutely clawing for it at the moment. They know what's on the line, as mentioned before, and if they have to go back up against each other head-to-head once again, they're going to want to correct the mistakes that they made the first time. They have time to do that. You know, they've been in game time long enough now where they're all warmed up, they have no excuses. So it just comes down to nailing down, you know, those micro mistakes that them as players at that high technical level have been making.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about, you know, just making sure that you keep that match fitness going and make sure everybody keeps in the right mindset as well, because it is going to be a long day of games for all these teams so far. So let's have a look at our updated bracket, lads. Obviously, Nutribullet getting themselves at 2-0, send themselves into the grand finals as well. And Hoggy, an interesting thing to touch on, they're coming in from the winners bracket as well. They need to get reset if they are going to lose that grand finals as well. So whoever comes in from the elimination bracket has got a whole lot of road to go ahead of them.
Yeah, it's very, very hard trying to reset on Nutribullet. Divine Minds almost did it last time. Maybe they'll be able to get back there again. Obviously, that series didn't go too well for them, but even in the last tournament, this series didn't go that well for them when they took them to 5 games in the finals. So anything could happen.
Yeah, and I hope that we do get, you know, everything thrown at the wall for us today, because it's going to be exciting for us to have a look at it. But let's drop down to the elimination bracket, lads, and see how these results have panned out for us as we start to look towards it. BBR obviously got themselves a 2-1 against 1620 Kings, and it looks like the Direwolves are 1 map up so far against the Vanguard Escapee. So Bluey, after looking at that being 1 map up, Direwolves almost, you know, you'd probably back them to be able to get themselves in an elimination series against BBR.
Oh yeah, like I think it's probably the safe bet to say, but that being said, you know, Vanguard Escapee pulled out a lot of stuff last night that none of us were expecting. So they still have another game to make up for, and then, you know, a potential second game to make up for that. So if they're able to correct the errors that they're making against Direwolves right now, then they could still take it, you know. It's not dumb for them. And Vanguard Escapee are very strong players. They're very strong contenders. So I think Direwolves do have a battle, but we'll see as the scoreline plays out a little bit later on.
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see what the kind of scoreline was for that match as well, right, Hoggy? Because, you know, obviously if it's one of those tight matches, and then, you know, even though the Direwolves get the first map, going into that map number 2, it still might be a tight race, and then Vanguard Escapees can get one out, and we go all the way to 3.
Yeah, I'd say if we were looking at it on paper, we would say that the match probably wasn't that close, but we don't actually know if it was or not, so it's still up in the air which team could win it. But Direwolves, they got 3rd last tournament, and they're proving in this tournament that they're very strong. So it would be tough to say that Vanguard had a close game, but who knows? You never know. There's still 2 more games for them.
Well, luckily enough for you, Hoggy, I was actually able to have a little whisper in my ear. It was a 2-2 on Capture the Flag. They went to overtime. Nobody scored. They had to replay the overtime, and Direwolves got to win.
Oh.
So, an absolutely super tight CTF. So, it seems like that first map was basically anybody's game to take Bluey. And I think that just goes to show that these guys on Vanguard and Escapee are going to be a very strong team for us to look at. And especially because I just did get another nice little whisper in my ear, Bluey. We're going to be jumping into Game 2 between Direwolves and Vanguard Escapee. So, we get to see these boys try and put it to the Direwolves.
Very, very good. Yeah, as I mentioned before, Vanguard Escapee have a lot to show, and they have shown. Yesterday consistently they showed up and showed out, and they did a fantastic job of it. Again, a lot of us were taken by surprise of these players coming into turf, which isn't necessarily theirs to begin with, and make a strong play as a 4-stack, coming in so strong. So Direwolves, as I said, they had a lot to take care of, and that's tough for them. Direwolves probably just looked at that roster and maybe thought, we'll be breezing through this, but not exactly what they've been handed.
Yeah, exactly, and I think, Hoggy, that's something nice for us to touch on, is the fact that Direwolves dropping into this elimination bracket, they need to try and get as many HCS points as they possibly can, and they come in as the favourites. And Vanguard Escapees, they've got nothing to lose. They can just throw everything at the wall, and if they come out on top, they do. But if they lose to the Direwolves, then that's just the expected result. So I think there's a little bit more pressure on the Direwolves here to perform.
100%, and with BBR already in the round forward ahead of them, they'd have to go up against BBR, and if Direwolves happen to lose, then BBR will manage to get more points on them and gain on them. I don't know how close the difference is in terms of placing top 6 to top 4 or top 3. Not sure what the points difference are, but this match could be the difference between them getting 3rd in the overall points and not getting 3rd.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting tale for us to tell. Obviously, they've got themselves the 1-map victory so far, Bluey, and that's a nice little thought for them to have here, and they just need to close this one out, and then they can set their sights on BBR. Then that's going to be interesting for us to touch on as well, because that's the all-important series. If Direwolves do go forward here, that will be the determination between, maybe a few thousand points.
Yeah, and that's where it matters right now. It's to the line, it's to the wire in terms of those points and being able to build them up so you have them stacked for when when we return to our tournament formats next year. You want to make sure you have that lead, and we see the teams in the top 2 positions have such a substantial lead. Everyone under them is vying for them. They need to make sure that they are building those up as much as possible in the time that they have.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to continue to have to scrap for every single qualifier. You don't want to have to go into every qualifier, be like, I need to make sure that I beat these guys by 2 places so I can get to this next event. You want to make sure that you have the buffer, much like Nutribullet as well as Divine Mind have right now, and you need to make sure that you're winning these nice and convincingly. And it's going to be exciting for us to see if the Direwolves can get into that next series up against BBR. But before that, they have to go through the Vanguard Escapees. Lads, we're going to be jumping here onto live fire. So let's jump into the series between Direwolves versus the Vanguard Escapees.
Yeah, big series for Direwolves. They have to win this to keep themselves in contention for a top 3 spot in the HCS points, because BBR's already into the next round and they'll have to verse them next if they win. Vanguard Escapee, they're all Call of Duty players. Let's see what they can do. It's game number 2. Snipers up, and we're on board with Ryu.
Yeah, actually a little bit surprised. Vanguard Escapee unfortunately go 2 down straight off the bat, but it's going to take a lot for them to be able to contest this sniper and get it to the hands of them, because I feel like that would be a very, a weapon of choice for a lot of these players on Vanguard Escapee. It feels more comfortable, more what they're used to in terms of TTK and stuff like that, in terms of accuracy, and they're going to want to get a hold of that as soon as possible. But they also have to stack up against, the players of Direwolves, knowing the outlay, knowing the format of this very well, and they seem to be matching this blow for blow right now. Really good opening for Vanguard.
Yeah, perfect pinch from Vanguard. Bald. He jumped up to grab the overshield, but it didn't spawn in time, so he ran away without it, and he wasn't able to burn it. So now Vanguard have the overshield in their hands. The score is 7-3, and they're taking the game by storm. They're already down 1-0 in the series. Sniper's in the hands of Beaston. He sees Zirkle. He's got the call out. He knows he's there. Will he be able to get him? He does. Beaston with the headshot. Beaston's a beast on the sticks in Call of Duty, and he's moving it over to Halo. He knows Dino's there. He's heard the call out, but he can't quite get him. 1 down for each team. It's a 6-point game at the moment, Bluey. So good start for Vanguard. They got the overshield and they got the sniper.
Yeah, Beaston's positioning there with the sniper was so good, gave him just enough space to be able to, you know, like get that angle appropriately and just take that headshot with, you know, such a small amount of like actual room and, you know, like room for error. He still managed to clutch up where he really needed and get the headshot. So that's really impressive for a player, you know, like from Beeston to see up on main stage. Again, these Vanguard Escapee boys have a lot to show up and show out for, and they seem to be doing just that.
Yeah, the map's been split. Direwolves will take themselves 2 kills. Overshield is about to spawn, so I'm not sure why Vanguard were pushing themselves away. I guess they didn't want to be stuck out at dummies with the Overshield coming up. They will spawn over in Garage. Direwolves are going to want to try get this Overshield. They are down by 2 kills still. Zirkle still hasn't got himself a kill. Bald's got 2 trying to push him to get this Overshield. 3 of them inside his screen. We can see him, but he can't. He gets shots on Doomed. The other one goes down. Ball goes straight in for the Overshield. He'll be able to grab it and pop it for his team. So Direwolves will be able to bring this back, and they're tied 13-all now.
Overshield falling into the hands of Direwolves right there was really, really good, especially when Vanguard Escapee had 3 members stacked on that Overshield pillar and they couldn't quite make it work, even though the OS was up. You know, all it took was for one of them to leap up there, grab it, try to make the bailout, but they couldn't. You know, Direwolves was just all over them. Again, I'm going to make the pun, pack of wolves, haha, getting into them and just really making sure that they don't manage to get a hold of that OS, and that's exactly the kind of plays that we need from Direwolves going forward.
Yeah, it's 3 dead for Vanguard Escapees. 1 point the difference, though. They're keeping it close. Even though they didn't get the Overshield, they're still keeping it close. Sniper should have been spawning. I'm not sure who has managed to grab it. 3 in front of Dino. He'll back down. Ask for help from his teammates. 1 dead for Vanguard, so they managed to take 1. Let's see if Direwolves can use this to their advantage, though, because Vanguard are still tied up, even though they came out hot. But Direwolves have brought it back.
Yeah, both teams are playing very clustered right now, making sure to watch the backs of one another, making sure to watch every angle possible and not let any member of Vanguard Escapee slip through the cracks. You see Bald with that snipe. That's a good double, and that's exactly the kind of play we want to see him go forward. He is 8-4 right now. He's got that 2.0 KD ratio racked up, and let's see if he can span that further with the sniper.
Yeah, Bald finally stepping up for his team. He had a rough tournament last tournament, but he's got Sniper in hand. What can he do with it? Because the Overshield's coming up. He'll be watching over it. He's trying to watch the back as well. But they're all over on the dummy side of the map in the Overshield. He doesn't know that, but we do. Overshield up in 4 seconds. 2 bottom middle from Vanguard, and they're trying to push in on the side of Direwolves, but Bald, he's staying back with the sniper.
See the members of Vanguard Escapee kind of adopt a bit of a rat playstyle there, because they all knew that Bald was S2 looking down on them with the sniper, so they went, yeah, no, boys, can we just commune through tunnels right now? We don't want to get our heads taken off. But that doesn't help them right now because they need to get control of the Overshield. And Balls is going to be looking at that with the sniper the entire time. Like, he knows that they're going to be on it. And as soon as Zirkle goes down, he knows, okay, it's time for me to look back and communicate with my team members that we need to send another person around there because we need that OS. It's pivotal. It's fundamental for us.
Yeah, I think this is the longest time I've ever seen a power-up sit on the map without anyone grabbing it. Beeston's trying to do what he can, but Dino's there. Bald's overlooking him. Misses the shot. Dino goes in, though. He gets help from Bald with the BR this time. 2 players from Vanguard are here. 3 are here now. Bald will have to back down. He's got the snipe, and the Overshield's going to go on the heads of Vanguard. No, he takes him down, but Doom might be able to grab it. Can he? No. I don't know if he can. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. It's still a 1-kill game. Needler in the hand of Benji. He goes down. Overshield may have been burnt blue. We're not sure.
Not too sure, yeah, but I mean, if it's still there, both teams need to make it a top priority right now because Sniper's off the map. So OS is what they have, and Zirkle does have OS, which means he can challenge whoever he wants. And unfortunately for Vanguard Escapee, Benji is the only one at that side of Warehouse for him to track down. So he's going to rotate double doors, and he's going to find 4 members of Vanguard Escapee essentially in front of him. It's time to clean up, boys. They've got to make the pinch, and Zirkle is going to make that kill. He is going to make use of that OS, and he's going to take out 2 players here. He doesn't take him out himself, but he does get that assist. So that's a really big play. Good use of the Overshield there. Good team communication overall to pinch Vanguard Escapee in that Warehouse spawn.
Yeah, perfect use of the Overshield. And guess what, Bluey? It's up in 10 seconds. That's how long the Overshield was sitting there. It's already coming up. Zirkle will find Doom, put some shots down. He'll get taken down. Vanguard were momentarily 4 dead earlier, but they're sitting on top of this Overshield. They're ready to go. They've got the team shop. They'll take down Vant. 2 players from Direwolves trying to push in, but Vanguard have the team shot. They've got the teamwork, and they've got the Overshield. Bluey, they pick it up. It's only come up just after the other one's finished being used, though.
Yeah, good positioning from you right there to just pick up the the OS and then just move along with it, make sure to get back to his team. He is challenging mid now, but I think just from what we saw, the OS is already gone. He had it for a matter of seconds before Direwolves managed to just get it off him, make sure that he does not have that, so he can't make any unnecessary challenges that Direwolves just does not want to deal with. But if they don't have OS to deal with, they have Beaston to deal with up on S2 right now. So they've got to make sure that they know their angles, they know where he is, so it's just going to take them playing like rats right now to be able to get around him. But Beaston's sightlines right now, really, really strong.
Yeah, Beaston doing his best Bald impression that he can. Bald has 12 kills, he has 10, so he's not far behind. He's got the sniper in hand, and this is a good chance for Beaston to showcase what he's got, because we haven't really seen these guys. They've come from Call of Duty.
Yeah, like exactly. But that being said, we highlighted over and over again that they put on a really strong performance, and they're doing exactly that now. And like for players who are transitioning from a more frenetic game to one coming in now where the pace of the match can sort of slow down whenever it's dictated by another team, they're giving that right back to Direwolves, and they're slowing it down themselves. You know, they're not crumbling to that pressure and feeling as though, okay, we have to push their side of the map in order to get kills. They're quite comfortable just making the rotation, and that's exactly what you can see Beaston has done here. He was S2, rotated back through rats, through the rat's nest, came back to like the seaside warehouse, and now he has the sniper here. So Direwolves, in a matter of moments when they were trying to lock him down, he's now run away. They don't have that position anymore.
Yeah, teams have been trading out kills as you've been talking, Bluey, but Direwolves take the lead. They're 2 ahead. Beaston finds one in front of him. The repulsor up. Vamped manages to go down. The overshield is in the hand of Bald, though, so Beaston's on the run. He does have a couple shots in the snipe. Bald's trying to chase him down. He can't find him, though. He will just team up. Move in with his team. He'll find one. His teammates get the shots on as well. They'll take him down. 2 dead now for Vanguard. It's only 3 kills for Direwolves, and this is massive for Direwolves if they can get these last 3 kills. Overshield still on board. Balder's going to challenge 2, make them weak. Doomed goes down. His teammates come in for the other. There's 2 kills remaining, and they're both bottom middle. There it is. Beaston's weak. Benji's weak as well. Benji's trying to get away. Bald will call it out, and it looks like they will take it 50-44. Direwolves takes game number 2, and they move on to take down BBR and keep themselves in the tournament.
Huge for them. Very good show, Direwolves. That's exactly what we want to see to you guys. I think we all would have been a little bit disappointed if they managed to fall to the hands of these other players who are encroaching on their turf. But again, a huge performance from Vanguard. They did play really well, and they definitely showed the potential that they can lead on in later series. If they just hone their skills now, they're going to make great strides into the future.
Exactly. If they just start to cut their teeth a little bit more here on the top echelon of ANZ Halo, they can certainly start to punch their ticket up into that top 4. They can really be a contender, and I think this is certainly a good indicator, boys, about this is going to be a team that we're going to keep our eyes on, whether or not they stay together. These are certainly going to be 4 players that we're going to be looking towards in the future for across some of these other qualifiers and events to see where they do end up. But congratulations to the Direwolves getting themselves into another elimination series and keeping themselves alive here in the tournament. This is where it starts getting a little bit spooky, though, because this is where it gets all the pressure, right, Hoggy? This is where these guys need to make sure they perform. BBR had a really amazing series as well. They were able to get themselves a relatively fast way through this elimination bracket, and now they've just been sitting, waiting, and watching the Direwolves.
Yeah, it's a big series coming up against BBR, but Vanguard put up a huge game against Direwolves in the first game. Second game, only lost by 6 kills, so they should be really happy with how they've been playing. And I would say if anything that Vanguard can take out of these games is it feels like just a couple of times they try to chase kills that they shouldn't, and that is usually the difference in a Slayer, right? If you try to chase the kill and you get taken out instead of getting the kill, that can be the difference between winning and losing a game. You know, 6 kills was only the difference, and that's probably the only thing I think Vanguard could take away from this game specifically, where they would slightly challenge just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and they certainly do have the frag power. I think that's something that's good for them to take away from this, is just kind of getting that team coordination and just trying to understand their lives a little bit stronger than what, trying to trade for a kill and all of that jazz. But Bluey, this is good to see that we're going to be having the Direwolves taking on BBR here. I'm so happy that we've talked about this storyline of this 3rd slot being up for grabs, and we get to see 2 of these teams duking it out in the elimination bracket for extra points here in the HCS.
Yeah, they get, Direwolves, BBR, whoever hands it falls into, they kind of get their redemption arc. It's both teams' time to shine right now. And if they can give us a really good show overall, us as viewers, I think we're going to be really happy. But, both teams, they know right now where they need to be. They know that this is all on the line and this is make or break time, baby. Like, this is where if they want to pop off at any moment, if they've been saving energy in the tank, this is where they have to start releasing some of that energy and make sure that they're at their peak performance.
Yeah, exactly, and it is a really important series for these guys. And Hoggy, if you're kind of in the camp here for the Direwolves after, playing that series, it took a little bit longer than what the BBR lads did. What are you kind of saying to the guys now as they're starting to get ready for this elimination series against BBR?
Well, I think the best thing to do is forget about what just happened. Forget about that series, because we were saying that we didn't think it should be that close, right? So they don't want to think about necessarily whether they were playing worse or Vanguard were good or anything. Just don't worry about that and worry about how they were playing earlier in the day against Divine Minds, because that's where they proved that they can do it. Obviously, Vanguard are a good team, but I'm sure Direwolves were going into that thinking, hey, this shouldn't be too hard for us. And the fact that it was, they need to forget about that, because they need to step up again and play like they did against Divine Minds, because BBR is not a team that they're just going to run over.
Yeah, exactly, Blue. That's what we saw from BBR in that upper bracket. It was insane to see what kind of series they put on for us. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to give these players a little bit of a break before we head into that elimination series. Couple of minutes, and we're going to start to jump into our final elimination series of tonight. It's going to be BBR and Direwolves going head-to-head.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Trick kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello, Halo fans. Welcome back here to the Kickoff Qualifier for ANZ. We are getting ever closer to being able to punch a ticket for one of our teams to go straight to full play here for the Raleigh Major. We've got 4 teams that are left alive, Bluey, here in our bracket, and they are 4 teams that we're super excited to see. And obviously with Direwolves getting themselves a victory here, they've got a match up against BBR to determine who's going to be in that 3rd slot. And Nutribullet, they're still up there in the winner's bracket awaiting their grand finals opponent.
Very, very tough position to be here down in this elimination bracket to claw your way up to that grand finals against Nutribullet, because it's an even tougher place to have to put yourself in once you're up against Nutribullet. So there's going to be some feisty competition down here in the depths. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to play, see our players get as muddy as possible, trying to scrap for dear life. So it's going to be really cool going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bar brawl here to try and figure out who is going to be the opponent for Nutribullet up there in the grand finals. But I did misspeak a little bit earlier. We do have 2 elimination series that are left here for us, Hoggy. And BBR and Direwolves, this is a big brawl for both these teams to try and make sure they get that extra slot going from 4th to 3rd to get them those extra HCS Pro points.
Yeah, it's definitely bragging rights for who's 3rd best team in the region. But in terms of points, it's so crucial for both teams here to win this matchup, because I think this might be the difference between getting themselves into 3rd or not into 3rd, if you win this or not. So yeah, it's a big matchup.
Exactly. It's going to be a huge matchup for both these teams. So let's jump right into it, lads. Direwolves taking on BBR here. The fight for 3rd is raging ever hotter here in the Kickoff Qualifier. The Direwolves, they really want to try and get themselves all the way to Raleigh, and they want to secure themselves the spot as 3rd here. And Bluey, they did it in the Open Qualifier last week, and now they're looking to do it again here in the Kickoff Qualifier.
It all depends on if they can make this magic happen once again. You know, they did put on such a fantastic performance performance last time, but being able to do it again, you know, now as we creep later and later into the night, and especially a team like Direwolves has played so many matches so far, they have to start taking tabs on their stamina, you know, where they can go from here. They've got very strong contenders and a lot of players who have already been in these situations many, many times before, but it's time to actually put that to practice. It is down to the wire. They're going to need to perform.
Yeah, and they're going to need to have a big day as well, because on the other side of the server, Hoggy, we do have the BBR lads who have been putting up some big numbers today against the best in our region, Nutribullet, and they're going to come down here and they're going to give Direwolves their all.
Yeah, they might be all oldies, and they've only managed to get top 6 so far, but now they managed to get themselves into the top 4 against Direwolves. And this is probably the matchup that we've been looking for. We haven't been able to see this on the stream yet. In the previous tournament, BBR got to take on Direwolves, and the series was close. It was 2-1. So these are the veterans of the ANZ scene. Can they push over Direwolves once again? They've done it before. Can they do it again? And this is a big chance for them to do it.
Yeah, it's a real big test for both these teams to see who can put everything here out on the battlefield and see who comes out on top, see who gets themselves into that third slot here in the kickoff qualifiers, and see who secures themselves the third slot in our HCS Pro points as well. Lads, enough talk about this. Let's talk about the maps, and let's see what game modes we are going to be playing here for our series. We're going to have an oddball to start us out here, Bluey, and we're going to go into the Slayer, and then we're going to go finally onto Bazaar CTF. Fingers crossed we get ourselves a third mapper here between BBR and Direwolves.
Yeah, please, can we see some Bazaar? My God, we have not seen any Bazaar, it feels like, in so long. But that being said, I'm very happy. Oddball Live Fire is a fantastic game mode. I think I like it a little bit more with Strongholds, just because that, you know, that more Slayer-focused rotation mentality can come out and things don't stagnate as easy because you have the ball to fight for in those situations. So it is going to be a really tough one, though, for these teams to have to go into that first off, because they're going to have to coordinate really well to make sure that that ball falls in the hands of themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting to see where these teams do prioritize some of that ball control as well. You know, we've seen a lot of teams try and hold it towards the back of the sniper tower, even in the, you know, garage elbow area on the other side of A as well. We've seen quite a lot of teams hold out that oddball, and I'm interested to see how these two teams do play it out here on Livefire. And also an Aquarius Slayer for us, Hoggy, as well. It seems to be the playground for some of these players as well, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen in that game as well.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I think Aquarius is probably BBR's best map, so Direwolves are going to want to win this game, because if they go into game number 2, they're going to have a bit of trouble. So oddball's going to be super important for Direwolves, because BBR are very strong on Aquarius. We saw them against Nutribullet, and they showed us just how good they are on that map.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a pretty spooky thought for Direwolves if they can't start off here with a bang. But this is also something that I've touched on a little bit, is about momentum here in this series. And I think this will be a good test for either one of these teams on Livefire Oddball about whether or not they can get a lot of these slays rolling, especially if they, you know, one of these players starts to pop off a little bit, you know, maybe looking towards Bald or someone like that here on the Direwolves to try and pop off on that C side to see if they can continue to get this momentum in for the Direwolves. And the other side for BBR, we've got so many players, you know, Junior, all these boys have been doing so much work across the entire day for BBR that it's just been wild for them to get this done. And Bluey, I'm just excited for us to jump into this game, and it is finally time for us to jump into this game. It is finally time for us to see the Direwolves and BBR go head-to-head here on Livefire.
I feel like this is the match that a lot of us have been waiting for. This is the storyline that's been developing. You know, you're vying for a spot to be the number 3 team in ANZ, which is nothing to, you know, bat your nose out. This is a huge title that you need to make right now. So for Direwolves and BBR facing off Oddball Livefire, it's going to be a tough match for them. There should be some huge kills, some great highlights coming out. Let's jump right into it, Hoggy.
Yeah, tough match for both teams. We finally get the chance to see it on stream. The matchup's always been close, and on top of that, we get to see them both at their peak. We could say that at this stage, both teams are peaking at the perfect time for them. So Sniper in the hands of Brattles. He'll go down. It's 3 down for BBR. Dante is the last man alive. We're on board with him, and he goes down as well. So Ball in control of Direwolves. They're going to move it to tower off the bat.
Face full of Heatwave, unfortunately, absolutely disintegrated there, and that stops any kind of one-man push that he might have had in mind. But it seems like Direwolves are making an early setup here on S2, which is something that a lot of players seem to favor here on this back ramp S2 area, because it gives you a huge overlook of the map in general and still lets you shot call for your teammates, even though, you know, you are holding that ball. You can't shoot as much as often as you would like. And we do see the OS here still, and I imagine that's Dino right there pinging it to the rest of his teammates, telling them, get on that OS, we need it, make the push for it.
Yeah, BBR will have the OS in hand, but it doesn't matter to Dino. He's got the odd ball. He's rotated it to his team to try get more ball time in their hands. As Dante has the heat wave, he had the overshield and it's already gone. He'll find one with the bank shot. His teammates are pushing in with him. It's 3 down now for Direwolves. The ball's been reset by Dino, 4 dead, and BBR are going to have ball control.
Yeah, like really solid start for Direwolves overall though. I just want to say that, you know, their setup was good, their rotation was good, they stole a whole bunch of time off of BBR, so it's going to be really difficult for BBR to have to make that up here, and they're not going to have a good time with it if Dante goes down just like he did, and we're going to see Ads take the challenge top mid as well, and he's going to be immediately fought off any positioning that he might have had in that initial fight right there. Unfortunately, BBR are getting pushed back into the doors area, and Brattles does get taken down again, so they're just being picked off one by one, Hoggy.
Yeah, big kill for Ads. Heatwave being very prominent at the start of this game. Overshield is coming up very, very soon. Evil's right on it. He's going to grab it, and he is going to be able to pop it. He's going to poke out straight away with his teammates. Put some shots on circle. The ball is still in the hands, though, of Direwolves, and Overshield is gone already. Evil's one shot. He might get taken down. The nades do not get him. His teammate Brattles goes down. He's trying to stay alive. There's 2 dead now for Direwolves. Dino gets caught out by Evil. I don't know how he gets caught out. He knows he's there, but I guess he didn't get the call out. It was 3 dead momentarily for Direwolves. Evil will go down as well. So back and forth right now, Bluey, but the ball is in the hands of BBR, and Ads manages to just get away.
Evil just managed to stay alive for so long then. He really shouldn't have either. The amount of time that he was one shot, and as weak as he was on the little health bar indicator as well, you know, burned through OS, burned through his shield, burned through the majority of his health, and they still let him get away, and he got a kill to boot. That's a massive play for him, and that's the kind of time wasted that BBR needs against Direwolves. If Direwolves have to focus on a player like that for long, that's time that they're not focusing on getting objective time, and that's 4 down on them too, Hoggy, just as you pointed out. That's massive. Really good game so far. Very back and forth.
Yeah, 40 points the difference. BBR have tower control. They momentarily had him 4 dead. Dante, he's going straight in with the heat wave. He'll take down 1. Brattles will go down as well. So there's 2 dead for either side. Evil's the last man alive. You can look to play the ball here, and he does. He'll get taken down by Zirkle. Yes, he will. So BBR, they get a nice spawn, almost take down Zirkle. Don't manage to do it, but a good play the ball from Evil.
Yeah, good play of the ball overall, and like Evil really didn't have anywhere to go though. He was still stuck on that S2 position, and he couldn't really make any worthwhile rotation to his team because they all spawned sort of warehouse where that B cap is on a Strongholds game type sort of area out in Courtyard. So he had no choice but to stay there, milk as much time with the ball as possible, then play it when he could. That's the only play that he could really make in that situation.
Yeah, BBR 3 dead again. Both teams go 3 down. The ball's in the hands of Dino, and Direwolves are going to get some time. Ads will try to get the shots out as best he can. He's trapped at Overshield, though. He'll go to 1 shot. Can Direwolves manage to take him down? They are pushing him. They do get him. It's 2 down now for Direwolves, though. The Overshield is still there, and it'll be in the hands of Ads. So Dante, sorry. So Dante has the Overshield. Evil and Brads are trying to do work with the ball. They might be able to take down Zirkle as well. He's doing a beautiful job to stay alive. He gets 2. No, he doesn't. He gets 1. So BBR still have the ball. The ball didn't get played, but Direwolves get a favorable spawn.
Yeah, Dante needs to use this OS to the best of his advantage as possible. Maybe milk a little bit of time with that ball, which looks like he's going to do on this back ramp area. But in a moment's notice, you know, Direwolves are going to be able to make the push on them. You can see where they're situated on the map. If you look clearly, one of them's making a push through bottom ramp, top mid, but they do go 2 down for each side, evenly matched. You know, now at this point, BBR should be looking to make up for a little ball time, but I don't think that Dante has that much space to move when he knows that Balds is right on his tail at S1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Vamped, but he fell off the map, and that's not really what you want to see from Direwolves when it's 2 dead on each team, and Vamp's going to jump himself off the map. That's not ideal, but ball's still in the hands of Dante. They're ringing up the points. They're only 20 points behind now. Dante might look to play this as 2 of his players go down. 3 down, 4 down now for BBR.
Yeah, good play there. You do see Dino with the snipe, so, you know, if he didn't play that ball, that would have meant total control, as if they could have just taken that S2 position with both snipe and ball, and then from that point on, it makes it such an easy hold because you have so many angles to watch on that snipe tower, plus the power weapon in and of itself. So, you know, what can you do? Really good response from BBR, though. We do see, like, some wipes come out from either side. We do see 2-2, and Balls here just trying to milk some time. He only needs 5 seconds left for the rest of this match, and instead of playing the ball totally, he's going to manage to get away with it. How did Ball survive there?
Evil came in, but Evil got taken down by the rest of Direwolves. So they managed to take the first round and get up on BBR. Great start for Direwolves. It's exactly what they need going into round number 2. Bluey, let's see how it starts out.
Smart play from Balls at the end. I got a little bit like too hyped, too inquisitive, but all he did at the end there was, I feel like a lot of what we would have done in that position as sort of more rookie players is we just would have played the ball and then sacked our life. But instead he thought, no, let me try to milk as much time as possible. And because he did that, he managed to stay alive and just hold for those like 10 seconds that he needed at the end, which was crucial to them winning that round, of course. So a really smart play from Balls overall.
Yep, Overshield in the hands of Direwolves, ball in the hands of Direwolves, so they're racking up the points. They'll grab themselves an Overshield. They got BBR 3 down early on, and that's why they have control of Overshield. Vant will go down. All players of BBR finding the Overshield as well. Dante, he wants some scrap time. He's going to let his teammates clean up the Overshield player. So BBR with a great push. They just look like they swarmed the side of Direwolves.
They do get 2 taken down, though, because members from Direwolves, Dino just rotated bottom in and was able to pinch them at scoreboard, take out 2, and then that's all she wrote. You know, that push of 3 to 4 players goes down to 2, and they can't do much with that because Direwolves literally just spawned. They have spawn advantage in that they're fresh up, so they get to make the call of what momentum, what pacing that BBR needs to make, and especially when they go 2 down, there's no pacing or momentum to have.
Yeah, ball thrown away by Dino. It's 2 dead for either team. Dino's just going to stay alive, try work with his team, drop bottom middle. Nice little sneaky route for him to take, especially with the Heat Wave in his hand. Heat Wave is something that can be utilized beautifully on this map. He is behind Evil. He will use the Heat Wave to make him one shot. He's behind Brattles as well. He'll get a shot on him. The call out comes from BBR though, and Dino gets taken down. Overshield will be up very, very soon. Ball is forced to back down. Ball in the hands of Direwolves, and they're just scrapping time as 2 of them are down.
10 seconds on that OS, and I think BBR are probably going to try and want to make this territory, but when you have Ball make a perfect like that, he's going to challenge Brattles. He doesn't quite make it, but Brattles still goes down though. So again, it's 2-2, but Direwolves does get that OS, and we're going to see when they pop it though, because they probably don't want to enter straight away and make a clear for that warehouse. They are aware that the members of BBR did spawn in there. He does unfortunately get it pretty much all taken out, and that is not a good look for Dino because that Overshield could have really come in handy for this push.
Yeah, he got caught off guard by the player from BBR, but Bald, he's in there and he's taking the ball. He's getting some scrap time. He runs it away from BBR. They don't even realize the ball's gone. But Brattles goes down there to try to take him out, and he manages to get 2 dead for either team. Dino's going back to bottom middle. He loves it down here. He'll get perfect flank. Vance will get a double, and the ball's back in the hands of Direwolves. They're running it straight into BBR though, and they don't even know it.
They don't know the spawns are right there. They spawned S2. We're going to see Vamped 180 as quickly as possible and then just try to get out of here. You know, that play wouldn't have been possible, though, with Balls just making his way into that warehouse area, grabbing the ball and just be like, oh, okay, well, I'll be off with this and the rest of you guys can worry about everything else, though. So another sneaky little play coming out from Balls. He seems to find Oddball a bit of his playground.
Yeah, Direwolves just seem to be catching out the members of BBR. We saw in the first round that they lost by quite a few kills and quite a few points, sorry. And in this game, it was also getting away from them a little bit. Seems very, very scrappy from BBR when they push in. All 4 push in, and they sort of get taken out very easily by the spawners of Direwolves. It's 2 dead now, 3 dead now for Direwolves. BBR have the ball, so they've done good work, and they do have the sniper in their hands, but they get taken down again every time. They seem to manage to get a few kills. They always lose 1 or 2 of their own.
Dante rocking that Croc Gang snipe right now. Let's see if he makes any use of it. He does manage to get a beat down, but he doesn't connect with any of those shots, which is unfortunate because that would have been absolutely monumental turning for the team. Even making one of the members of Direwolves their one shot pretty much stops their push because they've got so many other players to have to answer for. And now Dino just manages to pick up that snipe and sort of just like scurry away with it. They're heading OS and they've got that OS timing down pat if one of them can actually manage to pick it up, but they seem to be just getting swarmed by the members of BBR right now. They do not get OS. It is still on the field.
Yeah, Dante will pick up Overshield. He'll pick up Sniper. He's got Zerka. Will he challenge him? He does. He only hits the body shot, though. Won't be able to kill him. So this is the chance that BBR have. Now that they have the Sniper, they have the Overshield. A player bottom middle, though, and he will lose the Overshield straight away. Perfect flank from Vamp. Vamp will take him down. And this is what I'm talking about, Bluey. Every time BBR seem to get in the lead or control of the map, they lose 1, and then it ends up turning into a 3 or 4 dead as Brattles goes down as well. Evil's in trouble at the back.
Oh, no!
Vamp with a huge win in the body
it.
smack. Exactly what I'm talking about. Direwolves are working perfectly together. BBR are just struggling every time they get the setup, though. The game is still close, though.
Direwolves aren't making long rotations though. I don't know if you've noticed, Hoggy. They seem to be just cutting down through bottom mid and top mid each and every time. And BBR doesn't seem to be answering for that, especially for a team in BBR that seems to be making their holds mainly on warehouse. They can peek top mid without really being challenged. They can look bottom mid and know that they're coming from that bottom mid doorway, but they never seem to get it every single time. They get punished for it every single time. Direwolves are just making really good plays with such small space.
Yeah, Evil's struggling a little bit with 5 kills. Brattles is doing the best he can to keep his team in the game with 13. The game still is close. Direwolves just scrap every second that they can get. Dante on the flank. This is a great spot for them to hold it. He can throw the ball out if he has to keep them in the game if they get in trouble. 2 of his teammates go down, and he's going to do exactly that. He throws it out perfectly. It's 3 down, 4 down now for BBR. Every time they touch the ball, it's a curse. They all go down.
The immediate play doesn't even really matter though, Hoggy, because Direwolves still have so much time to anticipate that ball resetting and then coordinating a good rotation and a good setup, which is exactly here. You know, Ads and Evil both down on the side of BBR. Make that 3 for the double. Is he going to be able to take out Dante as well and just be able to deny him from having that overshield? But it doesn't look it. He does go down anyway. And they fall down.
He's
feeling it. He's doing a little dance. He hits the gift of the camera, not the curse, mate. You got it all on you right now, buddy.
Circle's got the overshield. There's only 20 points remaining in the game. He'll find Brattles. He'll push him. He's not afraid with the overshield. Picks up the heat wave, and he's going to play corners now as he finds 2 in front of him. He takes down 1. His teammate gets the other. They're still alive, though. They managed to do it. He takes down 2. Vampty's on fire. He knows the game's over. He gets a free double kill for himself. He's going to take the ball up to the Needler, and he's going to just sit here and try to play out the rest of the time. There's only 10 seconds remaining. Nade's coming in. He's running the ball to his teammates. He's calling it out to his teammates to pick it up. A BBR member, that's Evil, coming in. 7 seconds still left on the board for Direwolves. Evil's playing his life as best he can. He manages to get away. No, he doesn't. Bald takes him down. It's 2 dead now for BBR.
No.
They have the ball, though, and they're running it away from Direwolves.
Snipe did manage to come up there, and I think BBR did grab it, but it's not really going to matter if there's only 1 second left of ball time in order for Direwolves to have to get, and they have everything in their favor. It looks like they're going to be pitching it now. What a perfect!
Grab
He's
it.
going to be
He's
able
got
to
it.
get it. That's it. That perfect marks the end of that oddball game, and what a way to finish it. What a good rotation. What a solid rotation coming out from the members of Direwolves there. Great match. Man, what an opener.
Yeah, very smart from Bald. Gets 1 kill. Just grab the ball and run away. That's all he needed to do. Just 1 second in it. But they won that 2 rounds to 0, so pretty comfortable win in the end for them. BBR looking a little scrappy, as I said. Every time they got ball control, they would all go down. Aquarius is going to be very helpful as a game too, because they didn't look too great in game 1.
Yeah, I think they'll really need that Aquarius game coming off from that oddball match then. It just seemed like overall Direwolves knew how to control the ball in the best manner possible. Even in those situations where they realized, hold on, like we're going to go down here, but we can still milk a couple of seconds of time, and that's going to stack up more and more over that we have over these members of BBR, and that was ultimately what did BBR in, because then those small portions of time accumulated into big ones that they had to catch up for. Overall, fantastic. You know, Zirkle, we highlighted him before as really not being able to do much, but yeah, we see our observer highlighting that remote detonation in there. We did miss the kill on screen, but yeah, that's a huge one for him to get. Luck of the draw, he rolled that dice and he got it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those in matchmaking before, and I've thought, how did I kill that guy? I'm not even sure what happened, but I feel like most of the time you do it, it's by accident, but it's definitely something that you can utilize in this game. The nades are there to be shot, and you can use them to your advantage. Bald Brattles with the snipe, and going through the highlights, we're probably going to see a lot of players dead on the side of BBR in this highlight.
Yeah, it was so crazy to see how many times they were going 4 people down. That's not what you want in an oddball game, because you need an anchor to keep up your positions or your pushes so your team members can spawn just that little bit closer to where the enemy is holding ball. But PBR never had that in any of the sections at all. They just kept going down one after another until all 4 were dead. And then, of course, they have a fresh spawn. They have to rewind everything back and go, okay, where can we push from here? We've had to reset. Let's try and make another play.
Yeah, I think reset is the perfect word for BBR right now. They need a reset. They showed up against Nutribullet. Now they have to show up against Direwolves, because this is a big match for them. This takes them potentially into the top 3 on points if they win this match. And not only that, but I know that they want to be in the top echelon of Halo Esports in Australia. And by winning this matchup, it puts them into the top 3 when they've never even got past top 6.
Yeah, like it's a huge position for them to be able to get right now, and I know that they feel as though that they're so close. You know, it's right there; they can just grab it. Only one more game to go, but Slayer Aquarius might prove a little bit hard for them because remember, Aquarius was the first map that we saw BBR on, and they played really strong on that map. It seemed like they had a really good sort of like fundamental lockdown of that map overall. So getting into it now, it might be a bit tough for the members of Direwolves if they don't have a stronger foundational understanding of this map that BBR does.
Yeah, BBR definitely do have a strong understanding of this map. They managed to take the game against Nutribullet, but they have to bring it back here against Direwolves going into game number 2. This is huge for BBR. Can they bring it back against Direwolves? We'll see who we're going to jump on board with as we jump into this. Louis, this is a big game for BBR and Direwolves.
Big game, so much on the line, can't make any mistakes, so let's hope it doesn't lead to both the teams just staying in their base for 12 minutes because that would be kind of unfortunate now, wouldn't it, Hoggy? But I don't think that's going to be the case with a very aggro start coming out from Dino and manages to pick up an assist and getting some shots on Brattles, but he does have to use that thruster to get away as quickly as possible and just get some footing on the map.
Yeah, so a slow start, 2 down for each team. Dino's going to run in for the camo. He's got a heat wave. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get out. No, he does get help from his teammate. He doesn't get the camo though. He's got the thruster still, and he didn't pick it up on his way through. But it's 3 dead for BBR, and that seems to be all I'm saying in this series. 3 dead for BBR, and it just keeps happening.
On a Slayer, you know, BBR can't risk getting those 4 straight wipes over and over again like they were in that oddball game, but it seems to be the way that, that the song's being played out right now, Hoggy. It seems like every time we switch to a Direwolves player, a BBR player is dead, which is not what you want because they want to be up, they want to be holding positions on the map as much as possible, especially on Aquarius. And Dino using that thruster, getting real aggressive on him, telling him who's boss. That's exactly the plays that Direwolves need to make right now when they want to claw for the top.
Yep, 5 kills the difference. Camo the difference as well as Bald has grabbed that. Dino called it out that he wasn't able to grab it earlier on. Bald is on a bit of a flank. He's got 2 players across the map from him. He's going to push in and he might end up having to take a 1v1. Although the player top middle, he gets shots on him as well. He's got 2 players from his team on the other side of the map. He's just trying to put damage out for his team. He's trying to find anyone around him, but there's actually no one here. His teammates have joined up with him on the left side of the map, so things have slowed down a little bit, Bluey. It's still a 3-point game, though.
BBR just full rotated there. They managed to trade 1 apiece, but that was about all they did with that rotation. You know, it was a good rotation, but it didn't really amount to anything kills-wise. It's just that they're blue side rather than being yellow side of the map as they were before. So, you know, it's going to be a bit difficult with Bald sort of creeping up behind you to get any footing on the map, especially top mid whatsoever. Those are those key positions that you have to be taking, you know, those top mid, especially on Aquarius Slayer. But if Bald's just going to run up on you, hitting you in the back for the 1-tap, then you're not going to be able to hold that whatsoever.
Yeah, Bald pushing in. He calls out to his teammate Circles, trying to get in there to clean up the 1 shot. He won't be able to. Dante stays alive. There's 3 players from BBR around him. He does manage to get the kill. Dino gets the camo this time. He's going to grab himself the thruster. We've already seen him use it to perfect effect. His teammates are pushing in to the storage on this side of the map with him. They've taken down 1. No, they haven't. They're finding Evil, though. Takes a bad battle. He uses the thruster to get away. He'll go down, though. Huge win for Evil. 2 down, 3 down now for Direwolves. Direwolves tried to push in Bluey, but it didn't work out. BBR, they've got that matchup on lock.
Yeah, not a great push for Direwolves in the end there. You know, none of the strategies that they seem to be placing as we were watching it sort of unfold, that pinch movement, seemed to work out. At one point, Ads was down there on his own pinch between 2 players, but he still managed to get out with his life, which is not what you want when you're making that pinch, right? That's the whole point of the pinch, to get 2 players on either side of 1 and just get a quick kill, but Ads still managed to get out, and then another member of Direwolves went down, so that's just a fail. That's a failed push. That's not good whatsoever. Direwolves really need to straighten up on those kind of movements if they want to make it successful and get a good snowball starting to roll.
Ball takes down 1. His teammate trades with the other. Brattles comes in, though, to try to get the cleanup. He won't be able to do it. 3 of them are down. They're up by 7 kills. Direwolves running away with it a little bit. All players from BBR spawning up in the base together. Can they work together? They take down Evil as well. Bald comes in to help him out. It's 2 down again. Brattle's in front of him. He'll go down as well. Another one dead for BBR. It's a double kill and a killing spree for Bald. We've been on Bald for a majority of this game, and he's doing work for his team.
He is just staying alive. I mean, look at him on the board right now. Only 2 deaths, but with 8 kills, and that's exactly... That is a Slayer performance right now. He does go down, unfortunately. Curse of the camera, buddy. Sorry about that. But, you know, that is exactly what you want to see from a Slayer. You want your teammates overall on the map to, of course, not die, because that just give points to the other team. And if Balds is playing so sneakily, he's managing to get that camo every single time, he's going to be just staying alive for longer and providing more intel for his team to be able to get those pincer movements down pat, to get those movements around the map down pat. So really good overall from Direwolves. This is the kind of, you know, like what we want to see. These are the plays that we want to see.
Yeah, Dante, he grabbed the camo, but he went down pretty quickly. Only 7 points the different. Vam's putting shots across map on Evil to call it out for his teammates. Things slowing down again, Bluey, but every time I say that, it speeds up real quickly. You'll see 2 in front of him, drop down, stay alive. The bottom middle player will take him out though, Brattles that is. Brattles is one shot, he'll get taken down. Bald is pushing in, he'll take down Dante. The callouts are coming in from Direwolves and they're just cleaning up the kills for free, Bluey.
My question is right now, is Direwolves' sort of gameplay as optimal as it could be, right? Like watching them, they look really good, but we've seen a couple of instances of them on camera where they're not executing on things as strong as they could be. So do you think, Hoggy, at all that maybe they're sort of playing too split apart? Maybe they need to bring it together for a death ball sort of like you know, style of gameplay in order to wrap up this match as fast as possible. Do you think BBR maybe still has it in them to bring this back?
No, they can definitely bring it back, but they are down from 11, so it's gonna be hard. Because from what we're seeing, it doesn't look too good for BBR. Zirkle, he thinks there's a player behind him, but there's nobody there. He'll get a double. He's gonna push in for Brattles. His teammate goes down. He goes straight in with the thrust. Brattles stays alive. He's getting shot from another player from BBR. Dino comes in and cleans up Brattles. Zirkle stays alive, and this is what we're talking about, Bluey. Direwolves just have the teamwork on point. BBR are not working the same that Direwolves are. They're not really as cohesive on this map or even in the first map. They'll move in together again. Evil goes down. Zirkle and Dino working perfectly together.
Yeah, I just noticed, like, look at the board. Dino only has 5 kills. He's tying that up with his deaths, but he has 11 assists on the board right now. 11 is a huge number for him to put down, and honestly, not be dying that much. That's really good for him. That means he's putting down the appropriate shots where they matter, getting in the damage for his team as best as possible, and also making the right calls for his team to be able to react and just come in and sweep those kills where Dino might not be executing on them, but he's still making the numbers play on those assists, like huge, massive numbers. I think those are some of the biggest assists that we've probably seen all day.
Yeah, probably. The map's been split in half, and Camo is in the hands of Vamped. Vamp's trying to be real sneaky. That Camo's about to run out, so he needs to be careful. Brattles knows he's there, though. How does he know? I have no idea how he knew he was there. His teammate must have called it out. He turns around. He takes him down easy with the thruster. So Brattles doing work for his team. They're only down by 7 now, Bluey. They're bringing it back.
Yeah, this is that clawback that you kind of called before. You said that they could definitely pull it back, and as this scoreline inches closer and closer, they are seeming to manage to get closer and closer up on Direwolves, which is not what you want to see in Direwolves' position right now. They already have a map up. They want to finish this right now. They want to knock BBR out and manage to claim their spot. That's what they want to be doing. They don't want to go into a Game 3. They don't want to be tired, potentially having to go into the next match after this one.
Yeah, the players of Direwolves are just swarming on the BBR players. All they need to do is trade it out to win. They're up by 8 kills. So the game is looking in Direwolves' favor. BBR trying to bring it back, but it's not working too well. They did have a massive comeback yesterday on stream that we saw, so they can do it. They just need to put it into fruition, Bluey.
Yeah, BBR might need to take a step back here, slow things down, take a page out of Direwolves' book, and take, you know, the pace of the match for themselves, but it doesn't seem what they'd be doing, and Ads just gets caught out on 2 plays. You can see there, he was trying to get the back smack in, didn't quite manage to make it connect, which is super unfortunate because at these crucial moments, only 5 kills left for Direwolves, and then you're out. BBR, you are gone, and you do not want those mistakes to happen down on the wire right now.
Yeah, this is what could win them the game. Camo in the hands of Zirkle. He grabs himself a pistol. Ads has found him. He's going to challenge him, though. He gets a teammate to come through and help him out. Dante comes in to try get him. He won't be able to get 3 shots on him. Ball turns around. Tries to get Dante. Dante's playing real sneaky, but Bald gets it. It's only 2 kills left. Bald is on the flank. He's got the call-outs from his teammate. He sees Brattles. Puts some shots down. He'll get the call-out to Vamped. Vamp's going to come over to try help him. And they do take down Brattles, and that's it. Direwolves win it. They go on to top 3, 50-41. BBR, no match for Direwolves.
Direwolves take that, and it is unfortunate because at the end of the day, that last kill that Direwolves took was just as simple as Brattles being out of position top mid. That's all it came down to. He took too many team shots. There was no one else left for him. That's got to be super disheartening for BBR, but they still played a really good game, and we could see at the tail end of it, they managed to come back pretty strongly. So overall, good match for them. Is sad to see them go, but hey man, Direwolves, that top 3 spot, good on them.
Yeah, congratulations to the Direwolves to be able to secure themselves a top 3 slot so far and get themselves a date with Divine Mind as well. Commiserations to the boys of BBR, but on the backside of this, we've got to think about what Hoggy's been touching on as well, as the fact that these guys have finally cracked through that 5th, 6th spot and got themselves into a 4th placing here. Just looking back at a few of the stats, Hoggy, these boys were really starting to put up some big numbers, and across Direwolves, it felt like everyone was kind of pulling their weight.
Yeah, Bluey touched on it. Dino didn't have too many kills, but he had the assist there, and he's assisting his team, and obviously he's assisting Vamped. You can see Vamped with the most damage on his team. On the other side, though, BBR struggling a little bit. They're pretty average on the damage in terms of getting output there for their team. They probably wanted a bit more damage from one player to get more assists and allow them to work together better, but it wasn't to be, and Direwolves take out the series.
Yeah, and doing it in a 2-0 fashion as well, Bluey gives them that little bit of extra time now. They get to take a little bit of a breather. They've had themselves a pretty comfortable series here against BBR. Now they get to set the sights on Divine Mind. And all of the pressure of trying to fight for this 3rd slot, Bluey, as well, has been lifted off their shoulders. If they take out Divine Mind here, that's more points in their back pocket, and then they get to have a grand final and try and have some fun up against Nutribullet. But right now, all the pressure's gone for Direwolves.
I'm not too sure about fun there on that end, Luke. If you're going up against Nutribullet, that is not a fun time. That's a serious time, and that's a time for sweat. But yeah, no, it's got to feel like the weight of the world gone a little bit for Direwolves. Like, that's fantastic for them, and they've certainly earned it too in that top 3 position. So now it's just about securing that spotting a little bit more. They can't rest just yet. They certainly can't throw their next game against Divine Mind. So it just becomes about, okay, we have this lead. How much further can we take it? That's where they need to move from here.
Yeah, it's all about kind of riding the hype wave here to see if they can get themselves to even potentially a top 2. It is going to be a juggernaut of a task for them to take down Divine Mind. But Hockey, on the other side of this, Divine Mind, they've been playing quite a lot of Halo today as well. And same with Direwolves, but obviously coming off the back of a big win, surely's got to put a little bit of wind in your sails, right?
Yeah, they've got really good momentum in their favour, moving on from BBR to Divine Mind. So the momentum is in their favour. Divine Mind had a rough game against Nutribullet. It probably won't stuff Divine Mind around too much because they're a top 2 team. They've been here before, and they beat Direwolves last week in this exact same matchup. So we'll have to see how it goes, but the momentum is in the favour of Direwolves winning out against BBR.
Yeah, I'd be super excited to see if we're going to get all the maps coming out from Divine Mind as well as Direwolves as well, Bluey, because I just want to see more Halo between these guys. Obviously, I'm sure Divine Mind or Direwolves, whoever comes out of that series, wants to make it as fast as possible, having to come from this elimination bracket. And if they want to get that ticket to pool play at Raleigh, they're going to have to get a full bracket reset up against the boys of Nutribullet, and that's going to be a whole boatload of maps for them to get through.
Oh, that's a massive task ahead of them. Truly daunting, a David and Goliath tale. But I do just want to point out, guys, Bizarre mod check. Can we please get a Bizarre game? What is going on? We have not seen this map nearly all day. But yeah, Direwolves have a huge few games up against them next, and if they do manage to take out Divine Mind, they are going to have to go up against Nutribullet. Momentous task for them. They're really going to have to bring their A game from here on. Now there's no time to rest. This is where they need to punch it through.
Yeah, it's going to be a big slog for the boys from New Zealand. But lads, we might be able to get a little bit more input here because we have Dino on the line from the Direwolves. Let's have a quick chat to him about this series. Dino, mate, congratulations on getting yourselves a top 3 here. I'm sure that's a whole lot of pressure off the back of you guys. Do you feel like that series meant a little bit more to you guys than, what you've played so far because there was so much online with the amount of HCS points you guys could have got from it?
Look, we're just going into every comp, and our main goal is to win and improve as a team. So we're not really looking at it as points. We just take it series by series, and ultimately we're here to win. We don't care about top 3, top 2. At the end of the day, we're competitors, and we want to win.
Yeah, Dino, now that you've secured your top 3 spot, that must feel like a little bit of weight lifted off of your shoulders. But that being said, where do you plan to take it from here? Not with anything to do with Raleigh, but next year, where do you guys plan to evolve from this point on? You've got a huge roadmap ahead of you.
Well, firstly, we need to start practicing more consistently, but our schedule at the moment is really busy at work, so we're trying to find the time to play, but I think after that Christmas we'll be able to nut it out and actually get some hours on the game, and start really improving as a team and finding our consistency as a team, because I think we're lacking there at the moment. Very hot cold.
Yeah, do you think that since the game's come out, you're saying that you guys haven't really had too much time, and is that one of the reasons why you think you guys weren't at the top in the first tournament? You know, that lack of experience in the first tournament, and then second tournament, obviously we see top three again. Do you think that that extra bit of time is really what's put you guys into the top three?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the main point is that we've got time to actually, well, not a lot of time, but the time that we're using it effectively. We're actually talking about strategy and maps, and we're just getting the game time as well. Like, everyone's shots are improving. So I think it just more comes down to just learning the game and just playing more often to find that consistency.
And Dino, mate, you've been around for a whole boatload of time. So, you know, what are your kind of thoughts so far on Halo Infinite? What have you guys really been enjoying the most about the game?
The most is the support. Like, this is awesome. Like, we've never had such a high quality sort of system in place that can showcase the talent in the ANZ region. And it seems like the viewership is doing quite well as well. So this just makes it a lot better for just to get eyes out there and potentially bring in more people. But not only that, it also makes it a lot better for us, like more incentives, because, you know, there's a lot more on the line and we can potentially go overseas.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a beautiful story from 343 to be able to give you guys such a good platform to perform. And you guys have been doing a great job so far to be putting up some sick Halo for us to watch as well. So congratulations, Dino, on getting the top three, and good luck for your series here against Divine Minds.
Cheers, boys.
Thanks, mate. Hearing from Dino there from the Direwolves after their victory into the top three. And Hoggy, it's been a big road here for the Direwolves, and I think it's something for us to touch on. Is now they're starting to hit that consistency, and I think Dino hit it on the nail on the head, right? Just feels like these guys are just starting to get their shots going, and once they start getting a bit more time into Infinite, they will be able to get that consistency going.
Yeah, exactly. And if he's saying that they still haven't had enough time and they're the top three, I don't know what's going to happen next year, but obviously they're expecting to do even better. So you're right. The fact that he's mentioned about having more and more time, I think that's something that's going to bode in their favor, because we've already seen time, even this little amount of time, they've gotten a lot better. So who knows what another month could do for them.
Yeah, there might be some scary wolves to look at in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a break here ahead of our elimination final. This will be the final that determines who is going to be facing Nutribullet in the grand final. Will it be Divine Minds or will it be the Direwolves? Stay and find out.
Expectations would be to be the best team in Australia and obviously try and compete in America. I think the boys would love to break top 8 in America.
So as a team, you know, we'd like to get back to being the #1 team in the country, really. That's probably our main goal, and probably take it from there. I mean, it would obviously be great to place well at Worlds, but yeah, our main goal is to be the #1 in Australia.
Obviously, our biggest focus is Worlds. But also any like overseas event, that is our end goal. We want to place well overseas, just put ANZ on the map, you know. I want to prove to everyone that we can compete with the best, and we are one of the best. That's what I want to do. I feel like that's our goal as a team.
So our expectations are pretty much win pretty much every single thing in Australia, and we also want to break top 8 at an international event because it's never been done.
Our expectations for this team are very high, honestly, very high. We want to dominate this region, and when I say it, I really do mean it. Like, we really do just want to take this scene over by storm.
Our expectations are to win everything. Every competition, every tournament that's in ANZ at least, we want to come out first. In North America as well, we want to give our absolute best.
Honestly, I believe ANZ is a very strong region. They have quite a lot of potential to upset a lot of teams, especially in the EU scene. I feel like we have a lot of talent in our scene, but obviously we're behind in the infrastructure.
The ANZ talent that we have here is really starting to really show its feet here. We're really got to put in the time and prove to the rest of the world that we are here to play.
I've always thought, well, being the team that's gone over there a lot of the time, I've always thought that Australia, we've always had a really good chance at competing at the highest level. This game does actually present a really good opportunity for a team to do really well.
I think the way Australian teams, particularly the top 2 or 3 teams, stack up to North America and Europe is that we are still a long way from where we need to be able to perform consistently over there and to even be a major threat. Now, does that mean we can't do it? No. I think we've got heaps of up-and-coming talent and some, strong rosters.
In Australia, our top players are just as good as the best players in Europe and America and Mexico. It's just we don't get the opportunities that those guys get. But with this roadmap that just came out, I think it's a really good opportunity for us.
Halo's been a pretty big part of my life for legit since I've ever been a kid. Halo's also brought me to all these awesome people that I literally would have never met otherwise, Our community is honestly pretty cool, man. There's a lot of awesome people in it involved.
So Halo is pretty much my life. I've been playing it 18 years now, going to be 19 years, even though I've only been competing for 5 years. But it means a lot to me, and to do well, it means a lot. I appreciate the opportunities that HCS have given us, ESL have given us.
Halo probably means a lot to me. Halo has been a very big part of my life. It has given me endless opportunities to travel over the world, to hang out with friends all over the world, and it's actually taught me a lot of skills in and out of the game. Halo is a very special place in my heart.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the Kickoff Qualifier for ANZ. We're starting to get towards the pointy end here of day number 2, and we are figuring out who will be taking our slot into the pool play for the Raleigh Major. Bluey, we've narrowed it down to 3 teams so far. Nutribullet, they're waiting themselves in that grand final for the conclusion of this series, which will be Divided Minds versus Direwolves. And look at Nutribullet, absolute clean run through the upper bracket. BBR, obviously, they were able to take a map off them and showed that they can bleed, but Nutribullet, they make it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, Nutribullet, the reigning kings right now. They're king of the hill, and it's really hard to push that, push them off of the hill. Whatever team goes forth after this elimination bracket set is going to have a real tough time and a real tough set of matches on them right now, because even though Nutribullet are sitting quite comfortably atop that throne, they still want a game. They still want to put a show on and put a performance on, so they're not backing down and they're not slacking by any means.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for whichever team comes out of this elimination final, Hoggy, because it will have to be a full bracket reset if they want to punch their ticket all the way to the pool play. All three of these teams that are competing so far are our top three teams with the HCS points. I'd imagine maybe we have to get the confirmation from the admins as well as we get into it. So it's going to be an interesting tale for us to tell for this as we start jumping into this series with Divine Mind versus Direwolves about who really gets to go up and have that taste against Nutribullet.
Yeah, Nutribullet, they're a tough team to beat in one series, let alone having to do it twice. Obviously, Divine Minds got close last week, but Divine Minds lose Pips. They bring back in Slays. So we saw in the winners bracket final, they didn't do too well. As you can see on your screen, Berserk, Slays, Raider, Junior. Junior's in there again. Slays comes back in. And Junior's really been one of the reasons why their team has sort of jumped up close to Nutribullet in the last tournament. Even though they didn't show it in the winners bracket final here, they showed it in the final last tournament, and hopefully if they can win this game against Direwolves, they can get themselves back against Nutribullet.
Yeah, Bluey, we talked about Junior, but another one of those players that I want to touch with is going to be Slays here for Divine Minds. I feel like so far he's been putting in some good numbers for the boys and might be the kind of deciding factor for them today.
Even just today, we've seen Slays put up some huge numbers on the board. Unfortunately, he was absent during the ANZ Open too, but now that we're seeing him perform today, I kind of wish that he was there, Maybe he might have put in that little more, that extra push and shove that Divine Mind would have needed to sort of set them over that bar and get them closer to Nutribullet than what they originally were.
Yeah, who knows? He might have been the kind of X factor they needed there in that second qualifier to at least get the reset and then try and force Nutribullet a little bit further on. But Hoggy, on the other side of the server right now, we do have the Direwolves who have been showing up for us today, and they've certainly been putting on a show. And they even put on a show against Divine Mind in that semi-finals as well. So now they get themselves a rematch, and they've got a little bit of extra match fitness underneath their belt as well.
Yeah, we were talking about the momentum that they had going into the series with BBR, and then they're going to have the momentum going into this series as well. It was a close series between Divine Minds last time out, and they really have stepped up, it feels like, this tournament. They're still top three, but it feels like they've taken to another level, like they're closer to the top two this time.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe the player that might be able to push them over the edge is going to be Vamp here for Direwolves. And Bluey, this is a player that has been looking up to us, has been one of those very consistent players for the Direwolves, always being able to get in some good damage numbers, making sure he keeps his death lows, and still be one of those objective players as well.
I'm honestly not sure how he does it, Luke. He's like a magician. He'll be one place on the map and then another, and then in between that time he's also gotten 3 kills. So he's overall just been super consistent for Direwolves. Fantastic addition that they have on their team, and at any point he's able to perform. He can turn it on at the drop of a hat. I don't think we've ever seen him in a space where he's gone negative or his score's been sort of flatlined in any way. He's always just been a top performer overall.
Yeah, and I think that's a beautiful thing for the Direwolves, because it's also what Dino touched on in that interview, right, Hoggy? The fact that he wants his boys to be more consistent, and I think Vamped is really kind of their star and shining light for them to kind of look towards, about being able to consistently put a whole lot of numbers on the board and be able to consistently perform well in these series, and especially against a team like Divine Mind. I feel like if they can continue to be more consistent, then they can start to close that gap, and who knows, maybe it might end up being flipping in Direwolves' favor from here on out.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's XL5, basically, this Direwolves team from the past, and they've added in Vamped, and you could say that he has been super consistent for them. And as his teammates sort of move together and work out the kinks from not playing for a while, they're only going to improve, and we can see that here. We're going to move on to Strongholds on Live Fire, Slayer, Bazaar, and Oddball Streets if we need it. So
Bazaar!
starting out on a Strongholds, but straight to Bazaar. I know you two are happy about that.
Hey, I was about to ask you guys, like, what's this map Bazaar? I haven't seen it before. I was like, what is this middle one? What are we supposed to do on that, Bluey? I haven't seen it. What's going on?
Yeah, I feel like none of the players have seen it today either, so maybe when we drop them in, they're not going to know where anything's spawned. It's been a while since anyone has seen this map at all, but, we have Strongholds on Live Fire for our first one, which, the map in itself and also the game type too was something that we've seen a couple of times today already, and especially for both Divine Minds and Direwolves, they've both, been subject to this map a lot as well. So now it comes back to the fundamentals and how they're going to be able to put that against each other.
Yeah, that was the exact map that was the nail biter in their Game 3 as well, if I do remember correctly, where the Direwolves were ever so close to being able to clutch out this whole series. And then who knows, this conversation could be completely different on the other side. But, this is where we've ended up now, and now we're starting out here with live fire strongholds, and I'm excited to see if things do change up between both these teams. Obviously, the Direwolves and Divine Minds, they did go head-to-head in those semi-finals, Hoggy, and I just want to see what changes up here for either of these teams. Will we see Direwolves going into the grand final, or will we have a rematch between Divine Mind and Nutribullet? We'll wait and find out after this series.
Yeah, this is Direwolves' chance to get themselves into the top 3. It's a rematch from top 2. Sorry, it's a rematch from the winners' semi-final. Can Direwolves bring it back? They have the momentum. Divine Mind still looks pretty good, but it's time for Direwolves to show up when it matters.
Yeah, absolutely, Hoggy. It's going to be a tough show that they have to put on right now, because getting that top 2 position is something that both, one team wants and one team wants to maintain. So there's going to be no slacking whatsoever coming out from both sides, but we'll see how it goes further on.
Yeah, all of Direwolves move straight to B. They get 2 of them taken down. Zirkle manages to get a kill. He'll go down. Zirkle goes down 4 dead for Direwolves, and Divine Mind off to a perfect start.
Yeah, really strong start for Divine Mind. That's exactly the kind of play that they're going to want to be making so late into the series, especially when they're clambering for this spot. They want to hold on to it, and they don't want to give any more of these HCS points to Direwolves. It's so crucial that they just remain consistent and remain strong on this map.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's 2 dead now for Divine Mind, but Rated will go down. He does. It's 3 dead now for Divine Mind momentarily. Last member on A. It's a trip cap potentially coming in for Direwolves. They don't manage to get it, though. They'll just hold on to 2 of them. They'll stop C from getting taken, and A is in the hands of Divine Mind. So Direwolves are back in it. Junior's trying to get B if he can. He's got the sniper in hand, and they do manage to cap it. So Divine Mind, they get themselves 2 captures again, and they'll be getting the points.
Wasting that sniper just
Beautiful
before he goes off. Yeah, and he manages to just scrap it straight off the map so it doesn't fall into the hands of Direwolves there. So the really good overall play to see from there. But Hoggy, I'm kind of wishing that I had a 1-for-1 photographic memory right now, because I wish I could sort of go back and look at the previous game that Divine Mind and Direwolves had facing off against each other on this map and on this game type, and see how their playstyles have changed in the early game and maybe what's working for them now that didn't before, because I feel like this is playing out very similarly to what was showcased just before. I mean, Berserk getting that triple kill, that's not something that I remember, but now he's got it on the board.
Yeah, Zirkle trying to come in and get himself a capture, but obviously things are looking in the favor of Divine Mind, Bluey, so they've changed something up, and they're getting themselves the lead. They're trying to grab the overshield. They won't be able to do it. 1 player down, 2 down now for Divine Minds. Zirkle working well with his team to get control of overshield. He's going to go up and grab it. Will he be able to pop it? He does pop it. There's 2 players in front of him, though. He'll take on Rated. The other one comes around. His teammate helps him out. Rated back down, though. He doesn't want a piece of the overshield. Overshield's now gone, but Zirkle does work for his team to keep themselves in the game, and Divine Minds do manage to get 2 caps, though.
Situations like that showcase how important the OS is, because Zirkle was surrounded then. He had, 2 players from the members of Divine Mind. One of them just flanked around him, went in for the back smack. Fortunately, you had another member of Direwolves be able to catch up on that, but then they also spawned S2. They had direct line of sight on Zirkle, but he still managed to get out with his life because he burned through all of that OS and then managed to make that escape. So that's how important it is in those situations, even just to burn it, even just to keep your life so you can, you've had it and it's done, but you still managed to get out. That's really important. Those are those huge plays that players of this caliber need to make.
Yeah, Bald grabs the sniper, but he instantly gets killed. So the sniper will go into the hands of Slays.
Oh!
He'll find 1 instantly. So 2 dead for Direwolves. They are capping B as well. So Divine Minds, they were down, but now they're back in it, and they've got the sniper in the hands of Slays. He'll get a shot on the body of a player top middle. His teammates can't clean it up. He tries to do the best he can to clean it up. He won't be able to. They're pushing across top middle. He'll help out his teammate to clean up 1. B is also in their hands, and he's going to push over to help out his teammate over here. So Divine Minds keeping Direwolves at bay for the moment.
Yeah, these are the positions that they need to be holding right now to be able to rotate from C to Rat's Nest. But now, as I say that, Direwolves all over. Sorry. Yeah, no, Direwolves all over C. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in myself here. and they managed to just get him out of Rat's Nest as quickly as possible with that sniper. I'm not entirely sure if he managed to waste the last few shots that he had in the chamber there, but you know, if he did, that's even better of a play for him on the side of Divine Mind. But it's just tough. It's tough at the moment to predict where this match is going. It's so back and forth, and players are dropping like flies.
Yeah, Direwolves push in for the trip cap, but then they go 4 down, and Slays will get A for the side of Divine Mind. So trip cap, not really what Direwolves, were looking for, as they managed to go 4 down. Divine Minds are now back in the game. Slays will find Dino. He'll find a second. So that's 2 down, and he gets the reset on B. That's big. They've still got A. He's trying to stay alive. He's getting shot from 2 different angles. His teammates will help him out.
Oh.
He'll take down Zirkle as well. So Slays is putting in work for his team. He's trying to stop B from getting capped. He'll find another one. He's one shot. He's up against Dino.
Oh.
Dino still gets him. He gets help from his teammate, and Direwolves managed to cap 2, but Slays putting in work for his team to keep the points in his team's favor just for now.
Slays being alive for that long and managing to rack up what I think it was 3 kills is massive. Like, we highlighted Slays before, and he must have seen that highlight and been like, okay, now boys, I've got to put on a show. Thanks for that, which is exactly what he did there. He held down that B cap for pretty much the majority of the time until he died. You know, Direwolves was then able to cap B, but overall, you know, like, he held that so strong for so long, and that is what showcases the difference in points right now on the board.
Yeah, players top mid from Direwolves, they're charging in for C. Rated has to run away. He doesn't get away. 3 down for Divine Minds. Direwolves, they're running as a wolf pack top middle, and it's all dead for Divine Minds. They're going to get a trip cap. Berserk's going to try stop it and get A if he can, but his teammates are spawning up right next to him, and they might be able to get themselves A. But damn, Direwolves did not care. They ran 4 top middle.
Direwolves still playing really strong here. You can see just by looking at the scoreboard and sort of like the spacing in their kills, deaths, and assists, that they are playing very close together. You can see how they're rotating together, and you see how they're trying to get on points together, if not all together, at least at pairs, so they can try to cover the angles as best as possible. But overall, you know, Divine Mind, even not playing as close-knit as what Direwolves are, just all over Direwolves. It doesn't matter at what angle Direwolves manage to get. Divine Mind just seems to counter it in one way or another.
Yep, overshield for Direwolves. Vamp's got it. Sniper will be up soon. He's going to push down to B to try to defend it. He'll find Slays. Slays doesn't want to take a challenge with overshield. There's another player here from Direwolves as well. It's a killing spree and a double kill for Vamp. 2 dead for each team. Jumping on with Bald. Bald's moving around the other side of the map. They do have 2 capture points already. He's going to clean up Berserk. Good kill for him. And he's going to jump straight onto C, Bluey. They've just been rotating around the map, taking capture points as they please.
Big rotations, and this is somewhat of the turning point of the game. If they keep making the rotations like this and sort of scrapping together the time as possible, it's going to start falling out of Divine Mind's hands really quickly. They seem to have the stranglehold of the game on the early game, but I think this is a pattern that we see develop a lot of times with Direwolves, is they might take a couple of minutes to get into the game, but then once those engines get going, they're really on top of it all over, and you can see Balls is back to his old ways, getting those back smacks in, and he's making that member of Divine Mind have to fall back at that courtyard pillars area, making him one shot, and he does manage to still hold C, which is super good for them because this whole time, they've had a triple cap, Hoggy.
Yep, they've had a triple cap. Their points are racking up. They're 50 points in the lead. Divine Mind are just trying to stop the bleeding as they take A. Board will go in. He'll find a player right next to him. Berserk being real sneaky. Dino's got the sniper in hand. Can he do work with this to manage to keep them in the double cap that they have right now? He finds one. Beautiful snipe. There's another player below him. He's just trying to live. No, he's jumped up behind him. He turns around to fight Junior. He takes him down as well. Dino doing work for his team, and he does manage to hold the C capture point. They've still got 2. He's looking over overshield. Are they able to get that as well?
Not only is it the C capture point there, but he just keeps snipe control. He keeps snipe control and the position of snipe tower as well, which is going to be really difficult for Divine Mind to be able to manage to dislodge from the hands of Direwolves if he has the sniper this whole time. As I say that, a Hail Mary comes out of nowhere and gets him knocked out of that sniper position right quick. Don't know if the sniper's still there, Hoggy, but it's probably sleeping with the fishes right now.
Yeah, somehow Divine Minds, they're trying to get themselves back in it. They've got 2 capture points. They're finally ticking over points. Vamped, every time we get on the side of a Direwolves player, they are never in it alone. They're always in it together, and they're taking down players together. It's 2 down for Divine Minds. So Vamp's trying to get himself the B capture point, but no. That's Junior, I think, that's come in behind him. Dino's jumped in as well on A. He'll go down, traded out from the side of Divine Minds. Sniper in the hands of Bald. And Bald, Doesn't have any ammo, so he doesn't need that thing. He's not
doesn't
going to be able to use it there. I don't know why he's got it out. Junior will double melee him, take him down. He's going to find Dino and Circle in front of him. He'll get taken down as well. So Divine Minds still have the points, but Direwolves are bringing it back.
Yeah, Bald, unfortunately, mate, you're pulling that trigger and getting nothing but noise, nothing but sound. All clicks, no bullets. Sorry, buddy. Really good overall still, like, from Direwolves. Even with a misplay like that, they still do have 2 captures on the board, and Vamp is still cleaning house, you know, taking down Raided so quickly, making sure that they can't get these positions. They can't even get Rat's Nest to be able to hold C and make a push for B. You know, Direwolves are all over Divine Mind, taking them down piece by piece, knocking them down peg by peg, and there just doesn't seem to be anything that they can do, Hoggy.
Yeah, Vamped is going on a tear this game. He's 21 kills, 13 deaths. He's trying to hit this jump, but he gives up because stuff that. He doesn't need it. Just go around and help your team, buddy. You don't need to do the jump. They are on C, though, so he's going to flank around. He's got 2 in front of him. They do spot him out. They turn around. He gets a double. So 2 down now for Divine Mind. Vamped is down as well for the side of Direwolves. Junior's going to find another. So he gets A in control, but it's still 2 points for Direwolves, and they're racking up the points. There's only 10 points to go. Bald is in defense for C. He's got Berserk in front of him. 5 points to go. The players of Divine Minds need to get in one of these capture points. Vance will take down another. Only 2 seconds left. They are in C as Vamp jumps into A. He doesn't manage to get it, and Divine Minds stay in the game. They take C point, and they are capping points at the moment.
They're in a game, but we don't know for how much longer, Hoggy. It's interesting. Berserk made sort of like a rotation there, and he was on Rat's Nest, but he could have touched B to make this scoreline not as close as it is now. And we see the scoreline just slowly slipping away from Divine Mind. They have to make such a clutch play here in order to wrangle this up. There's only 2 points left for Direwolves to be able to take this map.
Yeah, it was 4 down momentarily for Direwolves. They're pushing into A to try secure this point. Berserk is trying to do what he can. Dino's being real sneaky, and Dino gets help from his teammate. Another player from Divine Minds was there, but Dino's pushing out. They just need to capture this B point once. But there is a player from Divine Minds right next to them. It is being contested. They need to stay alive. Dino goes down. Bald's still there. Another player from Divine Minds is coming in. They take down 3 of them, and it looks like they will all go down. So Direwolves are in trouble. A player disconnects, unfortunately, and Divine Mind are racking up the points. They've still got 2 capture points.
Divine Mind is still in this. It doesn't matter about, you know, like the DC on the hands of Direwolves. Unfortunately, Divine Mind still have an opportunity to come back in this series. You know, if anything, that's advantageous for them. So they have to sort of focus in on now sort of taking this map for themselves and wrangling up a map to keep them in this series overall, because, again, they do not want to get knocked down a peg. Neither team do, and I think we're still going to see Direwolves put up a really strong fight here, even being a play down.
Yeah, it's 3 down, and it's a trip cap for Divine Minds. This is not what you want to see for Direwolves. Direwolves are obviously trying to get the B point back, but they're not going to be able to do it. So game number 1 looks like it's going to go in the favor of Divine Minds. So unfortunate for Direwolves, but Divine Minds take the first game, Bluey.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Direwolves there, because both teams sort of had it on tooth and nail. You know, it was such a back and forth, but yeah, you know, there's not much you can do in situations like that. Direwolves still did the best that they could in those final moments of the game. They were still trying as much as they could, but ultimately, you know, it's really hard to scramble back in a position like that, being a whole man down, especially on strongholds. Numbers matter, rotations matter, and unfortunately, they couldn't really make that happen.
Yeah, to be fair, right up until that point, they were playing a good game. They were rotating around the map every time. Every time Divine Minds took one, Direwolves took one back. So they were playing well in that game. It's super unfortunate. Vamped with 23 kills. He was popping off, and we were talking about him before the series, and he's one of the players that's so consistent for Direwolves.
Yeah, really, just really tough overall for them, and I believe it was actually Vamp disconnecting, and that's not something you want in the final seconds of your game, because that's your main Slayer, and if he's gone, you know, then you don't have that pressure to apply on the rest of the map. So we will see if that match actually does stand, just because of the situation in which the player just disconnected, if that still is the result that's happening. But for now on, this is how we're playing it. This is what's going to be happening. Divine Mind do take that map.
Yeah, Direwolves were playing so well too. Vamped was popping off. The side of Divine Minds were not playing the map quite as well as Direwolves were. And I was saying it earlier in the game that every time we jumped on board with a Direwolves player, it felt like another one of their teammates was there to help them out. And that was one of the reasons why they were so far ahead, and their rotation was just so good in this stronghold map.
Yeah, super on point. Comms are on point. I think I mentioned it before, but we see this trend evolve with Direwolves. It's not necessarily a bad one, where in those first few minutes of the match, they're just trying to get their footing going. They're just trying to see, they're like limit testing the other team, per se, and trying to see like what they can get away with, what they can't get away with, and then from those points on, they decide how they want to set the pace of the match. And I think that was particularly highlighted in this game because that's what they seem to be doing for a lot, because Divine Mind came out super strong, but then Direwolves just seemed to match that even stronger.
Yeah, another thing that we haven't talked about yet is how many times they had the overshield. I'm pretty sure they at least had it 3 times. They had the sniper and Dino was doing work with it, but the fact that they got the overshield, Bluey, was so important for them to get the lead and, get ahead in the game. It was unfortunate towards the end, but the fact that they had the overshield going into game number 2, they're looking solid. They had a good game number 1.
It is disheartening, but hopefully they don't take that too much to heart going into the next game. We have gotten the word that the result does stand, and that first map goes to Divine Mind. But that being said, Direwolves are really strong right now. If they can just take that mentality, don't let it bog them down too much, the unfortunate result of the last match, and take it into this second game, they absolutely can take this to 2 more maps and then take this from the hands of Divine Mind.
Yeah, the thing about Direwolves, or the thing I know about Direwolves, is it feels like some of their players from when we've seen them at LAN and in the past, they are very emotional driven players. So that is going to sting. I don't know how they're going to be able to put it behind them, but they have to. They just have to put it behind them because they're going into a Slayer. They just have to be confident that what they were doing in game number 1, they can bring it into game number 2 because they weren't playing that badly. They just need to push the emotions to the side.
Oh, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, it's got a sting, but then you take that and you formulate it into anger, right? You use the power of the dark side and it makes you stronger, and that's how they need to come into this game. They need to come into it knowing that, okay, unfortunate results aside, we still played really well. If you guys don't believe it and you're listening right now, you guys still played really well. So take that mentality, go into the next game, and we know you're going to put on a show. We know that these players are strong enough to do that. And, that being said, they've been in these positions before. They are all long-time players, and they've experienced this kind of feeling of defeat some way or another. And on LAN, I feel like it's 10 times worse. So
yeah, no, you're not wrong, but we're going into Slayer Bazaar. Can't quite remember how the Slays worked out in that game, but Direwolves showed that they're ready to play. They want to win this series. They want top 2. Dino even said it in the interview that they're looking to push even higher down the track, but maybe they can just do it today, Bluey. Who cares about later on? Maybe they can just do it now.
Well, you're hoping that they do it today as well. And again, all jokes aside and all results aside, this is a strong team. They are a very competitive team, and they're one of the top teams that we see here in Australia currently. So it just depends on how they can take that into the future. And I actually want to ask Luke to come back and sort of weigh in on this. What does Luke think possibly that they get, how they can take it into the future, how they can take this game style, their gameplay, is that if there's anything that you feel that they might need to refine just from an observer perspective?
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job, and obviously it's kind of something that Dino touched on in the interview, right? Is just kind of consistency out of some of these players, just making sure they're hitting these big highs that they want to, and kind of bringing up the floor of those lows. We've seen it quite a lot of time with some players. Some players and teams might have really high highs, but on the other end of it, they might also have really low lows. And I think about just bringing up that floor for the Direwolves so they can continually hit those high highs when they can try and take out some of these big teams. I think that'll be a big thing for them to try and work on, and consistently just try and get there, because I think Hoggy at this point, these Direwolves guys are really proving to us that they can take it to Divine Mind consistently. They've done it already today, and now in that stronghold game, they really took it to Divine Mind. And I think across the series, especially if we start getting somewhere deeper into a best of 5, then it feels like the Direwolves may have Divine Mind's number.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they're just ramping up. All it takes is 3 tournaments, but they've got there now. So the fact that Divine Mind struggled in that match, it makes it hard to see how game number 2 is going to go, because I'm sure Divine Mind will bounce back. I know I'm saying bounce back because they kind of got given the win a little bit, but in terms of bouncing back, I think Divine Mind will be able to do that in game number 2. They do happen to manage to get in game number 1, but they'll be able to bounce back in game number 2. But Direwolves are looking strong.
And something interesting that we did just get wind of as well. Apparently the Divine Mind boys did offer a replay to the Direwolves guys there for this first map. But Direwolves, they're taking it on the chin. They're putting this behind them. They just want to go into this map number 2. They just want to get this series underway. They want to brush it out, reset the mentality, come into this Slayer match and with all guns blazing. And I think that just kind of goes to show, obviously it's been a long day for these guys as well, Bluey. And, coming in here, having to play an extra map, maybe it's something you just go, hey, it's just luck of the draw sometimes. It wasn't our time this time around on this map number 1. We're going to come out all guns blazing on map number 2, and we're going to force it to a third anyways.
I think that's a really important point to make there, and maybe they would have seen as players and as a team that if they would have done that reset, then that might have sort of stuffed up a lot of the momentum that they had into that first game and then leading them into the second one, which is not something that as players who have been playing for a long day, you want to kill. You don't want to reset that. If you feel like you have a train going, if you feel like you have that strong momentum flowing, that you want to keep that going into the next game rather than, oh, okay, we'll reset this. This is still the first game, best of 3. You don't want to do that.
Exactly, and props to the Divine Mind guys as well, Hoggy, for reaching out, the olive branch here to the guys at Direwolves, and obviously them just wanting to get this series over and just get into another map here for Halo is a good showing for both these teams, and I'm super excited for us to jump into this, Hoggy, because it is going to be bizarre, and it is going to be Divine Mind and Direwolves going head-to-head once again.
Yeah, finally we get to see a bizarre map. It'll be Slayer though, so there'll be Rockets. There'll be an Overshield, and even though game number 1 didn't go in favor of Direwolves in the end, they're coming in strong, Bluey.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Is this a new map? Did they already release a map pack? I haven't seen. No. Let's drop that bit now. Let's get right into it. We're going to see the standard, actually not so standard push, just straight out double doors, and they're going to nade it because on the side of Direwolves, you can already see Balls and Dino making for that sort of their side basement Rockets play and just trying to get the Rockets as soon as possible. Interesting that Divine Mind didn't really prioritize 2 players to go over there and instead prioritized OS as a whole.
Yeah, Divine Minds, they have the Overshield, they have the Rockets, and it's in the hands of Slays. Here he is. He's got a player coming up right next to him, but it doesn't matter. He'll go for the double melee. Good trigger discipline. He also has the grapple hook as well, so we can put that to use to get up in the face with the Rockets, and he's going to do exactly that. He gets the call out that there's 2 in tree. He takes down one. There's another one in there, but he doesn't realize he's going to back down and get the shots on Dino for the double kill. Can he get the triple? He is getting chased, and he will go down. The team shot from Direwolves coming out. Vamps gets a double for himself. 2 down for either team. Vamp will get taken down as well. 3 dead momentarily for Divine Mind. So Direwolves, they brought it back, and it's still 6-6. It doesn't matter if they get the Rockets or the Overshield, and they're still in it.
Yeah, Divine Mind, though, with that really strong initial push, they didn't really prioritize the Rockets so much, but it still fell in their favor anyway, because instead of that, they got the OS and the equipment, which means that they could use that grapple hook and the Rockets in combination and get, an angle that usually takes a lot more time to get without, that grapple hook, that piece of equipment. So actually really interesting play, sort of a bit of a newer development I think that we've seen on the Australian side, because usually I think our ANZ teams either split or prioritize one over another and sort of leave the equipment at the wayside, but that's different from what we see here from Divine Mind.
Yeah, 10 kills to 8. We're only a minute and a half in. We got 21 seconds until this Overshield spawns. So Direwolves have control of the map. It's the potential that they could get the second Overshield as well. Junior, he's still on the donut, Bluey. He's struggling. Slays has 5 kills, though.
Yeah, but that being said, like Junior, even though he's a really strong player, he seems to be more of a captain when it comes to these roles. So, he has 0 kills, but he's also got 4 assists, which is nothing to, look past, because it means that he's given the right calls and he's putting the right shots down overall. And Slays, of course, he's on 7 kills, but he has 1 assist. So, do a little bit of brain work there and see how that's probably working out. You're sort of feeding 1 player overall. But, in Slays' position, that always works out perfectly because he's got the shots, he's got the BR, and we'll see if we can actually manage to get away from this instance right now.
Yeah, only 2 kills the difference. Rockets are up in 28 seconds. Divine Mind have control of the middle of the map. Let's see if they can do a better job at keeping Direwolves stuck inside a base. Slays is going to push in and look for a kill. He does. He cleans up the weak player. Vamped is up top. He'll throw a nade. It won't be able to connect. Vamped playing it perfectly. He'll find Dino as well, and he'll take him down with the perfect 4 shot. Probably got the call out from his team. Rockets are about to come up, and it's 5 kills the difference. 6 kills the difference now. Divine Mind doing a better job at knowing how to play this map, Bluey.
Yeah, Divine Mind still took the positions. They didn't exactly push Direwolves Direwolves side bar, but they still sat more rockets and then held that basement position, which is usually something that a lot of teams don't do because, you know, you're on the low ground there, don't have a lot of advantages to take, but, you know, if you're one of these players of this caliber, you still have pure aim to rely on in that case. So there must have been a call there from, you know, the members of Divine Mind not to push in at all and just wait for the rockets to come up and use them, but it doesn't really matter because it seems that rockets have fallen into the hands of Direwolves.
Yeah, Divine Mind managed to take down Direwolves, but as soon as Direwolves got taken down, they grouped up again and they managed to get the rockets in the hands of Zirkle. Things will slow down a little bit and Junior still doesn't have a kill, but it doesn't really matter. They're in the lead by 5 kills again. Rocket in the hands of Zirkle. He's putting shots across map and he will take down one. He's going to watch his back though because he's not sure. He's getting call-outs that there is a player behind him because his teammate did go down. He's going to help out his teammate behind him who is one shot. Junior is down bottom middle ready for the OS and Junior looks like he will be able to grab it. Zirkle doesn't want to poke out though to kill him, so Overshield's going to go on the hands of Junior. Can he use it to get a kill? He won't be able to though. No, Zirkle hits him with the double rocket. Junior still can't get his first kill even with the Overshield, and the scores are only 1 kill the difference.
Yeah, it is unfortunate there for Junior that he couldn't make much use out of that OS, but even on the side of Direwolves, he did have to burn 2 rockets just on the one player to get rid of that OS and secure the kill. So that's still an alright trade for them. It's kind of like power for power, right? But overall, that's not what you want to see from Rockets because the Rockets have so much potential to turn a game on its head and make it so much more in your favor. You know, it's a one and done kind of thing, but having to wait for the next set of rockets to come up is a little bit unfortunate for the hands of Direwolves because they were probably putting a lot into those rockets.
Yep, we're on board with Zirkle. Bald, his teammate will go down, but Zirkle's going in anyway. He'll find Junior, who's weak, and he will take him down. Junior gets the melee on him, and he gets traded out. He did have a killing spree, so that was one of the reasons why Direwolves are now in the lead by 3 kills. Berserk's going to find one. He's going to have to back down. His teammates are dead, so he needs to stay alive and call out to his teammates that I need help, boys.
Direwolves have flipped this up a little bit here because it seemed like very early on, and again, we have hit past that 25 mark on a Slayer game. So this is where the rest of the game will typically become defined on the side of one team. But with how slow-paced things are going and how in control both these teams are playing, especially around both power-ups, it's going to be really hard to read. It doesn't matter when Vamps gets a thruster kill like that. He's the Batman and he is just flying everywhere.
Yeah, that's a big kill from Berserk to take down one. He's going to find a second, trying to call it out to his teammates. They won't be able to get it, but Rockets are up in 8 seconds. He does manage to take down the kill. 5 seconds on Rockets and Overshield. Junior's moving towards the Overshield. Berserk's going to try look over the top of him. There's a player from the side of Direwolves going in for the Overshield. He doesn't get it. He gets taken down. Slays gets Rockets, but is he going to get taken down? He gets meleeed to death. He doesn't want to shoot, and he didn't do that earlier in the game, and it worked out, but this time it doesn't, and it looks like Overshield will be in the hands of Divine Minds. Rockets are down at Rockets.
Yeah, 2 rockets still on the map. I'm actually really surprised he didn't decide to just waste one then because the result would have been the same, except for, you know, it just would have been a flat out trade and there would have been 1 less rocket on the map, which I think in a situation like this where you don't have full map control is probably what you're going to do. But that being said, Junior comes out with the rockets, makes a flying kill, and he picks up his 2nd kill of the game, and he just expels the second one, so it doesn't fall into the hands of Direwolves, which again is that play that I mentioned before, probably should have been taken.
Yeah, it was 3 down for Direwolves. Slays finds 1 player, so now they know what side of the map they're on. They just need to keep them there. They are up by 2 kills. Power weapons are down. Overshield is down, so all they've got to work with is his Bulldog in his back pocket, and they have Direwolves trapped on one side of the map.
Such slow pace for the game, which again I think is surprising coming from these teams, especially how last game went out. And remember, a lot is on the line right now. One team is out, and you know, in Direwolves' case, they could be securing that next top spot. They could be bumping themselves up another place and earning themselves those very, you know, valuable HCS points. But again, Divine Mind doesn't want to be knocked back. Divine Mind wants to go have another go at Nutribullet because, especially after the way that they're probably feeling they're playing today, they feel as though they have a very good chance going into this competition and this grand final against Nutribullet.
Yeah, only 1 killed the difference. I feel like I'm saying that every time I start talking because it's such a close game. The Overshield is coming up very, very shortly. Direwolves have control of middle map again. Now it's Divine Mind's turn to be stuck inside a base, but every time a team has sort of got middle map control, they kill the other team 3 times, and then they can't do anything. They just lose control. Overshield is up. Zerkle's going to drop down. He'll get taken down. Berserk's going to run in for it. He'll be able to pop it. So Overshield in the hands of Divine Minds now.
Every mistake made from this point on is crucial, and it seems like every mistake made on amounts to one more kill on the board for either team. You know, we're watching both of these teams back and forth, and they are playing so safe, so passive. But, you know, because of this level of play, all it takes for is one mistake to be corrected by the opposite team, and you're down another kill, and we're seeing that right now. We're going to see if Balls can... He can't finish the kill right there on Berserk, so Berserk is now just being able to push into the base, and he might be able to take out Vamped. You can see that ping coming out. He is calling out to his team, okay, I've spotted 2 members, this is the position that we need to move into, but him getting taken out right there is crucial, and just another instance of those micro mistakes being your undoing.
Yeah, they try to pinch in, but not all of them are there, and Slays goes down as well. Rockets are about to spawn. This is a perfect chance for Direwolves to get back in it because the game is tied. Dino's right there ready for him. He's going to grab him. So this is perfect for Direwolves. This is their chance to get back in. He's got a player under him. He does hear him. He drops down. He'll take the free kill. He's got another rocket in his back pocket. Scores are still tied. They do have control of middle map. Maybe he can get himself the grapple. He already does have it. He'll find another kill. It's a killing spree for Dino. He's on fire. They're 3 dead now for the side of Divine Minds. There's only 3 kills in it as well. 4 kills the difference. Direwolves, they're bringing out game number 2, and they might be able to take it, Bluey.
Only 3 more kills left for Direwolves, so they have to make sure right now that they have Divine Mind absolutely pinned down. They want to make sure that Divine Mind has to make an error right here in order to take them out. That seems exactly what's going to be happening with Berserk taking that less than optimal position, the double kill beatdown, and that's the game. Huge for them. Direwolves are back. They are taking this to a 3rd game after that absolute gut wrench of a first. They're taking it back. See, Hoggy, these boys are strong. They stepped down humbly, but they came back and showed, yeah, you know, we're not letting this by the wayside. We're taking it to a game 3.
Yeah, no, they want to send it to a game 3. They don't need a replay game 1. What are you talking about? They'll just win game 2 and go to game 3. It doesn't matter. But that game was still really close, right? Things were back and forth throughout the whole game. Every time a team seemed to have control of middle map, they always threw it away, and I think at the end there we saw that from Divine Mind. They kind of pushed in 2 members rather than 3 and 4 members, and they just kind of got caught out, and it just threw them out. Junior with only 4 kills.
At the end, Divine Mind definitely made more mistakes. I mean, we saw just in that double kill alone that they just pushed 2 members out, and Berserk took like that less than optimal positioning, sort of having to take the animation to mantle up and got on that top position, which is more than enough time for a 4-shot to ring out across the map and take him down. So really even just scores all across the board from both teams, and I think that speaks volumes as to how the game in general went out. But, you know, a triple kill coming from Zerkle here, though, you know, big for him. I think he played really well that match overall, and yeah, big plays all around, huge. It's hard to differentiate because both teams played so close to each other. It was neck and neck the whole thing, Hoggy.
Yeah, everyone was very passive with the rockets as well. Like every time we sort of saw them have rockets, they didn't want to push in too overly aggressive, and whenever they did get kills, it always got traded on the other side of the map. So the power weapons and power-ups weren't too much of a factor. It was more the way the teams were working together, although that was a big moment, to be honest. The fact that they had the overshield and it was taken down by the rockets, you could say that was probably one of the bigger moments in the games in terms of how it could have swung in either favor. But I guess that's where you see that they didn't really have too much of an effect of the overall scoreline. It was just the way the teams worked together and had the teamwork, I guess.
Yeah, even for like both sides, I think that's a key point to highlight there. The Rockets didn't actually make that much of a difference overall in the map, which for Bazaar, like they tend to. They're a huge swinging point, you know, literally if you have the grapple hook, but they're a huge swinging point overall in terms of we can get 2 kills, boom, really fast right now, and you know, even the scoreline or catch up to the scoreline in some way. But every single time, it didn't matter whether it was on Divine Mind or Direwolves, they got a kill with the Rockets, and that still amounted to another kill going up on the board somewhere else. So yeah, just a really neck and neck series. It's good to finally see Bazaar in play, and for that, man, oh man.
Yeah, right at the end, we saw Dino pick up the rockets and use it to perfect effect. He got 2 kills, got them 3 ahead. They found the spawners and they took them out. So I've mentioned that the Rockets and Overshield weren't too much of a factor, but right at the end is when it actually matters, right? You want to have them in your hands, and that's where Dino had it. We're going to go into game number 3, Oddball on Streets. We've seen this a few times in the tournament, and Direwolves have already, you could say that they're on fire right now, you know? Even though they didn't win game number 1, they were very solid in game number 1. They were solid in game number 2. this is their chance to get into the top 2, and it's Oddball on Streets.
Yeah, they've got one game left to make up the difference, and luckily for them, which I feel like it's playing to their strengths right now, is more of an objective, rotational-based game in Oddball. I feel like that's where they've been excelling, not so much in the Slays game, just in the teamwork overall, and that's the kind of make or break in these objective types, especially Oddball, because you need that coordination between the person who's carrying the ball and the rest of the team who's playing Slayer. You need to be able to inform your ball carrier at all times where the enemy team is coming from, and being able to give them enough notice to be able to drop into the gunfight, to drop the ball, be able to like sack time, gained on ball time for kills, so then you can make up that ball time gain. So yeah, I think it's going to be a hard one, because again, on the other end, Divine Mind is still playing really, really strong. That last game that we saw was really close.
Yeah, Junior's really got to step it up in this next game. He only managed 4 kills in a Slayer, so he's got to step up in this game, because there was only 6 kills the difference, and the difference would have been him getting 1-2 kills here and there, and it could have been swayed in their favor. So Junior really needs to step up in game number 3, and he's one of the veteran players. You should see him be able to do that, you know?
Yeah, I highlighted his assists early on in last game, and sort of how they were playing into Slays sort of being top in the leaderboard for them. I think as he should be, as was highlighted before. But when those assists don't actually end up correlating into, kills that you should be making, really good point that you brought up. You need to be able to secure those, especially in a Slayer. You don't have time to sort of fumble around like that and get picked off as easily as maybe Junior was in the end there. So that's something that he can't take into this Oddball game. He's got to shed that right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. So a big game coming up for Direwolves. Their chance to get into the top 2, and I want to see it. I want to see them get there. Dino obviously said, we need a bit of time. No, they don't need any time. They've got, game number 1 that they almost won. They've won game number 2. So they don't need any time. What does it mean?
Yeah, they've played so strongly now, and I think it's very humble of Dino to be saying, we're not ready, we're not ready for a spot like this, but we're watching you, man. Yes, you are. Luke, what do you think? Do you think that a player like Dino and the rest of Direwolves are ready for a spot like this?
Yeah, I think they are. I think these guys have really kind of been showing up to us right now, and really kind of putting a whole lot in the server, and it's really exciting to see what these guys can do, especially now, boys. We get ourselves a game 3 between these guys once again, and I'm super excited for us to see how this does pan out, because it just goes to show the kind of mental fortitude. And I think I kind of want to change gears a little bit here as we touch on the map and waiting for ourselves to get into game number 3 here, Hoggy. It's all about this mentality, right, for a lot of these players. And obviously, a lot of these people who have been competing for such a long time, these guys are all veterans of the scene. Do you feel like either one of these kind of teams has a little bit of a mental advantage going into this 3rd and final game?
Yeah, well, on top of that, you mentioned the mental fortitude. They've also been playing for a while now. We're pretty far into the tournament, not only from yesterday, but even today. So the mental fortitude is super, super important. And Direwolves are showing that right now their mental fortitude is pretty strong. Even in game number 1, they were willing to just say, no, we don't need a replay. We'll just win game number 2. So they're obviously in a good mindset, even just going into game number 2. So you mentioned it, and I think that the Direwolves are showing that they have the mental fortitude right now.
Yeah, so some pretty big BDE that these guys have been showing. Just being able to come out here and flex in that game number 2 and come in and win it the way that they did. And I really do have to give props to the Wolfpack here for this one. And it was exciting for us to watch, and now we get ourselves a game 3, Bluey. But I want to ask you this question. Being a Bazaar fan yourself, we talked about this yesterday with the other boys, with Hoots and SSJ4. Are you team Chicken Killer or Chicken Saver?
What? Are you kidding? I've never shot a chicken on Bazaar. Why would I?
You haven't intentionally gone and it's the start of a round. Floating around, you can't find anyone.
And this is a reference that a lot of people understand. But I've played it. I've done enough time on CS. I've done that. I've done that. I've done it in the past. That's a past life. I'm leaving that behind. I ain't shooting no chickens. No way.
All right. What about you, Hoggy? You save the chickens or kill the chickens?
I haven't even looked for any chickens on the map when I've been playing. I know they're on there, but I haven't gone for any. So no, I'm not a chicken killer.
Yeah, maybe that's the easy way for me to give you an excuse as to the reason why I'm at the bottom of the scoreboard when I'm playing. Like, guys, I'm saving the chickens. I'm being the chicken savior. That's the reason why I'm not fragging out. I'm sorry, guys. I'm playing my own little mini game here on Bazaar. I'm just walking around trying to corral all the chickens into a funny spot. But I do like that these these small features on these maps, right? And there's been some interesting stuff that we've been able to find. And I think, Blue, it's really interesting to see some of these top tier people really kind of putting out a lot of these videos for Infinite and just trying to show people all this interesting stuff and being able to develop everybody out here. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to not talk about myself being a noob. It's time for us to talk about these pros doing what they do best, and that is playing Halo. We've got game number 3 here between Divine Mind and Direwolves.
This is it, game number 3. After this, one team goes home and one team potentially, in the hands of Direwolves, ascends the ladder one more step. But I know for a fact Divine Mind are not wanting to give that up, and it's going to be a tough battle for them going into an oddball on Streets map. So let's get it going. Hoggy, what have we got?
Yeah, we're on board with Vamped. He's pushing straight up to Beast there as a player. From Divine Mind challenges him instantly, so he'll go down. Rockets are still there. Zirkel is on Overwatch mode as he finds Berserk and takes him down. Rockets are going towards Junior. Junior's trying to get him. He won't be able to. Zirkel's just watching over Rockets and making sure that Divine Mind doesn't get too big of a lead as the ball does get run away. Rockets are still there for him to grab though, Bluey.
Yeah.
He's going to run and he's going to get him.
No one on the hand of Divine Mind touched Rockets. Instead, we see Rockets in the hands of Zirkel, and they just prioritize ball over everything else. And Zirkel's going to pick up a double with those Rockets, which is excellent, excellent use for him. He picks up a triple. Can he secure the over? Is that 4 down on the side of Divine Mind? Berserk was hiding there on that A site, and he might be able to take out. Yes, he does. He takes out Zirkel there, but Zirkel had a good run overall, and that's the kind of play that you need to see on this oddball.
Yeah, we saw Divine Minds opting to take the oddball over the Rockets, and they shot themselves in the foot a little bit, but they are 2 down again, and Direwolves have just pushed over, grabbed the ball. They don't have any time yet in their favor, but Divine Minds are on their way back. They're on the respawn. Derator's pushing in. He'll find one. He's getting shot from every single angle, though. He is so weak that Vamp takes him down. 3 of them go down. Slays is the last man alive. Direwolves, the ball gets reset, but Bald, he's ready to grab it, and they'll start getting some time.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of rotation Direwolves make out. It looks like they're probably just going to play it safe and take it PD side instead of trying to make any other holds here. But unfortunately, you do see so many members of Divine Mind challenging any sort of setup that can be made, any sort of rotation that can be made. Ball's dropping the ball to take out a quick kill there, which is really good for them because now Divine Mind are 3 down. 3 down is massive for them because it gives them a setup time. It gives them appropriate setup time, Hoggy, and that's exactly what Direwolves needs.
Yeah, Bulldog in the hands of Bald. He'll grab himself a thruster. He's got the ball. I'd love to see him drop this for his teammate. Rockets are up, though. He's going to drop the ball and look to slay because they do not want to let the Rockets get in the hands of Divine Minds. And it looks like Berserk might have been able to grab him. It's 2 down now for Divine Minds. Direwolves, as Ball throws the ball out. He's going to use this Bulldog to his advantage up close, but no, he gets taken down by Junior. The ball's in the hands of Rated. Rockets are in the hands of Berserk and Divine Minds. They've got some time ticking over now.
Divine Minds not only have the time ticking over, but they have the setup as well. They have the power weapon, and they have the ball. Some interesting rockets coming from Berserk there. He does manage to make contact with one, but it is by no means a kill, which is a little bit unfortunate because you want that to be your turning point for your game, and he's going to have to try and rack up some just extra kills here with the BR, laid out some suppressive fire on Vamped and Balls in order to make sure that they secure this hold position up on A point, Hoggy.
Yeah, Berserk throws away 2 rockets, but it doesn't matter. He works well with his team to get the kills that they need. Direwolves are 3 down. Zirkel's the last man. He's just outside tires. He's got his teammates spawning up near him, so it's good that Direwolves get the spawn close, so they should be able to stop Divine Mind from getting too many points if they work together correctly. 3 minutes into the game, 3 minutes left in the round, sorry, and it's 10 points to the difference. Berserk gets challenged by Vamped. Vamps will go down from Junior. It's 1 dead for each team. 2 down now for Divine Minds. Zirkel's pushing in with Direwolves. The ball gets thrown bottom middle. It's 4 dead momentarily for Divine Minds, but the ball gets put bottom middle. Direwolves are going to grab it, and they're going to try and get some time.
Divine Mind have seemed to go down 4 down, like 4 dead so many times, 3 or 4 dead so many times, which is not exactly what you want to see. You know, you want to give yourself and your team enough time to get the ball, get a good setup going, and get some points on the board. But if you're going down that quickly, then you're never going to have time for that, right, Hoggy? So it becomes now just a bit of a waiting game as to what team can manage to secure kills and like a setup position quickly enough, because at this point it seems like any setup position immediately gets thwarted. You know, it's counteracted super quickly.
Yeah, rockets are about to spawn. Zirkel moves the ball perfectly to get a position for his team. Vamped goes in for rockets. Berserk takes down one. Vamped will trade the kill out with Berserk. He's going to find a second. He kills himself in the process. It doesn't matter. It's 3 down for Divine Minds. The last member is right next to Zirkel. Zirkel's trying to play his life because Rated is just around the corner. He'll jump out. His teammates got the shots. They've got the ball still. So great rotation from Direwolves. They knew where Divine Minds were. They got the rockets and they managed to keep the ball in control.
It seems like they're just setting up their playstyle right now to just inch time with the ball instead of going out for a big full hole. They're making small rotations here and there, you know, from the back of where the save point here is, or where you can see Zirkle now, to sort of taking it to in front of PD or in PD. But they do unfortunately get a bit cleared out right now, so that means any setup that they previously had is now gone in the favor of Divine Mind. There is nowhere there is no place to play this ball on the map, so it kind of just means, you know, where you fall with it, that's where it stays.
Divine Mind, they're racking up the points to make it an even game. 2 minutes on the clock, 1 down for each team. Raided's overlooking Tyres. He'll find Zirkle. He's going to run straight in. He doesn't even care. He's going to take on Zirkle. He will get him. So Raided gets 1 kill. He needs to stay alive now as his teammates are getting pushed on the ball. Dino's back there. It's 3 down for Direwolves. Looks like they all went down in the process, and ball spawns across the map. Raided will take the ball, and it's a setup for Divine Mind.
Yeah, good toss there, just sort of making sure that they don't have to waste any time, like juggling or just simply carrying the ball over. They just chucked it over to Raided so he could sit PD side and sort of watch these doors in order for his team members to be able to get the shots to ring out necessary to put damage to make sure that, you know, Divine Mind can't push in. They can't stop this this ball time from ringing out. But I do say that, and 2 members of Direwolves go down. So Divine might have the perfect opportunity to come in here and sweep up this ball.
Yeah, it's time for Raided to drop the ball because he needs to slay. He'll see 2 in front of him, get some shots out. He'll go down, 2 down for Divine Minds. Slays is in trouble. He's got a player from behind him as well. He'll go down. Berserk's the last man alive. He'll kill the ball carrier to stop the bleeding, but they go down. So Direwolves have the ball in their control. Very back and forth, Bluey. No team can really hold a setup at this point.
No, and you've only got about 1.5 minutes left on the total clock. Reminder, when you do pick up that ball, that clock does stop, so it does give you a little more time than what you think. But when, you know, both teams are playing in the manner that they are, having to prioritize, you know, a 4-man wipe to start getting some of that scrap time on the board, that timer is going to run down and it's going to run dry very, very quickly. So from this point on, you know, the last minute to secure this first round, they're going to have to play a little bit more milky with that ball than what they probably would like.
Yeah, Direwolves are about to tick over the points. They do drop the ball and they get slayed out. Divine Minds are all there. Ball's the last man alive. He'll take him down. He's going to try grab the ball. Surely he can scrap 2 seconds here, and he does. They take round 1, sorry. Not the game, just the round.
Very good round again from Ball. I don't know how this man manages to do it, but at the end of every round, he's always near the ball for those last few seconds, and he makes it count where it's necessary for him to hold that ball to get that time. Them now 1 round up on the board is massive for them. It's going to be super hard for Divine Mind to be able to take that momentum and come back around, turn it around, because Direwolves at the end there just seem to have like a lot of control and be able to answer back to whatever Divine Mind was throwing at them.
Yeah, Berserk's looking over top middle. He's got 2 of his players running in top middle, and they still don't grab the rockets for some reason. I'm not sure why Divine Minds haven't been grabbing the rockets. They're 4 down, and the rockets are now in the hands of Divine Mind, and so is the ball, Bluey. I'm not really sure what Divine Mind is doing. They get control of middle. They just don't even grab the rockets.
Yeah, they just can't capitalize on the space that's been made, but it might be, okay, a different turn of events here with them getting an arcade spawn, but it doesn't really matter when Dino's just got rockets behind him and can clear him out right quick. You know, we did already see 1 member of Divine Mind go down, which pretty much stops that push, but if he can take out another member, which he's going to with those rockets, then there's going to be no setup for a Tram here. He just has to back off and wait for his team to respawn so they can take control themselves.
Yeah, Dino's the last man. Divine Mind are going to scrap some time with 2 of them. Dino goes in and takes himself out, though. Not the greatest play, considering he knows his teammates are on respawn. All he has to do is wait for them. Vampt gets a free kill on Junior. He'll put shots across the map for his teammates to potentially clean up. But Tram set up now for Divine Mind. Direwolves, they're trying to work together. A bit of a flank coming in from Dino on the other side of the map. Vamp goes in. He knows there's a 1-shot for on Berserk. It's 2 down for Divine Minds. The 3rd will go down here. It's a double kill. Last man is left on the side of Divine Minds, and that's Junior. Junior's getting sniffed out. They're trying to find him. They do take him down. Now Direwolves have the setup in Tram.
So now Direwolves just needs to be able to hold this Tram setup better than Divine Mind did. They need to realize sort of where Divine Mind fell at the end of that Tram setup that they had and be like, okay, we can't make these same mistakes, because this Tram setup can give you a lot of free time if held correctly. So Direwolves just need to make sure that they are in the key positions to make it work at all times, but it's going to be tricky now because we have Junior with those rockets. It's going to make it so much easier for him to push in and get some wipes.
Finally, Divine Mind realized that the game's a lot easier when you get Rockets. Junior isn't able to take him down. He does get the melee.
Down.
He's still full health. This is a perfect spot for him to have the Rockets. He's going to rain it down from above. Bald's going to push in from behind him. He throws out a puck at Rocket. He's got Bald next to him. Bald will take him down. 2 dead for Divine Minds again. And Direwolves have the ball at the back of Tram. So Rockets in the hands of Divine Minds. Maybe that's why they weren't picking him up, Louis, because they can't use them that well, can they?
Divine Mind had everything in place necessary there to just clean sweep through Tram and make sure that they had that set up for themselves. And of course, you know, Rockets go back up on the spawn board, so Direwolves can't have them. All it takes is for Direwolves to be able to make a hold. Divine Mind are back in here now, but they only have 2 players up, and Direwolves are going to be able to just come in and make the spawns and sort of equal out, you know, what anything that Divine Mind had. And you can see Zirkle already has the ball. Like, he's already just trying to milk time. Any second matters.
Yeah, Slaze is getting shots out for his teammates, but they aren't able to take him down. They do trade out. He'll find the kill of Zirkle, try to get some scrap time. He'll go down. His teammate comes in. That's raided. He's got an AR. With the melee, he gets a kill. Scraps some time. He's going to throw up bottom middle because he knows he's in trouble. The players of Direwolves are spawning up before them. Every time we change to a new player, they go down. Not Zirkle, though. He's getting the kills. He's making sure he stays alive. He's not keeping the curse going. 2 of the players on Divine Minds are on the other side of the map, and we've got 25 seconds on Rockets, so Zirkle's going to try to play for those. He'll get shot in the side from Junior, and Junior will take him down. He'll look for Bald as well. He won't get him. Berserk's going to try push in and get him. He won't, though. So the game's pretty even. Ball's out the front. All the teams need to do now is just slay. Just play for slays.
Playing for slays is probably the key right now, and I don't think any of us expected to see the way that the game is panning out right now. You know, Direwolves playing so strong overall against Divine Mind after that first game where they unfortunately lost, and I use unfortunately in big, bold capital letters there. For them to take the second game and come into the third game as strong as they are now is monumental for them, and this is exactly what they need to do going forward. They do wipe down 2, and if they can manage to get these Rockets off a Junior, but he might just waste them, and that's going to be huge for them. They do take him down.
Yeah, Ball chasing down Junior with the Rockets. It's only 30 points to win, and they're up by 30. They've got a comfortable lead. Ball goes in to find another. He's got a player in his back. He will get taken down. It's 1 dead for each team. Dino pushes up way too far. They're going to lose the setup. The players from Divine Minds are going to be running in. Here's Berserk to find Zirkle. The ball gets thrown bottom middle.
Zirkle is one shot, just trying to stay alive as long as possible, and we do see Berserk is back here on this setup, but he is one shot. All it would have taken is for a member of Direwolves to pick him off and get that kill, but it does not matter. We do see the Rockets come out. We did see 3 down from Direwolves, which is not what they want at the moment. There is still potential for Divine Mind to turn this around. You know, you may look at the score differential and see that, oh, okay, you know, it's 30 points difference, but right now that does not matter. That can turn at the blink of an eye, and it seems to be what's happening. They're getting 55, near 60 on the board. That's not much space left for them to have to catch up to Direwolves, Hoggy.
Yep, Divine Minds finally got a setup. Junior's going to get challenged from behind. Dino will clean up the kill. 2 of them go down. 3 of them go down. Last man alive is Slays. He needs to play his life and do what he can for his team. But he's going to push in. I don't know why he's doing this. He needs to stay alive for his team. That's a terrible decision because now Direwolves have to set up and they're only 15 points away. They had a chance at the last push if Slay stayed alive, but he didn't. It was 3 dead again for Divine Mind. This is going to be it for Direwolves. He drops the ball though. He's going to have to Slay out. I don't know why he's doing it. There's only 6 seconds left. All they need to do is grab it, hold it. He threw it down for no reason and they're not going to get the time they need. Rockets are up in 10 seconds. It's only 1 dead for Direwolves, but they're going to have to try Slay. It's 4 dead for Divine Minds and this is it. Direwolves are going to win. They're going to go into the top 2 and they're going to get into the grand final against Nutribullet.
Massive plays for Direwolves overall. They take that ball game convincingly. Well done, lads. That's the kind of performance that we expected to see, and then taking out Divine Minds is huge. You know, Divine Minds, everyone's looking at them, oh, this is the top 2-seeded team in Australia. You know, Divine Minds are constantly what we're going to have to be looking at going against Nutribullet because it's what we've seen time and time again in this series. But now we have Nutribullet versus Direwolves. We haven't seen this before in a grand final, and man, oh man, Nutribullet are going to have a game to play if Direwolves comes as strong as they just did against Divine Mind.
Yeah, dude, like, I imagine being Nutribullet right now. You're probably convinced with yourselves that you're going to be facing Divine Mind once again in a grand final, but the Direwolves have come in all guns are blazing. Even when their backs were directly against the wall, Hoggy, after that game number 1, they come out swinging. They get map 2 and map 3, and now they're going into a grand final. I couldn't be more hyped for these guys as well, being able to jump into a grand final, get themselves an extra spot up in the leaderboard as well, because now they go into that second spot in this kickoff qualifier. They've improved from their open qualifier number 2.
Yeah, overall, Direwolves putting up an amazing performance. They outslayed the hell out of Divine Minds in the last game. And it's probably got a lot to do with the Rockets. You know, we see it here already. They had the Rockets almost every single time they came up. The 1 or 2 times Divine Mind tried to get it, they weren't too great with it. So Direwolves coming up with the victory.
Yeah, and Direwolves being able to get it done. They now do have to face Nutribullet in a full best-of-5 grand final, and we've touched on it already, Bluey, but, you know, these guys, they've been playing so much Halo today. A lot of these guys are from New Zealand as well. I'd imagine it is starting to tick towards the latter stages of the morning for them here on Friday, and it's going to be a bit rough for them to get through this best-of-5, but you've already got to be chuffed if you're a Direwolves fan right now.
Oh, you know, this is it. You got to hope that every member of Direwolves took tomorrow off work because they're going to be playing late, but this game matters for them. This is the game that's going to put them on the map up against Nutribullet. Already they're there, but if they manage to upset Nutribullet, that's going to be massive for them because this so far in the ANZ scene is unprecedented. I think all of us have been looking at Nutribullet like, oh, you know, this is the #1 team. They're going to sweep everything, but they have it in for them today. You know, Direwolves have it. They're hungry. They're ready to pounce.
Yeah, and, you know, if they're able to get themselves into a position where maybe they might be able to get a bracket reset against Nutribullet and we go all the way towards the end, that's going to be such a Cinderella story here for the Direwolves, Hoggy. And I'm just so excited that we've had a shake-up here in our kickoff qualifier because, you know, coming into this qualifier 1 and 2, you know, was Divine Mind, Nutribullet, who were just kind of breezing through everybody, and everybody else was left behind in their dust. And now it really feels like the Direwolves, as they constantly get more and more of this competitive experience, these guys are really starting to find their flow in Infinite, and they're just starting to bring back that old form and some of that old magic.
Yeah, it's so good to see these guys pushing at the top again. 3 of them are from a previous top team in XL5, and the fact that they're back here again shows that they still are on top of their game. Even though it's been years down the track and they haven't had a lot of time, they're still getting to the top, and they're proving why that they deserve to be here, especially against a team like Divine Minds, who's already got second twice in a row, and we would say we're probably a top 2 team, and Direwolves have just knocked them off that perch, at least for today.
Yeah, knocked them off that perch, got themselves some more HCS Pro points as well, and got a few more extra fans in chat as well, I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a break as we get ready for our best-of-5 grand final. Nutribullet and Direwolves are going head-to-head here for the kickoff qualifier.
Halo Infinite does a great job at balancing both the mechanics of Halo 3 and Halo 5. Bringing those 2 worlds into one is like such a great thing for Halo Infinite and for the player base in general.
Infinite seems a lot more about exactly what they've tried to design it to be, which is, you know, you spawn in with a battle rifle and you've got to go around and pick up whatever grenades and other weapons you want. And then you're really just fighting for the best parts of the map and the power positions.
Definitely the movement aspect. I'm glad they stuck with sprinting and sliding. So I feel like if you've got that cracked movement, it's just, yeah, you can be an absolute menace on the map.
Seems a bit similar to Halo 3. Obviously, there's these new mechanics in there, but I'm really liking how it's a bit of a slower game. Your BR start seems a bit more strategy and sort of more of a calculated sort of team pushing. I'm really liking that aspect to it.
The Slayer game type is a staple of competitive, but I would like to see it just in the series once, like in a best of 5. I think it would be really awesome to see that as a game 5. I've never been a fan of Slayer as an objective just because of the way it plays, but I still think it belongs in Halo to a degree.
On the larger maps where you have a lot more space to kind of like hide, it doesn't really play well. It creates this weird, like, really slow and passive Halo dynamic.
I wouldn't say they're not skillful, but I wouldn't say they're as skillful as objective game modes. And I think they'd fit a perfect tiebreaker for a series. So putting them as the last map that's played, if the series reaches that point, would be a perfect spot for them.
I feel like it's essential for Halo. It's always been there. It should be there. You can't have a lot of Slayers in like the best of 5 or the best of 7s. You know, you're gonna have like a Slayer and objective, then a Slayer again.
I really enjoy Slayer. Like, you have to work as that, the core 4. You have to really work together to get those 50 kills.
I think Slayers should honestly only be for game 5. I don't think there should be 2 Slayers in a best of 5.
I guess the gripes with Slayers of all the time is that there can be an element of randomness to it. So, if a team gets on a roll, gets some power weapons, they can sort of almost steal the game from you if you're a lesser team. In saying that, I do think it does belong. So far, though, it does seem to be a bit of a trade fest, and it has been hard to sort of get a bit of ascendancy and sort of set up. So it seems to be sort of going back and forth and just trading rather than, getting it set up and, focusing on power weapons.
I love Slayers because, I still think it takes skill. You have to spawn in, you have to collect things around the map, whether that be grenades or weapons. You need to earn kills. I think it's fun.
For the future competitive Infinite, I think they need some more maps, maybe 1 or 2 remixes from some old Halos.
I do hope there's going to be more partner teams, especially like for the ANZ scene. This will be huge to have partner teams, and then to have like an ANZ like team skin would be mind blowing. So that'll be freaking cool to see as well.
Welcome back, everyone. Here it is grand final time for our kickoff qualifier here in ANZ for the Raleigh Major, and it is finally time for us lads to figure out who we are sending all the way to pool play here for the Major. I'm excited to see who it's going to be. It's been a long journey for all these teams, Bluey, and it's been a long time for us to get all the way to this point, and this best of 5 is all that matters for these teams.
Yeah, exactly, and what a best of 5 we're going to have on our hands. Direwolves have been putting it in strong all day, and they have such a fearsome opponent to overtake now in Nutribullet. It's going to be interesting to see how they fare after such a long evening of playing, but let's hope that they have some gas left in the tank, because this is where it all matters, boys.
Yeah, exactly. But let's jump into the elimination bracket and see how it took the Direwolves to get to this point, lads, because we're going to talk about their journey as they get here. It was a conversation that we had across these last 2 days. Direwolves, BBR, R-rated. All these teams were vying for that third spot. Direwolves, they've just fired all odds so far, going through this elimination bracket, taking down Divine Minds Hoggy, and now they get to stamp their ticket into the grand final.
Yeah, massive series, and it's their chance to even take first place now. They've gone from third up to second, so maybe they can even take first, but they had tough matchups getting there. They went through Vanguard, Escapee, who put up a good fight against them. We even saw it on stream, and it was tough matches for them. BBR, not as tough for them. You could see that they kind of rolled over them a bit, and even Divine Minds, they were pretty strong against Divine Minds, and going against Nutribullet, it's another level they're going to have to step up to. They're going to come in hot because they've been playing. Nutribullet haven't, but Nutribullet always bring it through. We saw it earlier in the tournament. They didn't start out too hot against BBR, but they brought it back, so maybe they can just do that again in the finals if they have to.
Yeah, let's see if we can keep this hype train rolling on through our grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Nutribullet and Direwolves. And Bluey, Nutribullet have been such an untouchable juggernaut at the top of our region for so long now that it almost feels like a bridge too far, but it just feels like, you know, this Nutribullet team with this change up with Pips has just looked so good across this qualifier.
They've looked really, really strong. I can't highlight it enough, but overall, you know, their whole roster is something that I think a lot of the players here in the ANZ region and internationally have come to know and love. You know, formerly, they did have Seduce, but as you mentioned, they have brought in Pips, and Pips is just showing out consistently, you know, next to a great, you know, like such a highlight player like Barcode. But that being said, you know, it's not all just the Barcode and Pip show. There are other players on Nutribullet, and one of them that I want to touch upon right now is Prades, because I don't feel as though this man gets enough love on the team. You know, I feel like he's someone that sort of goes unnoticed a little bit, and that's because he's really the man who gets down and does the dirty work. You know, he might be the one to sack his life for an objective, or maybe a power weapon in order so it falls into the hands of his other teammates, and that's exactly the kind of team play that we need to see at this level of competitiveness.
Yeah, exactly. When you have such superstars on your team like Pips, like Madsy, like Barcode, you need somebody who can enable these guys and who can lift them up to those high standards, and Prades really is that player for Nutribullet right now, doing a lot of the dirty work for them and getting into the trenches and making sure they get these dubs nice and fast. But Hoggy, on the other side of the server today, we've got the boys with the Direwolves. They've been having some hot form this kickoff qualifier, and it feels like this train's not going to stop today.
Yeah, they've hit the form right at the perfect time to take down all the teams they've had to. Divine Minds, the last one in their way. They take them down to have a game against Nutribullet. I'm sure they've scrimmed each other before, but finally we get to see it in a tournament setting. But the player that is going to matter the most on this team for this series alone is Bald. And Bald last week, he said it himself in the interviews, but he didn't show up. This week, he's shown up, and you can see where they are now. They've joined themselves into the top 2 on ANZ, and maybe they can take down Nutribullet with Bald playing the way he is today.
Yeah, it really feels like that everyone on the Direwolves has really started to hit those high numbers, and it's something we touched on in the previous series, lads, is about reaching those high highs and continuing to be consistent across a lot of these tournaments. And I really think the Direwolves right now, if they can keep this form, they can keep this magic dust, whatever it is for them today, they can continue to pop off. They're going to be such a big threat in this region, and especially if they can take down Nutribullet today, Bluey, this is going to be a tale that a lot of people are going to tell for forever.
Oh, absolutely, especially with how convincingly Nutribullet have pretty much swept all these tournaments, the amount of highlights that they've received so far. If a team like Direwolves, especially today, I want to highlight this importantly, with the amount of games that Direwolves has played, and they're coming up against Nutribullet, if they can give them a formidable fight, then that's going to be massive. Even if they do go down, they're going to go down swinging.
Yeah, I think we have to give massive props to the guys over at Direwolves for being able to play so many maps of Halo today and still continue to put out a very, very high level of play as well. So lads, let's have a look at our grand final maps here. This will be the first best of 5. If the Direwolves win this, we get ourselves a reset and we go through it all again. Up first is we're going to have some CTF, Aquarius, and Hoggy. This has been an interesting map for us to see because Nutribullet, to me, have really kind of had a lot of good showings on this CTF. Obviously, today was the map that they lost, but CTF to me feels like one of those game modes that Nutribullet kind of excels at.
Yeah, no, definitely. Nutribullet. We actually saw them on this map earlier today against BBR, and you could say that they struggled a little bit, but maybe that was just the nerves getting to them. That was the first game of the day. They're in the final now against Direwolves. They're going to have to show up at the start. So we've seen them struggle a little bit on this map, but maybe they can come out a lot better than they did at the start of the day because they've obviously been playing now. They've probably been playing a little bit of matchmaking in between. So they should be ready to go.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. That was actually the reset map pool. So that's going to be the map pool that we're going to be seeing if we see a reset coming out from the Direwolves. So
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We're just getting ahead of ourselves,
We'll get
guys. We've already figured it out. We've seen it in the stars. You know,
we know.
I've
It's
got my
the
esports script right here, guys. You
Yeah.
know, it's all written down. You know, that's exactly how we're going to be going there. So I kind of just jumped a little bit forward of production here. But once we do get the regular maps, we'll be able to throw it up. And I think that might be interesting for us to touch on, right, Bluey, is because we've seen a lot from both these teams. And, you know, obviously they've been watching the broadcast, we've been watching the broadcast, and they might be able to pick apart a few things from either Nutribullet or Direwolves, right?
Yeah. There's a lot overall for them to be able to bounce back off and like get a head start on seeing how these players are played. You know, especially for Nutribullet, I feel like they have a huge advantage of being able to, if they've been watching live all these Direwolves games that have been happening, and see, oh, okay, you know, this is how they're approaching these scenarios. You know, if they've noticed the same tactic of, not necessarily a tactic, but just how Direwolves seem to get going, they don't seem to burn as bright during those initial moments of the match, but then as the match progresses more and more, they come up swinging.
Exactly, and these are going to be the maps that we will be seeing in the first bracket here between Nutribullet and Direwolves. And Hoggy, this time around, we're going to have Strongholds on Recharge. We're going to go to Aquarius, but this time it's going to be Slayer, and then our CTF map will be Bazaar. So we're guaranteed to see this new map once again here. And all jokes aside, we do get to see some Bazaar. I'm excited about that, especially CTF Bazaar. But Slayer here on Strongholds, I feel like this is a good map for both these teams to really set the momentum.
Yeah, no, definitely. Both teams want to come out strong. Direwolves have the momentum in their favor already. You just mentioned the word momentum, and I think the fact that Direwolves have been playing this whole time puts it in their favor right off the bat. So we'll just have to see how Nutribullet come out, because Direwolves have the momentum, but Nutribullet is still a top team. As I said, I'm sure they've been playing matchmaking, trying to keep warm as best they can, but it still won't be easy to go straight into a grand final on Strongholds Recharge specifically, because it's such a hectic game mode to get into right off the bat.
Exactly, and ladies and gentlemen, this is where everything is on the line. If Nutribullet can do this, they punch their ticket to pool play at the Raleigh Major. So let's jump into this grand final between Nutribullet and Direwolves.
Game one, baby. Let's see. I think this should set the precedent for how the rest of these matches are going to go. If we see a really strong outgoing match from Direwolves and they take this first match, then we will know we will have a set of matches on our hands against Nutribullet. That being said, you know, Nutribullet might be coming into this a little bit cold, but as we know, these guys are cold-blooded killers, so let's see how they handle this situation.
Yep, on board with Dino. Vamps trades out a kill off the bat. Dino looks bottom middle to get himself a double kill. There's only one man remaining on Nutribullet. It's Prades, and he's on the flank, but Dino sniffs him out and takes him down. He'll get the reset on C. No, he doesn't even care. He just wants to go for B. He'll let it sit there.
Yeah, this is huge for them early game to get position on B to make sure that they have that point. But that being said, Zirkle did just go down on it. So they do lose a lot of momentum in being able to catch that mid position and sort of wait it out for the rest of the match. They do manage to get it at the end there. We might see a triple cap come out here. Halfway on C, a little bit over halfway. But as I say that, you know, Nutribullet are right back on that B, making sure that Direwolves don't secure it.
Yeah, Barcode's on the flank at A with Prades, and they're going to get themselves the A point and managed to take a stranglehold on the game, because it started out very back and forth. Direwolves look like they're in front. Barcode's got one right in front of him. There's a second one. His teammate takes him down. So it's 2 dead for Direwolves. Barcode's going to push straight in for Zirkle, though. He's going to have to dodge a nade, and he does. He drops down. He'll manage to kill him. Perfect shots from Barcode. How did he know Zirkle was going to be there?
The drop down, the kill to follow it up. You know, I think time and time again, we are pointing to Barcode as our star boy, our star player, and those plays are exactly why. You know, there was no panic in that. You could see just how calm, cool, and collected he was in that moment. And, you know, from then on, he knew his mission. Straight after he got that kill, he was like, okay, this is where I know I need to rotate. This is the calls I'm being given. And with that being said, now they have a triple cap from that C rotation.
Yeah, Barcode finds himself a kill, and there's another player to his left. He's going to back down, 3 down for Direwolves. The last man alive is right in front of Barcode. Barcode finds him. Look at that nasty strafe with the perfect shot. He's on the killing spree. Barcode putting on a clinic as they have the 3 cap, and he's going to get himself a camo as well.
Yeah, timing on that camo. You know, you take down 4 members of Direwolves, it pretty much means that they're going to have no control over any sort of power-up on the map whatsoever. So super unfortunate for them, but what can you do when you're up against a Barcode in a long haul situation like that? And he does get whiffed off the map just like that. If they say, you know, can't beat you in a BR fight, how about I just send you to the Guardians?
Yeah, that's how you do it. You just send him off the map. Headshot from Madzi with the shock rifle. He's going to go in to try stop B, and he does. He gets the reset. A is also going to need to be reset. He's trying to get over there. He's getting shot in the back. He'll go down. So 1 dead for each team. It's 2 points in the favor of Nutribullet. They're up by 120, 130 points already, Bluey.
They are racking up points so quickly, and if you're Direwolves right now, you've got to be panicking a little bit because it's not an easy thing to be able to turn the score line from where they are now. To be able to go from 7 to 140, 150, that's a huge task, and that pretty much means that they're going to have to maintain a triple cap for a good chunk of time, which against a team like Nutribullet simply doesn't seem fathomable.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Direwolves. They're on a trip cap again. Barcode's got 2 in front of him. His teammates clean him up for him. It's 2 dead for Direwolves. They've been split spawned. Madzi's trying to fight off Dino. Barcode's going to head up there now and see if he can clean up Dino. The Madzi was not able to. He won't be able to find him, and he's going to poke up at the perfect moment and take on Dino. The nade just clips him, though, and Dino gets the kill. They're going to manage to take B, but there's still 2 caps in the favor of Nutribullet, and they're past 200 points now.
Hoggy, you curse Balds, man. He's 1-8. Like, what have you done to our boy?
What have I done?
He was supposed to take this, and all his teammates just seem to be dropping around him like flies. It's so unfortunate. But there is potential for them to bring it back here. They just need to get organized and set. But, you know, I say there's potential, but it's such a hard task to do at this point. Really not a good opening move for Direwolves to come into this first game.
Yeah, almost a trip cap. A player from Direwolves jumps in to get the reset. They've got 2 capture points, only 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds.
A player from Direwolves is going to have to get over to C. He does manage to get there. Dino's there. Barcodes gets back smacked. Oh no, they do manage to get C. Madzi's going to try take B. They might be able to get it though because all the players from Direwolves are on the other side of the map, but they're going to fire across. Madzi's trying to stay alive. Can he get the capture point? A player from Direwolves comes in at Circle. Circle gets the reset so that keeps them in the game. Bald gets camo as well, so maybe they can bring it back. Baldy, unlikely, but maybe they can do it, Bluey.
Yeah, unfortunate for them because, you know, that whole time, Madzi was just denying them that objective of B, you know, not giving them time whatsoever just by dancing around on it. We do see 2 caps come in from Direwolves now, but ultimately, this isn't going to mean much unless they can get themselves a triple. It's going to be so easy, especially when they're going to be 3, potentially 4 down on the board. They do trade, so they are 4 down, and it's going to be so easy for Nutribullet to come in and clean them up. I think this might be the end of Game 1 right now, Hoggy.
Yeah, killing spree for Barcode. He's going to grab the grappler to end out this game. There's only 2 seconds left, and Nutribullet is going to take game number 1. Really, really dominating performance from Nutribullet in game 1 of this final.
That's got to be a hard pill to swallow for Direwolves because, again, I said at the beginning of the match, if they come out really strong in this first game, I feel like that's going to set the precedent for the rest of the matches that we have on cue. But right here, I mean, if that's the tale that we're going to be telling, it's going to be really unfortunate for Direwolves. They have come so far, and I know the lads on Direwolves have played so many games so far, but they're not done yet. It's not time to throw in the towel. They can still bring this back. It still could be in their favor. Come on.
Yeah, Bald wasn't too far behind his team, though. Look, in the end, he got 4 kills. He got Circle on 5. He didn't do that badly in the end, but it didn't start out very good, and it did not help his team get the win because they got absolutely smacked around. All of the damage very even. Barcode at the top again, as always. What can we say? He's only up by 400 this time, but he's always just at the top, isn't he? He doesn't even need to have all the kills, but he has all the damage.
Balds and Zirkle not even tailing that far behind on damage-wise, like only 1,000, even less than that in some instances. But it's just unfortunate because I think the key component of winning that map there was just overall map control and coverage, and that's something that we see Nutribullet have over and over again. Direwolves did start out very strong. You know, Dino picked up these 3 kills from the beginning, and you think that sort of sets the momentum and the pace for Direwolves, but Nutribullet is such a strong and seasoned team in this Halo Infinite setting that they know that they can take that pace right back. And you see plays like this from Barcode coming out, just that cool, calm, collected composure. He drops down, gets that kill immediately on C, and they triple cap for the longest time, just being able to rack up that scoreboard. It's a hard thing to come back to.
We didn't even get to see that. Nasty. That was nasty from Madzi. So was this. This was also nasty. Barcode's always nasty. And even this, what a perfect play. He had camo.
Goodbye.
Obviously, it doesn't matter too much because they got slapped, but it was still a nice play to get the camo player off the map. Barcode probably could have grabbed the sword for himself if he wanted, but he didn't want it. He just wanted to take the battle, and he got taken down. But, man, Direwolves have been dominating the game number 1. It doesn't look good for game number 2 and 3, does it?
It's not too late. It sounds like you're losing confidence, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to care how late it is. It's not too late for Direwolves to come back and put on a clinic. It's time for them to shine, man. Nutribullet have got to get dethroned. Come on.
Yeah, well, they have been looking really good in the tournament, but obviously Nutribullet are just a whole nother level. And obviously, we're going into Slayer Aquarius. We could say that maybe Nutribullet aren't too great on this map. They lost flag to BBR.
That's true.
Slayer's a lot different, though. Slayer is a lot different.
I mean, Slayer's like, I feel like it's more swung in Nutribullet's favor because Slayer is like their game, right? Direwolves have vamped for sure, and we've seen vamped, you know, put on such a good show today overall, just in like talking Slays specifically. But when you have members on Nutribullet like Barcode and Pips and Madzi and Praddies, like, come on, that's such a hard 4-stack to have to go up against.
Yep, it's game number 2. Direwolves are going to have to try win this one to get themselves back in the series. If they don't, they've still got one more game, but they'd rather be tied 1-1. Pips goes down and it's 2 dead for either team. A player will be found out bottom middle. Dino finds him and gets him. His teammates back him up and he'll back down. So 3-2, pretty even start from both teams, Bluey.
The thing is with Aquarius, there's not a lot of power weapons that you can really take advantage of to guarantee that, oh, okay, this is a one and done, like hit it and quit it, this is the kill, we move on. There's nothing like that, so it comes a lot more to your positioning, making sure that you have that Team BR down pat and you have that your shot calling is on point, because otherwise you're going to fall apart very, very quickly.
Barcode uses this camo to his advantage. They take down all of Direwolves. Direwolves are split spawn, so that's the time for Barcode to go in and try to take down Dino. Praddies goes straight in and gets the cleanup. He's got a player above him. He'll go down. Praddies will turn around and try to take him down. He won't, though, so it's 3 dead now for Nutribullet. Direwolves are still in it. It's still a close game, and the game's only just begun, Bluey, but they're not getting away with it just yet.
The game's only just begun, Hoggy, but I mean, look at Vamped. He's already 5-2 already on his team. Like, he's clearly doing a really good job. 6-2, make that. So they're doing good to keep up with the pace of Nutribullet, which, again, as I mentioned before, on a Slayer match, isn't the easiest task to do. You know, it takes a lot of gall to be able to stand up to big Slayers, especially like Barcode and Pips on the other team. So if they're able to match that, if they can funnel all of their energy into Vamped and he can kind of solo carry this game, then Direwolves might have this in the bag.
Yep, Vamped moving in, down bottom pink. He'll get the call out that there's a player above him. His teammate will go down. He's going to turn around and try clean up Praddies. Will he be able to do it? He does. Camo's up in 6 seconds. He's got a killing spree.
Okay.
He takes down Barcode as well with the thruster. He's going to look for the triple. He'll back down as he knows that he's weak and he's going to try challenge him. But Vamped, he does not care. He's going to keep jumping back top middle and put the shots out for his team. He's playing amazing right now.
Oh, how did he live that peak, though? Initially, there were like 3 players of Nutribullet looking down the barrels of their gun just immediately at his face, and Vamped was able to just be like, nah, that's good enough for me, and get out of there. He managed to stay alive for a really long time there, get some really good damage down there, and get some good kills, and that's exactly what we need to see. You know, Direwolves are up at the moment. You know, it's 19 in their favor. They could be hitting that 20, 25 kill mark here really soon, and that's exactly the turn. That's the snowball effect that we're going to start seeing.
Yep, camo now for Direwolves, though, and they're only up by 4 kills. They were up by 5, 6, or 7 before, but they have the camo in hand. Can they ring it out to a good chunk of the lead? He'll find Madzi. He's going to look for Pips across map, take some shots. He'll get himself a double. Vamped is playing this game perfectly. He's got the camo in hand, and he is doing work for Direwolves. He'll find another as well.
Vamp is not messing around. Interesting that he wanted to take that challenge there, even with Camo, because that could have been a huge turning point. But I guess that just might have been the call right there. You know, they saw this player of Nutribullet down on bottom middle, and instead of, you know, taking the chance to dance around him with the Camo, they just thought it'd be easier if they could just take him down. I know, look at the Barcode just on fire as usual. We saw that long haul play on the previous map, but man, oh man, like, they're throwing, both teams are throwing everything at the wall right now, making sure that no one is catching a break, that it's always constantly fighting.
Yeah, another rough start for Bald. He's on 3 kills, but not a rough start for Barcode. He's got 10, and he's put a Nutribullet in his back right now. Thrusts away from Vamp. Vamp's going to have to run, but Barcode goes in and challenges him and takes him down. Camo in 11 seconds. Barcode is putting Nutribullet in his backpack. He's trying to carry them through to the grand final win as scores go tied 26-all.
Yeah, Barcode is just putting on a show right now. 12 kills in the bag as he takes down poor, unfortunate Balls. Bald, so, who I will mention before, Hoggy, you have cursed. This is your fault. Bald could have been performing so much better if you didn't put all the pressure on him, but this is what we get. And now, you know, Direwolves are trying to match the pace that Nutribullet are quickly setting. It's just back and forth with these kills. Bald's being caught out once again, does trade a kill, but instantly vaporized. And I'm not entirely sure that positioning like that is worth it.
Barcode in another fight with Vamp. He'll take him down. It's a battle of Vamp and Barcode in this match at the moment. They did have the camera in the hands of Madzi, but Madzi threw it away by running in with the heat wave and getting himself taken down. No. Barcode again. He's on a killing frenzy. Holy crap, this kid is a freak. Madzi takes down another. It was 3 dead for Direwolves momentarily, and Barcode is just running the game at the moment. It's still only a 2-point game though, Bluey.
14 kills, 5 deaths for Barcode to be on a killing frenzy in a Slayer game against Direwolves of all teams. We've seen how Direwolves have just played in their previous matches, and it speaks volumes that Barcode is be able to come in here on the second game, get out BRs like that, and get a killing frenzy. Who is this man? He's not human.
5 kills the lead. He beats down the ground. He could probably kill the ground if he wanted to. That's how good he is at the moment. There's 3 players of Direwolves on the other side of the map. He's got his teammates on the car side. He's going to move over to help out Madzi. Madzi's weak. The nade hits him, but he still stays alive. Barcode's flying in. It doesn't matter. Dino's there. Can he get him? Nade to make him weak, and he will take him down. No, he has to reload. His teammate helps him out, though. Two down for Direwolves, and Barcode's just running around the map. It's 20 seconds on Camo as well. Can they get that? 9 points to lead as well.
Just the confidence on this man. Barcode is absolutely setting the pace for his team. Nay, the whole game right now. Only 6 more kills for Nutribullet to be able to bag before they go up 2-up in this series. And as Direwolves, this is not a position you want to be in, because that is only 1 game that separates you and Nutribullet right now. Nutribullet being absolutely confirmed to be our openers for Raleigh.
Yeah, 10 kills the difference, 4 kills till the win. Camouflage was up. Vance will take down Madzi though, so Direwolves are doing work as best they can. Barcode calls out for his teammate to come help him. That's Praddy's. Barcode jumps in for another fight. He challenges though, he doesn't care. 48 kills, 2 kills left. There's 8 kills the difference. The Direwolves are bringing it back a little bit. Madzi's going to slow it down. He's got 2 in front of him. The nades are not going to connect. Doesn't want to challenge too much. He's going to need his teammate to help him out.
Direwolves have to play like freaks right now if they want to secure these 8 kills, and I'm not sure it's something that they're going to be able to do, but when Vamp shows up and gets kills like that, but it doesn't matter. Pips hits 50 with the double kill on the ender. That's massive and such a blow to the members of Direwolves. They are now only 1 game out from losing this grand finals, and if you want to hope that they have some gas left in the tank right now to be able to flip this series around, please, oh please bring it out, because Nutribullet are on a roll and they need to be stopped.
Yeah, they need to take the gas out of Barcode because he is destroying a killing frenzy in the grand final. 15 kills for him.
On Slayer.
15 kills for Prades, but the difference is Prades dies, Barcode doesn't. Barcode stays alive all the time. Every time he gets in a fight, he lives. Prades putting in the work for his team. He's getting the 15 kills. We mentioned it before the series that he just does the dirty work, and maybe he was just doing the dirty work, cleaning up the kills in this game.
On the side of Direwolves, though, Vamped went massive. Vamped was their star player, 110%, and he was putting in the work where need be. Unfortunately, you know, in those situations, you have to match a player like Barcode, and that is such a difficult thing to have to do, especially when you've got a whole team on the caliber of Nutribullet backing up that one play. You know, Vamped can only do so much, and Direwolves were just struggling on the back end to push Vamp to where he needed to be.
Yeah, and as you can see in the replays that we're watching, the score is close for a lot of the game until Barcode really picks up, gets himself a killing frenzy, and sort of pushes his team in the right direction. And they managed to get their teamwork going later into the game. The Direwolves managed to get a couple of camos, but they weren't able to utilize them as well as the Nutribullet were.
No. A lot of instances you see Direwolves will grab that camo. Again, such an influential piece of equipment that you need on a map like Aquarius. You know, there's no power weapons to back you up. It's really just that invis. And so many times we saw them pick up that camo and then they'd kind of just challenge straight away with it instead of sort of backing down, which is a play that we see Nutribullet do a lot. They dance around the map with the camo, they flank, they get behind the enemy team, and that's the difference. That's the differential right there.
Yeah, Nutribullet must have been playing a lot of matchmaking before this series because they were warmed up, ready to go. Direwolves were warm as well, but it doesn't matter because Nutribullet, they were ready. They were ready for this series, and Direwolves are faltering just a little bit under the pressure in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Nutribullet were going to come here to play, but I think maybe we expected a little bit more from Direwolves. Not to say that they're playing bad whatsoever. They're doing fantastically, I think. Especially in that Slayer game, we saw how close they could match against a team like Nutribullet on an Aquarius Slayer match, but it just takes that little more oomph, that little more pressure, and that little more combined effort as a team to be able to go into a game and take series and games like that.
Yeah, this is a big game. We're going into Bazaar. It's a new map, isn't it? No,
No,
we're going into Bazaar
again.
for the third time. Finally, we get the chance to watch it. We're going into game number 3. Nutribullet's up 2-0. Can Direwolves keep the series alive? Head us into a potential reset. What do you reckon, Blue? Maybe a reset coming here?
Man, it is tough. And for Bazaar CTF, like, this is the be-all, end-all. This is what I feel so many teams are accustomed to. And this is where the pressure really surmounts. For Nutribullet, they felt this time and time again. So them coming into the series right now, they are on their A game. They are ready to play. And we're going to see some nasty things come out.
Yeah, this is a big game for the side of both of these teams. The winner will go to Raleigh into the pool play, into the pro pool play, I should say, and that is where you want to be at the start of the tournament. Put yourself in a great position to potentially get into the top 8, top 4, and potentially win it. Who knows? But Nutribullet, we're on board with Praddies. The Rockets are in the hands of Direwolves. The game started out pretty even again, as every game has this series, Bluey.
I would even say just a messy start overall. I feel like
Very
both
messy.
teams were just going like back and forth. They really wanted to get control of some part of the map, some, you know, influential, whether it be the power up or the rockets. But, you know, in those situations where it's so scrappy, where it's so messy, it's so hard to take control of literally anything. And that's what we saw. I don't even know if the Rockets managed to get picked back up.
Yeah, we're on board with Bald. He sees Barcode, so he backed down. Bald. Barcode didn't even need to shoot a shot, and Bald is back down already. Bald was having a tough series so far. Barcode and Madzi are working together to try get some kills in tree. They're both one-shot, though. They'll both back down. Bald charges in to get Barcode. His teammate takes him down. It's 2 dead for either team. Vamp's trying to get Praddies, but he's staying alive. His teammate comes in. Zirkle's going in. He'll get taken down. Praddies with a huge kill. Pips comes in to help him, and Pips gets the double kill. So it's 2 down for Direwolves, and they're stuck in their base. Nutribullet have control.
The worst time for Vamp to reload right there. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it was just a misclick, but if he wasn't reloading right there, he could have backed up his teammate, and they could have had a bit of double doors control to be able to make some footing, to be able to get control of the map a little bit. But unfortunately, it was just really, really poor timing, and he got caught out for it, a mistake that you can't make against Nutribullet.
Yep, Pipsy's got this flag. It was 3 dead for Direwolves, so he's going to run it straight bottom middle. He does have the grapple hook, and he is going to use it. Let's see if he uses it again to get it into his double doors. Overshield is up. His teammate's going to grab that. He doesn't need to use the grapple again. He's going to run it in. He's got a player in front of him and behind him. He'll go down. It's 3 dead now. Barcode's the last man alive. Can Barcode do it? He's a machine, but he can't go up against the Bulldog and win. There's no chance for him. Bald has the flag out, and he's running it.
Balds and Dino were actually in their flag that entire time that flag run was being made. In fact, Dino, like by the time that the flag had managed to breach double doors, Dino was already on their flag, turn around and laying shots down. So in that instance, I think they just had better control overall in their bases. But you can see Vamp now, he wants it. He's ready to go, and they are running this flag really, really convincingly through middle of the map, which against Nutribullet is a really ballsy play to make.
Yep, Rockets are up in 12 seconds. Dino's left the flag, and they're going to try Slay.
Good
I think
kill.
It's better for them to try Slay. One of his teammates will grab the flag and continue moving it. So Dino doing a perfect job to turn around, get the slays out. Looks like they will be able to get this cap, but the rockets are up and Barcode's going to grab them. So now Barcode has rockets. They do get the cap. They're up 1-0. This is exactly what Direwolves need, but the rockets are in the hands of Barcode, so maybe they can get themselves a counter cap.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Direwolves right now, and they do take out Barcode with those rockets, so this could be a monumental turning point. But even as I said that, Prades was just hiding in basement, ready for the turn. Barcode would have made the call, I'm down with rockets on my X, and Prades would have immediately responded to that and been like, okay, that's priority number one. We need to make sure that Direwolves don't get those rockets into a situation like this because they are upper cap, and we're going to see Prades just go into their base, guns blazing, takes down Vamp, and he's challenging Dino right now, and it looks like 3 are stacked into Direwolves' base. This is going to be a very convincing flag pull.
Yeah, 3 players from Nutribullet are in the Direwolves base. Prades will find Vamp. He might have to drop him.
Oh, no.
Kill. He's got a player behind him. He stays alive. I'm sure he's getting chased, and he is. Ball takes him down. It's 2 dead for Nutribullet. They won't be able to run this. A big fight for Pips. He'll go down as well. So Dino defending his base perfectly. Overshield will go in the hands of Barcode, though.
Good recovery overall from Direwolves. You know, they don't want to panic right now. They are a flag up, and keeping that distance for as long as possible is going to be the game changer here overall, because if Nutribullet really struggle on getting even 1 flag by the time that near the clock runs out, it's going to be more and more difficult. What they don't want to see here, though, is a tie game. We do not want to go into overtime for these teams, because I feel like overtime is where Nutribullet are going to shine in their aggressive play style. And it's going to be really difficult for Direwolves to bounce back from that, because at the moment they're playing a very slow and controlled game, Hoggy.
Yeah, 2 down for Direwolves. Barcode's found a 3rd, and he gets the perfect shots on him. Grappling in straight for the kill. He wants Circle dead as well. All players of Direwolves are spawning up inside the base. Oh my god, how does he get out of that? How does he do it? He's a machine. He cops a nade as well. He stays alive. He's the Terminator, Bluey.
He's the bionic man, Hoggy. We have the technology. We can rebuild him, make him better, make him new. That's the Barcode that we got, and he doesn't even care right now. He's swinging through the map like Spider-Man, and he manages to take down Zirkle. That must be so degrading if you're a member of Direwolves trying to hold down the base like that, and the verticality doesn't even matter to someone like Barcode. When he has that grapple hook, it doesn't phase him whatsoever.
Yeah, there's 1 player behind enemy lines from Direwolves, and that was Vamp. They'll find themselves at 3 down now as his teammate goes down. Barcode's going to run it in, and it looks like it will be a flag cap because Direwolves were 3 down. So all on Barcode as he does everything in the enemy base from Direwolves.
Yeah, 1-1 right now, and I think, we put a lot of spotlight on Barcode, but again, like, how can you not when he makes a play like that? He pretty much cleared out Direwolves' base, made some really good use of the grapple hook over there, took advantage of the verticality that he could have had, and just made a full clear and made it so the rest of his team could come in, sweep throughout, get that flag, and make a really strong run.
3 down for Direwolves. Zirkle's the last one left. Madzie's going to call it out to his teammates. His teammate goes down, though. Madzi does get the help from his teammate. Overshield is down. He's going to grab it, and they have rockets. They've got rockets and Overshield and Grappler. So Prady's going to use that to his advantage to get the height with the rockets. He's going to try push in. 2 players over on Tree for the side of Direwolves. Will he throw out a rocket? He does. He finds 1. 1 dead for each team. He's got a player next to him. He'll take his own life to get that kill. 2 down for each team. It doesn't seem that Nutribullet can get any real control except for that 1 flag they've managed to get every time they sort of kill 1, 2, or 3 of Direwolves. They can't really get too much going, Bluey.
Oh, see, Barcode right here.
Being sneaky.
He's not sprinting. He's not being detected with the flag. And you can see on the scoreboard, Madzi and Praddies are just managing to take down 2. So this is probably going to be a flag cap in the name for Barcode. Direwolves originally, when that flag was pulled, they had a huge misread there, thinking that it would come from double doors. But that is not where it got taken. And Barcode played that so smart by just going through, not sprinting, not juggling, not doing anything to reveal himself to the members of Direwolves.
Yeah, perfect play from Barcode to put his team in the lead 2-1. His teammates are up in Tree. It's Madzi, and he's going to join him. There's another one next to him. He's going to fly straight out with the thruster. He's gone straight into circle and taking him down. Barcode, man, he just jumps in. He does not care about anyone else. He's got the shot. He's got the strafe. He's got a thruster. He's also got the bulldog. He's moving in. He's finding Dino. He thrusts backwards, but Dino lunges anyway. He's got a player to his right who does take him down. So Zirkle putting an end to Barcode is 2 dead for either team. So it's a bit of a stalemate. Zirkle's the last man alive though for Direwolves.
Direwolves need to do a bit of like rethink, sort of pause right now, and get themselves in a good enough position to be able to get a hold in their base before anything, because it seems right now they're really struggling to just hold their own base. You know, Hoggy, am I wrong? It seems like every single time they're 4 up, they're stationed in base, they, for then some reason, split off, take some individual fights, they end up losing, and then it just means that the doors are literally wide open for Nutribullet.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they haven't got an overshield in their hands yet. They've managed to pick up rockets, but only off the dead bodies of Nutribullet. So Nutribullet do have had full control this game, Blue. So it's been tough for Direwolves as things slow down, and it sort of just got shots ringing across the map from either team. So it slows down. It's slowing down a lot now. Now that Nutribullet have the lead.
It's just the issue of fundamental map control. Like, that's where everything's harkening back to. You have to be aware of where you need to position yourself and the rest of your team in order to make sure that you get those rockets, you get that overshield. And that just doesn't seem to be happening for the hands of Direwolves right now. They're sort of breaking apart at the seams and not being able to get a foothold from spawn.
Yeah, Dino runs out. He finds two players. A player grapples straight onto him to get the kill. Dino cannot run away from that, even when there's two of them. One of them grapples him. 2 dead for either team. Rockets are up very, very shortly. Barcode doesn't want him, though. He's going to defend his flag. He'll take down Bald with the help of Praddy's. Rockets are up. Dino's trying to get up there to grab him. This is what Direwolves need if they can get these rockets. Dino's going to grab him right now.
Oh,
go down, though.
Just as you say that, curse of the cameraman. He goes down, and that's so unfortunate for them, because that just means that the Rockets once again are going to fall into Nutribullet's hands if they can't manage to get a foothold on that top rocket position right now, and that's going to be absolutely devastating for them, because rocket kills can equal a flag cap in the matter of seconds, and that's what we saw before with Nutribullet.
Yeah, big fight for Madsy. He'll get taken down. Zirkle with the teabag as he's running by. He's got to put a disrespect on something, because they're not winning this game and they're not winning the series at the moment, but they can still bring it back. There's still 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Barcode's pushing in. He's got Pips right behind him. They'll take down Zirkle easily for them. Again, he's got the grapple in hand, getting in to pull the flag. He's got the rockets as well. No ammo left for him, but he's got his teammates watching his back, and they're going to start running this bottom middle, and Overshield will be in the hands of Pips as well.
They're so just convincingly pushing into Nutribullet's base as a 3-stack time and time again. And what do you do as Direwolf, sorry, if you're on the back burner with your spawns? You know, you're constantly a man down, 2 man down. You can't take on a 3-stack like Nutribullet when they're constantly just up in the kills. You can't do anything against that. There's no stage to be had. You're just being staggered at that point, and there's no recovery. We see Praddy's is actually out of ammo for the BR, and unfortunately that cements his corpse in the grave. That's so unfortunate for him, because otherwise that would have been his kill.
Yeah, Praddy's and Pips tried to slay out against Direwolves to let their teammates grab the flag and move it in, but they weren't able to. They did get a touch, but Direwolves get the return. So they've got Nutribullet trapped in the base. Zirkle and Vamped are going to be working together. A kill goes down for either team. Zirkle's going to play it real slow. Madsy is behind him, and he does work with his team to get him. Barcode's going to push in, and he trades with Barcode. 3 down now for Direwolves. It feels like every time they get the chance to get in there, they go 3 down, and there's only 50 seconds left, Louis.
Balls is going to go down right now, I guarantee it. You know, there's only so much dipping and diving you can do against players like Nutribullet when their comms as strong as they are. And as you said, there's only 45 to 40 seconds remaining right now, and I just don't think that's enough time to get a flag cap. This is not the upset that we wanted to see, you know, come out from Direwolves. We wanted Direwolves to come into this performance and come out really strong, but that's just not what they're performing right now. They're being outmatched and outclassed by Nutribullet.
Yeah, they're going to push in together here to try get a flag run. Dino and Bald are going to push in. They just need to get it to at least
there's
overtime.
There's
two
on them.
Chance. 2 of them are pushing in behind Praddy's hands. Barcode nades coming out from Dino to stop the push. He's going to push back out. He does take down Praddy, so that's a big kill. It's 2 dead now for either team, though. Bald gets the flag out, but there's only 8 seconds left. Barcode's on the return. Pips is on the other side trying to overlook. Zirkle's going to have to get a touch. Dino's just pushing in. See what he can do. The flag is still not returned, so he's going to need to get another grab to keep it in overtime. Will he go down, though? He probably will. It's a 3 swarm from Nutribullet. They've got the overshield as well. Nutribullet will win the series 3-0. They'll get the return. Big clutch plays from them, and they'll win the Kickoff Qualifier in the ANZ region. They'll be headed to Pro Pools in Raleigh.
Well done for the members of Nutribullet. Such an outstanding play. You know, honestly, just a huge show out for them, but it's kind of the gameplay that we expect to see. But going up against Direwolves, in fact, I would put it as a new Direwolves today that we saw with their performances overall. You know, it was tough for them, but at the end, they had to try their best. They had to form that wall of Direwolves as much as possible, but it proved too much for the sledgehammer that is Nutribullet.
Yeah, it just seems like Nutribullet were kind of coming in all guns blazing in the CTF map. And I mean, we've shown it, time and time again across a lot of these qualifiers is the fact that Nutribullet are by and far the best team in our region right now. And now they've brought in Pips into this, into the fold, and they're looking good. Obviously, they looked a little bit shaky up against BBR, but coming to this grand final, Hoggy, they've just said, nah, screw that. We want to get this one done and dusted, and we want to look dominant going into Raleigh.
Yeah, very, very solid performance from them. Overall, they had a lot of downtime between their last series and this series, but doesn't matter to them. They were probably playing matchmaking, like I said, and they've just brought it in. Barcode brought it in game number 2 and game number 1. He tried his best with his team, and it worked out for them. His team sort of picked up where he was lacking, and Bazaar is a tough map to play for CTF, and Direwolves are not good enough today.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a really good storyline for us to tell here for the Direwolves. The fact that they've been able to take the big scalp that is Divine Minds and get themselves into a grand final. And Blue, this was a great story for them because, yesterday we were touching on the fact that they were still fighting for third, and now it seems like they may have potentially just hit their ticket as maybe the second in the region.
I think Direwolves, with their performance overall today, really solidifies how strong they are as a team, but also how much space they have to work off going into next year, how much they can improve, and how deadly of a team that they can be overall. It might only be in a few months' time, even less than that we see the story of Direwolves dethroning Nutribullet. If they manage to play a series for as long as they have and then go up against our grand champions just like they did, then man oh man, they have so much to work with. I hope the VOD reviews go strong for them after these games. The boys put on a really good show.
They did put on a really good show, but Nutribullet seemed a little bit too good today, getting it done in 3 maps. We didn't need to see Streets. We didn't need to see the live fire. We didn't even need to see the reset maps either, Hoggy. We got it done in 3 maps, and Nutribullet, they seem to be like, kind of a duck to water when it comes to these grand finals because they get them done nice and thick and fast.
Yeah, they do. Last week, they had to go to Game 5, though, against Divine Minds. Direwolves, they kind of toppled them over a little bit. Direwolves still put up a good showing, They then lost by 7 kills in the Slayer. Then they lost by 1 kill in the Flag. They ran out of time in the Flag, so they kept it close, but it never really felt like they were fully in it. They sort of had their moments, but they weren't really quite there on the level of Nutribullet.
Yeah, exactly. Nutribullet, I think, have just really kind of solidified the fact that they are, by and large, the best team in our region right now, and everyone needs to kind of look towards them and see what they're doing, and obviously seeing if they can emulate that. But I think, Bluey, we've kind of shown across this kickoff qualifier that there are a magnitude of teams that can start to throw hands with each other, and it's not just going to be Nutribullet, Divine Mind, every single qualifier, every single event that we're going to be seeing in the grand finals. All these other teams can scrap as well.
Yeah, like we saw a really convincing performance from players that we didn't expect to enter this competition at all, with teams like Vanguard, Escapee. All throughout our brackets, we've seen teams upon teams of relatively, no offense to these guys, but no-name players come through and place, really highly, especially for our region. Our region has been one that's known for playing, spanning over decades, going through so many Halo games and being a team all throughout. And for these players of, relatively new players to organize these teams and be able to face off against them and take matches really convincingly, it's stunning to see. It means that we have so far to go as a region, and there's so much talent to uncover overall.
Exactly, and I'm excited to see what the roadmap can really kind of give us for the rest of 2022, and looking forward to the Raleigh Major as well to see what our boys can do over there. But lads, let's have a look at our bracket, how this kickoff qualifier day 2 did pan out for us. This is the winners bracket, Hoggy, and albeit a lot of 2s and 0s, we got to see where a lot of these teams kind of standed in these quarterfinals. Direwolves, they looked nice and clean. Divine Mind, yes, they did put away Australian Rush, but there was still a few shaky moments, and a big one for us to touch on is BBR. They looked dominant. They looked like they found some form in that quarterfinals, and they brought it to the semis as well.
Yeah, no, they definitely did. Taking a game from Nutribullet, that's massive for them. And obviously Divine Mind lacking a little bit in this tournament, and Direwolves really stepping up to the mark, to the top 2 teams in Divine Minds and Nutribullet. So you could see that Nutribullet had a rough start, but at the end, they're just toppling over everyone still.
Yeah, absolutely dominant here in the winners bracket, and obviously all they've dropped so far has been a map. You know, I might have to go have a look at the bracket to see if that was the only map that they ever did lose here in this kickoff qualifier. But look in this elimination bracket, Bluey, this is where we saw the tail of the Direwolves. They lost that semi-final against Divine Mind. It was a very close nail-biter for them. They dropped into this elimination bracket, and they got through the Vanguard Escapees, who put up a good fight, and then the Direwolves just kept this hype train rolling.
Yeah, for them to go as many games as they did back to back to back, and we even had that unfortunate situation where a player DC'd at the end of the match, and unfortunately they dropped a map because of that, but they came back swinging so strong and so confident. You know, for Divine Mind to lose that's got to be a bit of a kick in the gut for them, because they might have thought that at that point, okay, we have them in the bag, you know, their mental might be a bit boom, but Direwolves proved them wrong. Direwolves clawed back, they howled at the moon and said, nah, boys, we're taking this one.
Yeah, and they've really brought it as well, and I'm just excited that we got to see the Direwolves here in a grand final. Obviously, it was a 3-0 result for Nutribullet Hoggy, but they still were able to display to us that they definitely have the fragging power needed, and as soon as they start to shore up a few of these inconsistency issues across some of their members, they're going to be a real big team across ANZ.
Yeah, they're already a strong team, so just moving forward, I'm sure they'll get even stronger and better, and the fact that the three of them have played in a team together before shows that they have what it takes without even really needing to do too much. You know, we're still so early on, so to see them moving forward will be interesting, especially how they can catch up to Nutribullet. Because they're obviously still a little bit behind, as we can see. But as time goes on, maybe that gap will close.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we do see that gap start to close, lads. We are trying to get ourselves a winners interview sorted here. We aren't just talking for the sake of talking. We really want to try and talk to these guys, especially because of the fact that they've just secured themselves a slot into the pool play, Bluey, here for the Raleigh Major. And I'm excited because these guys have been so dominant for us, and I think it would be a little bit of a disservice to them if they weren't the ones that were going this deep into the tournament to represent us here in ANZ at the Raleigh Major. And I'm excited that they've looked so dominant, especially in this kickoff qualifier grand final, to go represent us in the pool play.
Overall, like, I would say that every member on Nutribullet that is currently in their roster is a stand-up representative for the ANZ region. You know, we've done interviews across the board with them, and we can tell that they're so passionate about the ANZ scene and about ANZ Halo. You know, they felt as though they were in the dark for a long time, but Infinite sort of brought them back into the light, and now they have so much of this, you know, light exposure. Being sent off to NA now and can be potentially able to compete against, like, literally some of the top teams in the world is going to be massive for them, and they're going to have so much knowledge and experience to gain from that instance.
Yeah, and I think that's something to touch on as well, Run Hoggy, the fact that these guys are going to be going over to the Major. They don't have to play any of their tournament matches until the open bracket has been done, so they might be able to level up a little bit more. But before we start diving into that, lads, we finally got our winners interview ready. We do have Madsy here from the boys of Nutribullet, so let's bring him in, let's have a chat to him, and let's congratulate him as well. It looks like we actually got Pip here. Doesn't look like we got Madsy. So welcome, congratulations once again for... Yeah, that's fine, mate. It was the one we wanted to talk to anyways, Pip. So congratulations on winning this kickoff qualifier. It was an insane run for you guys coming into this kickoff qualifier, obviously with you joining the roster as well. So how do you feel like you've kind of blended in with the boys here across this qualifier?
Yeah, obviously our first match we lost, and that was the first time we played together, so it started off a bit shaky, but Mads, Bark and I have played with each other in Halo 5 before. We've all been good mates for quite a few years now, so shake it off, and then we ended up coming together quite good.
Yeah, Pips, you know, you obviously playing on Divine Mind before and then having to slot into the path of Nutribullet, you just explained that you know, it was pretty easy because you guys have all played together before. You have such a spanning history over Halo 5. You know, are there still a few things that you feel as though you can iron out? Are there stuff that you guys have talked, you know, inside baseball, back and forth to each other, saying, oh, okay, you know, we could be stronger here, we could improve this, that, and the other?
Yeah, of course, you can always get better. There's never perfection in Halo, there's always things you can improve on. And this is only our first time playing together, so there's definitely a lot of things we need to go over and still before we go overseas and play.
Yeah, and Pips, you've moved from Divine Mind into Nutribullet. How was that transition in terms of leaving Divine Minds? Like, in your mind, did you want to leave Divine Minds? Did you want to move over? Was it about trying to create the best team possible? And how do you think Divine Minds and Direwolves stack up against you guys specifically?
Yeah, the Divine Mind team's still very good. Like, they got stuck with a very unfortunate situation with me leaving, so I feel kind of bad for them for that. But they're very good players, and I reckon they'll bounce back from this quite good. And Direwolves quite impressed me, honestly, winning those series, or winning that series.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've certainly impressed a lot of us here on the desk as well. And obviously, you guys have punched your ticket to the pool play at the Raleigh Major. You know, Direwolves as well as Divine Mind are going to be probably the teams that are going to be joining you guys over there. How do you feel like they're going to stack up as well as you guys against the international competition?
I believe Direwolves are not going to be able to go because of the three of them in New Zealand, so we'll have to see how that turns out. But Divine Mind will do quite well, I reckon, overseas. Like, I believe they have to go for an open bracket, so I could see them doing a run all the way through and making it to champs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you guys have anything planned? What's kind of the preparation for you guys now heading into the Raleigh Major? You know, what's ahead here for the Nutribullet boys going into that major?
Definitely going to try and play as much as possible, because obviously with the roster changes, it's all been a bit random with what's happening lately. So hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have a schedule set up, try and get scrims every day, play as much as possible, watch as much VOD, and go from there.
Yeah, well, it looks like you guys certainly have your work cut out for you. Congratulations once again, Pip, here for getting the qualification all the way to the Raleigh Major. You guys have been so dominant. You've fitted into this roster like absolutely seamlessly. And congratulations once again, and good luck at the Major as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Congrats, buddy.
Well done, man.
Big congratulations to the boys of Nutribullet for getting their ticket all the way to the Pro Pool play at the Raleigh Major. Boys, I'm so excited that we actually get to send Nutribullet all the way to the Pro Play pools. You know, it's something that Justin was touching on yesterday. He feels like, you know, maybe being able to play through those open brackets might be a little bit of an advantage for these teams, but you also got to remember, these guys get to sit and watch everybody. They still get to scrim and practice with everybody who's in these open tournaments. They still get the same amount of Halo as everybody else does. They just don't have the pressure of having to play through an open bracket, Bluey, and I think that's just going to be a massive boon to these guys.
Yeah, that's really good for them. Like, you know, it's I don't think it's touched on enough how important just being able to watch other teams is. See what they're doing, analyze, you know, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and for Nutribullet heading over to the US and being able to do all that in real time, you know, soak in the atmosphere as well, is going to be massive for them. It's going to give them a real taste for what these LAN events are going to be like heading into the future, and gives them such a monumental step up against a lot of the other teams that we have here in Australia.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be so good to see those guys popping off on the international stage, and I hope they come out with a little bit more as well. Lads, we're getting ever close to closing out this show here. It's been a long few weeks of us to get to this point where we start to send off these teams to Raleigh as well. Hoggy, mate, before we start to go, you got any final thoughts for everybody out here over these last couple of weeks of Halo?
I can't wait to see Nutribullet overseas. Obviously, Divine Minds, I want to see them as well, but Nutribullet being in the Pro Pool, that's a massive chance for them to take in their favor and use it and learn a lot. And then potentially, you know, who knows, maybe top 8. I'm sure that's what they want. I know that's what Barcode wants, but I just want to see them against the pro teams, and we'll be able to see that right off the bat at the start in the pool play. And things are only going to get better for the ANZ region. Obviously, we've got more tournaments coming up, and I just can't wait to see them overseas, and then I can't wait to see what they bring back to us, or all the teams do.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting for us at the Raleigh Major. Blue, what about you, mate?
I just, from here on, just for the ANZ region itself, I want to see, especially after Christmas time, you know, as we head into our early year tournaments, I want to see so many fresh faces come into the game. We've already seen that already, but I can only imagine that's going to grow exponentially with the more and more time that flows forward for Infinite. So that I'm super excited for that. I'm super excited to get back into it when we have our next competitions and see all these new teams, you know, on the list.
Yeah, exactly. We're super giddy to jump into those next competitions. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a little ways away for us here in ANZ. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here over these last couple of weekends of Halo Infinite. It has been such a wonderful time for us to be a part of this. And I know personally, me jumping into this esport has been magnificent. And I'm super excited to bring you guys the rest of 2022 as well. So from everyone here on the desk, the boys out the back, everybody that does everything behind the scenes, and you guys as well in chat, thank you for joining us here for the Kickoff Qualifier qualify. Congratulations to Nutribullet going into the Pro Pool play. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.